channel stuff.
There we go. We got him.
Get careful.
All right. Let's see. What's the game plan here, Pyro? Damn dice roller.
Roll one in my chat. It'll be alright.
No, yours is worse than my dice roller.
Actually, mine hasn't rolled any nat ones.
I like that level of not trusting anything or anyone. Like, nope, all of you are against me.
Yep. Let's see.
Oh, okay, there we go. Ooh, Had to get that belch out. That was weird.
I got
See,
a two.
not in that. It wasn't in that one.
He ain't lying there though.
I mean, he's not wrong. It wasn't a nat one, so hey, look, it counts.
That's it.
All right. So with that, let us begin. As we last left off, our intrepid group of Team Moonshadow was back aboard the Sky Sword far quicker than the captain of the Sky Sword would have preferred ever in life again. This time headed to Whitestone, all the way off in the continent of Teldore. Using the enhanced abilities of the Sky Sword, ideally the trip, which should have taken closer to a month and a half, maybe 2 months, could be made with significant payment made by the captain and a little over an 8-hour trip.
I'm gonna have to restart all my shit.
Yeah, I'll get your restart on. Oh,
Keep going. I ain't gonna worry about my stuff right now.
exactly. You'll be fine. I ain't forgot about you. With that being said, the crew decided that they were going to take off. Yu was captaining the ship, with this little expedition being watched over by Celine Sindel, Archmage of Tolarian Academy of Magic, and twin sister of Sprata Sindel, the headmaster of Aegis Academy.
And the baby daddy.
What?
Yep. The
Oh, yeah, I forgot
suspected
about
baby daddy of the bastard child.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
Very much.
So with that, it was a brief little interjection as Team Moonshadow was leaving that Avarice, the new team captain of Team Darkspell, the second-ranked team of the first years, and girlfriend of Ruin from Team Moonshadow, met
now.
them across the hall, as their room is just across the hall from y'all's.
I love how he says for now.
And after being informed that they would be following on a requested training mission, it was requested by Sin earlier in the day, those orders had then been rescinded and she wanted to know exactly why. And it came out that she then invited herself on this mission to Whitestone, unaware of exactly what it was going to be. Showing up and getting into a confrontation with her mother, Celine, immediately. It was then decided that it would just save time to let them come along and just be there rather than doing whatever she might get up to in response of not being allowed to go. As she is also a crown princess of Xanthos. Over the course of the evening, a lot of interactions began, some conversations were had. Wanda got to know Team Darkspell a little bit better. Luna came to find out that her vampirism seemed to pass somehow.
For now.
Even though she was very tempted momentarily while she was alone with Get Kith and what she thought was alone.
Yeah. That was awkward.
Take a bite out of his neck while Tyloo... Look, okay, if you've been to college, sometimes it happens. You leave a sock on the door, you leave a hair tie on the door, it is what it is.
I was in the room.
Hey, look, just keep quiet and pretend you're asleep. Mind your business.
I mean, I've had to do that.
I'm sorry.
I plead the fifth of what I have or have not done.
I mean, I don't think I put anybody in that position.
I have as well.
Look, it wasn't my college room is all I'm going to say, okay? I was a guest, so I felt obligated to be a guest. But with that being
That's not how
said...
that works. Well, that's not how it works.
Hey, look, that's how it worked. Okay, mind your business.
It's the host that's supposed to worry about doing the good things.
Yeah, so with that, the team is decided they would get some rest while they could, of those that were available, as the Sky Sword was expected to arrive at Whitestone come dawn, just after dawn. And with that, there's a lot of different emotions running through, a lot of different people on the ship, probably none more so than Sin, with the idea of what he's going to be asking and who he's going to be asking that of and what exactly he is going to say to try to make this all work, as he doesn't feel he has any other option otherwise. As he's going to meet the Queen of Whitestone, Vexelia Vesar de Rolo, also headmaster of the Whitestone Academy, and expected to ask to open the tomb of her deceased twin brother Vaxildan Vesar and retrieve his armor, which was the Deathwalker's cloak. Deathwalker's ward, correct myself. So yeah. So with that, we shall pick up unless anybody has anything else they were doing in the night. I'm assuming all of you went to sleep as soon as you could. Did anybody have any trouble sleeping? Everybody roll me a d20, please.
Son of a
If
bitch! I saw that
anyone had
coming.
trouble, it'd probably be ruined because he was preoccupied. I got a 10.
Point, Hassan.
That's a 19 for me.
Saying at this point with him.
Ooh, natural 20. I'm good.
I got a 14.
I got a 2.
Oh, they.
Nice. Well, to Talu, as you were having such a great dream, you.
Oh, shit. You motherfucker.
Hey, look,
I wanted to win.
you rolled a really good dream, bro. So hey, with that, as you fall asleep, the next thing you know, your eyes are awakened to the sound of someone screaming for help. As you will see that above you, you can see what looks to be the sky, as the sun is setting lower into the sky and almost has a brilliant orange, vibrant, burning hue. You realize that slowly sounds are starting to fade in, and you're starting to hear the sounds of crackling fire, the sounds of battle that are still commencing around you, as you hear a piercing scream, shout out of "Ah!" as it seemingly is cut short immediately. What do you do?
First thing is look around and see what, like, my environment. Where am I? What's going on? Who's around me? If there's anybody around me at all.
As you slowly start to look up from being prone and kind of half sit up, kind of feel a painful tightening as you do into your stomach, but you're able to kind of grit your teeth and lean all the way up. You do realize that as you go to put your right arm down to kind of brace yourself, that entire arm is gone.
I feel like this is a repeat of that dream where Zaladar fought that. What the fuck was it? God, I can't read my own handwriting. Galabrazoo.
Yeah. But as you kind of look up, you can see sitting across from you, apparently blown into different chunks of what you can kind of put together was the Galabrazoo. And you can also see that looking down that there's a huge claw that's piercing your stomach. But it didn't go all the way through.
Can I tell can I determine whether or not this is one of those situations where removing it does more damage than good?
I would say roll a d20 and I'll let you know.
13. No modifier to that?
Well, you don't know your modifiers, sir. Do you know what Zaladar's modifiers are?
I don't. You're right.
Your mind quickly goes to glancing over different information. You realize that you could remove it, and that you actually have the capabilities of healing yourself if you do remove it. Because as you do realize that even though your arm is gone, there is no blood dripping from it.
So basically, everything's clotted and completely I don't feel like I'm in any immediate danger anymore at this point.
You do not. You feel hurt, but you don't feel like you're on the edge of dying, which is odd, seeing that you're missing a whole ass arm.
Well, since I know that I can safely remove it, I guess that's what I'm gonna do first.
All right. And you go to use your left hand to kind of grit it out, which is kind of dug into there with kind of the barbs on the end, so you kind of have to, you hear kind of splooshing sound of as you pull it out as it pulls away some of your flesh. And even though you can see a few drops of blood on it, you start to see that the blood starts dripping. And then you can slowly see through your ripped robes that your flesh is starting to mend ever so slowly.
Neat.
Which you start to kind of think of wondering why, and then you realize on your left hand there's a ring that, in your mind, you realize has regenerative properties. It's actually quite powerful. It probably is the reason why you're not dead.
Oh, okay. That's good thing he didn't take off that arm. So, I guess if I'm able, I would try to stand and try to look around to see the stat, like this, what everything's kind of laying in, because I figured Talu would know that this is that dream again, just in a different way. So
Yeah.
he knows he's up on that little
Yep, on the
balcony type
higher,
thing.
yep, on the highest point of Avalier, where there's a huge replica of Avalier that's also up here.
Yeah.
Which, as you start to look around, you realize that that entire replica, actual one of 100,000 size exact replica of Avalier, is now crashed down to the platform that you're on, and you can see that it's ripped apart and asunder, and it seems the building stuff are turned over. And it's odd because you remember it used to float in the hands of the huge statue, but now
I love y'all.
it looks very empty, as if the statue is missing it. And you feel that that seems to be the future of what Avalier is coming to now. Looking down, you can see that there are burning buildings everywhere. There's still smaller demons and stuff flying throughout the air all around. You don't see the figures of the Ring of Brass that you saw before, though you do see that others are currently fighting, and you do see that there seems to be ships that are trying to gather up some of the children from the Sorcerer's Academy, some of the elderly and things of that nature, and attempting to get them away. Which, in your mind, you remember that there was an announcement saying that that's what needed to be happened, even though you remember the Septarian saying the opposite, that everybody was supposed to come save them and basically fuck Avalier and everybody else.
So basically, the last orders of Septarian are being ignored.
What was that part?
That the last orders that the Septarian had given were being ignored.
From what you know, that basically they gave the order to the Herald, who was announcing it to the city. But what the Herald said and what the Septarian said were two separate things. And you realize the Herald was part of the Ring of Brass.
Okay, so basically, Talu slash Zaladar are understanding that the Herald is putting the city before the Septarian.
Yes, that is to try to protect the people. As the Septarian wanted all of the people to give their own life force energy and magical abilities to protect the globe around the Septarian, a globe of invulnerability, to allow them to leave with all of their things.
Gotcha.
Because as you realize that the Septarian had decided they were more important than the rest of Avalier.
So, like, at that knowledge, at that news, I feel like Talu inwardly, and I don't know if Zalar would do it as well, but Talu's definitely smiling and having like a shit-eating grin of, yeah, fuck them bitches.
Very much so. It's an accurate feeling that you have. And it's odd, you can feel a sense of pride in Zaladar knowing that some of his decisions he made before allowed this moment to happen.
Even though, I imagine my head getting lopped off.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, in general, but it's one of those ideas where you already can realize that you probably wouldn't leave this alive, but you do realize that there's a lot you can do to try to save as many people as possible. So with that, as you stand over the precipice at the highest point of Avalier, looking down over the city, you can see that you can raise your hand. And what do you choose to do? As you see that there are figures that are out in the streets fighting these demons. There are some looks to be former citizens of Avalier that are wearing these black garbs that seem to be also attacking citizens and trying to complicate these rituals. And there are demons that are flying throughout the air that others are attempting to shoot down and fight. Those seem to be the worst of everything that you see.
Okay. So the flying demons are the ones that seem to be causing the most issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine the evacuation would involve some sort of flight mechanism to get the people off of Alaviller to the ground.
Yes, you can see that there are skyships that are attempting to approach other parts of the city, but you see the crews are being fought off by the actual flying demons that are starting to spread out towards them now if they come close.
Not knowing much about Zaldar's abilities, I'm gonna to pick up his arm and hope some kind of spell comes out that just targets all those flying demons and anything that would hinder the evacuation.
Understandable. And let me ask you this. There are two targets that you can see would be clear. There's the Sorceress School, which is where you know that children of sorceress ability are brought to Avalier and allowed to train here and learn freely. No matter where they come from in the world, if they have magical talent, they are allowed to stay here in Avalier and are taken care of and provided for and cultivate their magical ability. So you know that that school is there, which has children as young as 4 years old, which is in the city center of the city's city center or plaza. And you can also see that not too far off from that, maybe a district over, you can see what looks to be, for lack of a better word, it's the healthcare or hospital for the system, of where those who need additional care normally receive magical care and tending. And you can see that it is also under assault and on fire.
I feel like the idea of saving the children would be first and foremost, because it's like, yes, they're magically inclined, but they're probably still not as adept as the older people, as anybody that might be older. And they probably have the best chance at, because I imagine Zadar still cares about, like, even though he wasn't on the idea of using magic recklessly, he still adored the use of magic, obviously.
Of course. Oh yeah, of course.
So yeah, he's gonna definitely want that to continue on. So I feel like that the school would be the best bet of that happening.
With that, as you put out your left hand that's remaining, and you kind of summon forth the energies that are around you, all of a sudden this huge aura of golden energy seems to blast out around you in a 20-foot radius, very similar to what you see Naomi do. And then all of a sudden you feel all of that energy coalesce into your palm to the point where it begins to be so bright that it almost looks as if you're holding a miniature sun. And just when it seems like the energy is overflowing, it's your eyes kind of darting around for a moment, you all of a sudden feel that they close, and then you just hear the words, which is odd because you didn't know that you could understand this language, but feels like it's in a different language of ancient Thessalonian, where you almost hear it says, "1,000-shot starburst ray, sunburst ray." And as you close your fingers, you see that the light seems to escape between it, and 1,000 beams of light seemingly arc out through the sky and curving through the air, and you just see demon after demon being struck down, just poof, 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 poof. And you see the beams not only hit each demon, they then also seem to curve and strike another demon on the way, basically crisscrossing into an amalgam of a blinding lights throughout the sky that's kind of like almost a flash, and then just like that it's over as demons are turning to ash and falling from the sky. And you see in that moment when kind of everybody kind of looks up towards you, and you realize that some of the glow is still there around you, and you just hear this cheer from the people of, "Yeah, Zaladar, yeah!" As you can see that others seem to be worried about you, and as you kind of turn and look down, you can see that some of them kind of have this look like they didn't expect you to be here for some reason, like somehow you weren't a part of the plan. And you've seen this look in people that have faced you before. It's a look of terror and fear. As you some people are starting to try to run.
Can I determine why they're surprised to see me?
Roll a d20.
It's gonna be an 11.
You know that there's something nagging at the back of your mind that's trying to kind of give you the idea of why that would be. But with your injuries and the current state of everything going on, your mind just can't latch on to it and bring it to the front.
So it's just one of those feelings of it's there. I know it's there. It's probably a bad vibe, but I can't get the actual definition.
Yeah, it's like when you recognize something or someone, you know the name of it, but you just can't say the name right now. You're like, I just know who the fuck or what that is, but it's so much going on, you just can't verbalize it at the moment or even bring it consciously to your thoughts.
Do I feel like I have the energy to launch another attack?
You feel a bit weak, but you do realize that you're kind of standing straight up with your hand still raised. And you realize this, though others might not, because it looks really cool that you're doing it. There's a small globe of light that seems to be shifting through prismatic colors in your hand. You know that this is nothing more than prestidigitation, one of the most basic ass of spells. But from you holding it there, you realize that it seems to have the effect that you would want, that it seems to be terrifying. That now, suddenly, as you're raising your hand up, that it looks like other people are going to be the target of your spell next. As you just basically blasted easily hundreds of demons out of there.
Do I feel like they'd be able to hear me?
Yeah.
I think I'd tell the people that are like that I would deem as allies to hasten your evacuation and drop any of those that oppose.
And as you think those thoughts and begin to say them, all of a sudden you hear it amplified across the city, almost like a megaphone.
Ooh, neat.
And doing so, you see your vision blur for a moment as things kind of double in size, but you kind of remain stock straight. And then you hear all of a sudden from behind you, you just never knew when to stay the fuck out of my business, did you? This is all your fault.
Definitely turn around and see who the fuck this is.
And as you turn around, everybody that's in the room on the Sky Sword, please, if you would be so kind, roll a perception check.
I am not in the Sky Sword.
You currently are not, Ruin. You are excluded from this. You are busy doing things.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Doing my best
18
to help
plus
them.
12 for a 30.
Nice. That's excellent. The rest of you?
5 for Wanda.
25 for Wanda. One moment for me.
Okay.
I just have the perception. That is a 22.
All right. So with that, Wanda, you wake up and so does Sin. As you stand up and you see that Talu is standing there in between between everything that's between all your cots where you're sitting, is standing there with his left arm raised. And the oddest thing is you see a globe of prismatic light that is almost strobing around the room in his outstretched hand as he's pointing it at the door.
That's problematic.
Team leader?
I'm gonna shout at Talu to try and wake him up.
All right. Where was that? All right. And Talu, as you turn around, you see a figure that is slowly pulling themselves up, kind of out of the goo, and you realize that it's the head of the Galabrizu speaking, but it doesn't sound like the Galabrizu. This voice sounds far deeper and more sensual in tone, more baritoned. As the eyes look towards you and they go from the cat-like yellow and black slivers that they were to these solid opaque irises that then suddenly close, and out from this open mouth comes this huge black vapor that goes to 5 to 10 to 20 feet tall as it's slowly coalescing into a form. You can just see oddly two blacker points of light up where the head would be as it's looking down at you.
So almost like the blacker parts of the eyes.
Oh yes. It's a
And I
black within the blackness that somehow you recognize as where intelligence is coming from.
But there's no way to identify this by name.
You are not sure what it is.
God damn it.
I think at that point, Talo would just be like, or Talo hands out our, I will not stand idly while my city falls.
And you
We hear him say this.
Oh yes, you hear everything that Talu is saying. You hear in the room. So as Talu turns back ironically towards you, Sin, as I assume you'll be on the far side of the room, you just see the outraised hand saying, "I will not stand idly by while my city falls."
Is there anyone behind me?
I would say from where you normally would lay, because Ruin would be probably the closest one to you, and Ruin's bed is empty, so no, you're currently okay.
Can I dive at him and Dimension Door us to the top deck?
Of course.
All right, I'm doing that. I'm gonna dive at him and Dimension Door us to the top deck.
Tyler, would you be ever so kind as to roll a will save, please?
Okay, hold on. I'm guessing this is not a mental ability?
Nope.
No.
Oh, you said will save, right?
Yep.
What? Oh wait, is it mine or top? Oh yeah, it's me.
Mm-hmm.
And my web browser's frozen. Oh, there it goes. 15 plus 7. I don't know what that is. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22.
So you go to do it, and as you grab him, Wanda, would you see all this? So you see Sin dive forward and grab Talu, and then you see Sin do what you've seen him do before and Dimension Door away. And Sin, you appear up on the top deck, and Talu is still standing there, Wanda, in the room with you.
Who is standing on the top deck?
At the moment, you can see that Seryu is up there along with Matthias, as he seems to be kind of getting the ship ready to come into Whitestone, which now, up here, as the sun is beginning to get ready to peek over the horizon and the sky is brightening, you can see that you're damn near on the edges of Whitestone. You're like almost out of the forest and just over the outskirts of Whitestone proper.
Right. Which side of the ship am I on? Am I on the left or the right-hand side of the ship?
You're on the starboard side. You're on the right.
All right, I'm going to tell Sarah to bank hard to the left. Something's wrong with Talo.
I'm going to
Make a diplomacy check to see how well he takes to that instruction.
Okay, 18 plus diplomacy of 5 for 23.
All right. And Wanda, you were saying?
wanted to use detect thoughts to get into his head like I did with Naomi.
What is your save on detect thoughts?
Detect thoughts. I don't think it's high. Give me a second. Detect thoughts. School dimension, casting time components, range, direction. Saving throw. DC 17 will negates.
All right, will save, please, Talu.
That's gonna be an 18 plus the 2 because I'm guessing it's mental.
Mm-hmm.
So 18, 19, 20.
Wanda, you go to reach out into Talu's mind, and you are rebuffed almost immediately when you go to reach out. That you can't feel anything, but you've sensed Talu's mind around you before when trying to use the spell. It normally seems more, the lack of it, for the flavor of it is more jovial, more kind-hearted and warm. This one gives you this sense of, it's almost like standing on the edge of the Mariana Trench. Like there's a lot of depth there, and you're not sure what is beyond that, other than it's just not letting you pass.
Oh boy, that's weird.
And the rebuff is so hard and instant. You're like, the fuck? With that being said, make a reflex save if you be ever so kind, as the ship banks hard to the left, all of a sudden to port, as Seryu whips the wheel, because even in his case, he just assumes the worst, because Sin is up here, can't be anything good, and he's just gonna go with it. So yeah, you'll need a reflex save. Luna, you'll need one of those at disadvantage, also, please, ma'am.
Sleep. That's why I have a disadvantage.
Oh yes, because
Okay.
you're still dead
Hey.
asleep.
At least you're getting a reflex save.
Look, hope for the bank is that quite literally the beam shoots over everything.
Like, what did I
Oh,
miss?
okay.
Sweet Jesus.
I mean, never mind. I'll keep my mouth shut for this one.
I got a 6 for my reflex save. Yeah, I rolled 2.
Oh no.
That's nice. Yeah.
I got a 23.
With that, Wanda, you automatically kind of like one handstand somersault where you flip up and you land on the actual wall with your feet as the ship goes into a damn near full 180 and is pitched all the way to the side. Luna, you on the other hand, unfortunately, do not, and you take 3 points of damage as you collapse over one bed and slam face first down into the wall that
I knew that
one
was
is
gonna
also
happen.
standing on.
I knew that was gonna happen.
You were in bed and the ship pitched.
It's fine. It's fine. It's
I,
alright.
I can't verify that shit happens.
Things happen. It's okay. I survived.
That's why you sleep with the shoes underneath your bed, underneath your mattress.
I'll survive. I'll be okay.
With,
Underneath your
just here.
mattress.
with that though, Talu, all of a sudden you go to slam forward, and at the same time in your dream you feel that shadow figure is reaching down towards you suddenly and rapidly as the shadow seems to collapse back into smoke and rush towards you across the ground.
Oh, so Tyler's having those type of dreams.
I'm guessing it's one of those.
I mean,
Oh
lucid.
god. Well, judging by the fact that the spell that I was using to intimidate people was prestidigitation, I feel like I ain't got much shit left in the tank.
Probably not, but still.
It's more that you used a ninth level spell that took a lot out of you. You need a minute to breathe. And sometimes just looking like you're about to do something is more terrifying than actually doing something.
If that's the case, I want to try to make it hesitate by if I have any spells that look like a holy light.
All right. With that, you kind of take the ball of prismatic energy in your hand, and while you don't have any holy spells, as you're not a divine level of casting, the best thing that you can think to do is to enhance and maximize this spell to make it look as powerful as it possibly can be. And as you do so, you kind of bring it down towards the ground, which Wanda, you see Talu is slammed into the door and then is swinging as they're falling down, swinging their hand downward towards the actual base of the ship in the hole. And you see that the prismatic orb has gotten brighter and is bigger than it was before. Almost like a Rasengan is the best way to describe it at this point, at the way it's oscillating.
Yeah, I don't mess with that.
Am I awake now?
Oh, you're fully awake to the strobe disco light that's being held in Talu's outstretched hands that is
Has
now being
anybody
pointed
tried-
at the floor.
Has anybody tried calling his name? I'm gonna yell at him. Tyler!
I did. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know that, so I'm gonna still yell at him.
You
No,
are
fair.
yelling, and it doesn't seem that he's responding at all.
That's nice.
I'm gonna try again.
Okay.
Get into it.
Another will save, please, Talu. Because as you do that in the dream, all of a sudden the smoke hits you. And even though it seems smoke and doesn't have any weight, it hits you with the force of what you can only imagine a speeding train as it flings you hundreds of yards out across Avalier through the air.
Ooh.
As it's trailing across, as it seems to not only be hitting you, but almost like a boxer punching someone down into the ground, seems to be intending to slam you into the city itself.
Let's see, it's the will saves 17, 18, 19.
Speaking of which, that's a 19, which you defeat that. Do some of these and some of these. Need some
Oh,
more
no.
of those and some of
Oh,
those.
no.
Where are you?
Talu's dead.
Nah, he's just severely
No,
injured.
the ship
I'm hearing
is
all the
dead.
click clacks. I'm dead.
The ship is dead.
Bro, you're about to
Right,
crash
the
our
ship.
plane, bro.
Oh my
Here we
god, our
go.
poor ship.
All right, now I got all of them. It just took me a minute. It was a lot.
The poor ship.
First
This
it's
is why
cap.
we
First
need
the
to
captain, now the ship.
stress, right? You know, took out the cap, now the ship.
Oh my god.
All right, let me count all these. That is 43 points of damage. Which, as you all see, Talu's all of a sudden begins to spit up blood as his hand is outstretched. And you see that apparently some type of force, while he was on the door of the cabin before, has now been slammed through the cabin door. So he's no longer in the room with you, but the light is traveling with him. So you can see the strobe light apparently went with him, and the light effect is there.
Is he? From us. From me.
He was roughly only about 10 feet away from you, and now he's out of the room as it slammed him through.
Oh my gosh. Third
I'm
time's
gonna
the
follow.
charm.
I'm gonna follow him.
Third time's the charm. I guess I'm gonna follow him and try again, because this needs to. You need to stop, bro.
And if it doesn't work, I'm just gonna tackle him, bro. And I'll just die.
I'm slapping you if this doesn't work, bro.
I'll just.
All right, I would say if you walk over towards the edge of it, that's only 10 feet of movement. From what you can see, Talu has slammed through not only your guys' room, but the cabin across the way, and is now, from what you can see, in the same room with your mother, Wanda, who immediately is like turned to the side. She was also up and standing on what was the wall.
My mother's here?
Your mother.
Oh no, I'm sorry. The same room. My correction. She didn't stay with you.
Oh, okay.
It's the room that your mother was in.
Oh my
God.
god.
Wait, my mother's here. Wait, what?
I forgot. Your mother isn't in that room. I know the person that is in that room, but they're not physically in the room right now.
Is it Xavier or something?
So currently, you see that the room is empty and Talu is against the back wall. But what you can see, it does look like Talu is spitting up blood, as it is a profuse trail of it that seemed to slapped across the floor as he was knocked back.
All right, I'm a rush in. Shine gun activated.
And you also see that the orb he was holding is now dissipated.
Oh, so like, wait, like you were good now, or like he's?
He doesn't seem to be aware or awake at all. Still, his eyes kind of have that 1,000-eyed stare where he's still staring forward, but not like his pupils don't seem to be contracting on you or anything of that nature.
I'm obviously in some other dimension.
You're in some other freaking
World.
area. You're 1,000 years away. That's what it is.
Jesus.
Yup.
You're not
You're
miles
not
away.
allowed
You're
to
years
speak
away.
With that, Talu, you are beginning to pull down into the actual city. And from what you can see, it looks like you are being taken directly towards the school. What are you doing?
The school I just tried to save. Is there any way I can try to redirect myself? Like, even at the cost of more health points, I feel like we would both put ourselves at risk before we put the kids we just try to rescue.
Then let me ask you this. Would you be willing to do anything to try to make sure that you save these kids?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna roll new characters.
I mean,
Oh my god, no.
God, it's not near the grass.
not without metagaming and going based off Talu and Zaladar's personality. Yeah, at this point, they're so invested in this dream that it's not. It feels 100% real. It's all real time.
Oh, yeah.
We're trying to we will risk our lives to save the kids. We've already done it for the whole city. We're gonna do it for the kids too.
All right. With that, as you begin to do it, you reach down to a darkened place inside yourself, as you feel that this black smoke is not only hitting you, but it's seeping into your body, where you can now look down and see looks to be blackened veins all across your body.
Ooh.
Reaching up to the large ruby pendant that's across your neck with your one arm, the only word you whisper is, "So be it." And suddenly you feel your body flush with energy. And Wanda, while you're looking over there, and same for you, Luna, you see that all of a sudden Talu's body goes ruby red and bright, like a, I guess the best way to say it would be like a spotlight. It's completely bright and shining, almost as if he was a glowing ruby itself.
Saladar's name out.
All
Did
right.
that? I'm gonna see if that helped. It makes him pay attention to me.
Let's see. Does not.
Shameful.
But with that, as you are doing that, all of a sudden you hear Sin, "Why am I tilting the ship all of a sudden?" As the ship is in this tight arc that it has to continue to go in a full 360 to avoid slamming into the Whitestone Mountains.
I am definitely going to be shouting back. Something's happening with Talu, and it's not good. Kind of what happened back in
Oh,
Teleria, the accident. And I'm going to try and dimension door back down to our room.
Bro, I'm about
Alright.
to cut your arm off if you don't wake up.
You go ahead. You go ahead and do that, and as you do so, back to where the dimension door back to right where you were.
No, I know the ship's banked, so a little higher, so I at least attempt to land.
Okay. So in that case, you'd be a little bit up. I'd say make an acrobatics check as you pop back into the room to see if you can grab onto one of the nailed down beds instead of falling directly through the open doors right onto Talu.
Oh boy, 9 plus 6 for 15.
As you do so, you kind of lose grip on one, but you grab onto the second one and kind of swing yourself onto it and kind of holding it and kind of steady yourself down onto the bed. As you now can see a bright shining light, which you can only imagine is probably Talu, seems to be in the room across the hall.
Can I go ahead and try? Well, damn. What do you think? I should
If there's
do, bro?
anything you would like to try, now would be your chance to do so, as this takes a little bit of time to activate. It's not instantaneous.
Son of a
Okay,
bitch.
I am
Somebody
going
have
to
dispel
roll up-
magic?
No, I don't have dispel magic.
Sounds like
I am
somebody.
Yeah,
I'm
what
gonna
you say?
line my blade up to cut his arm off if he doesn't wake up after I try this again.
hold on.
I mean, you can do that, though you are also aware that removing that is one of the things that can make it detonate.
I mean,
Is Talu
You're
currently...
rock in a hard place here.
True.
Is Talu currently, like, could he be considered a willing creature, or is he unconscious?
He does seem to be conscious, and he does not seem to be a willing creature, since your dimension door didn't work.
Damn.
Can I,
I'm gonna hit him with some ice spears, bro.
You're going to hit him with the magic spell Ice Spears.
Wait,
Inside of the ship.
like, right? Like,
I mean, you
Somebody-
can do it, but you know your spears are kind of big, right? Like, you're going to...
Somebody just punched him in the face. Damn.
we've tried that.
Who punched
You
him?
tried attacking him.
bro.
Actually,
he
nobody
attacked-
technically attacked him. Sin just
Exactly.
ran up and touched him and tried to teleport with him.
Exactly. Ain't nobody punch him. Just somebody over there. Wake the fuck up. I mean, I'm not there,
Yeah,
so I
come
can't
on,
do anything.
yeah. The
I'm,
punch-
I'm honestly waiting for someone just to grab him and shake him. Wait, like anything.
I don't want to. You're glowing red. I don't want to
Bro.
touch you. Glowing red equals hot.
You got-
I'm okay. I'm all right.
You just got.
I mean,
thrown
bef-
through the
I mean,
ship.
before.
Nope.
I was
Sin-
going
Sin-
to, but then you started glowing red. It was too damn late.
Was throwing you through the wall not enough?
Obviously not.
That's
yeah,
not
I'm gonna
enough.
jump on him from where I'm at then. I'm just
Oh.
gonna try to jump on him.
All right, so you're going to jump down to him. Juan, is there anything that you wanted to do? This is your last chance.
I'm going to line up to cut his arm off
Okay.
if I can't get into his head one more time.
Burst of nettles.
I'm assuming that you're saying with your sword you're going to do so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even knowing that it might detonate it?
Okay, so
I'm
here's
gonna
the train of
assume that you slept with your sword, because I mean that makes sense.
he's either going to I'm assuming this is like charging up to like you said, like what happened back in when he blew up half that town, right?
Yeah.
Like same thing happening. So either he's about to
Well,
fall
None
out
of
of
us, none of us actually saw
I
that,
think none of y'all saw that how that worked.
but
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
definitely sense that there's a crap ton of magic now coursing through my friend.
Oh yeah, like you can
And
all. It's almost palpable in the air how much energy is being charged in the Talu.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to add that to my dream book. Hold on.
go ahead. I
Well,
guess.
you gotta do that thing one more time after Sin jumps on
Yeah.
him.
I mean, that's just a roll on his part.
Yeah, I mean Sin is already jumping through, but he was a fair ways away as he's falling down. So I'm giving you the chance to do something while Sin is jumping.
You want to do the thing and then I do the burst of nettles?
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
Go ahead. I mean, like I said, it's
He
up
did
to
his
him to
thing one
make
more time.
a will save.
All right, we'll
Since
say
he's
Talu.
Okay, I'll roll it in my chat, and I'll let y'all know my will is a +7.
Probably not gonna work. Yeah. It's not.
10, so 17.
17 plus the 2 against mind affecting abilities.
That's a 19. Damn.
Almost.
19. Alright, I'm gonna shoot him with burst of nettles then.
It's like you're trying to get into the mind of a mesmerist.
Also
It's not
true.
gonna
Oh
be easy.
damn! I forgot you're a whole mesmer. Never mind. I should have just gone straight for cutting your arm off.
Wait, what? If I did the what do you base your spells on?
My spells are based on charisma.
Okay, never mind.
So your spell.
I'm based on wisdom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So you're hitting them with burst of nettles. Come on with the damage. What's the spell?
Hold on. I just have it in front of my face.
Talu, you get a reflex save though, if you would please.
Okay.
So 17? 17? Right?
Mm-hmm. That sounds right.
The reflex is 17.
Yeah.
That's actually perfect. If it's not mind affecting, correct?
Nope, it's
No.
physical.
Is it language dependent?
No.
No, this is just straight.
It's just an attack of
Yeah.
burst. It's like stabbing you with a needle or something.
Oh,
or
okay.
It
like
Well,
does
then-
have verbal and somatic components, but it's not a verbal spell, so to speak.
Okay, so then that wouldn't matter.
Mhm.
I got a total of 17.
Then you need it,
Fucking
which means
man.
you take half damage from it. So you still get
Okay,
roll
okay.
damage.
Okay. Alright. Alright.
Y'all never seen Tyler actually fight.
Full damage, but it's fine, I
You're right.
guess.
Yo, you better wake your ass up.
3d6
man.
plus 1d6.
You're not allowed to sleep after this.
46.
The fuck?
If you're gonna put him to sleep, you gotta take him to a fucking isolated location and just throw his ass there. Like, all right, you can go to sleep.
Basically, Talu is just Max from season 4 of Stranger Things. Just playing the song, running up that hill.
That's 6 damage.
All right, you take 6 points of damage as nettles come into you, but it's the oddest thing. As the nettles hit, you can actually see that the nettles don't seem to connect with him, as they seem to stop about a few inches away, and you see them just slowly begin to burn.
Murder!
All right, arms coming off. That's it. It's over. This has been fun.
But
But
with
no.
that, as that was your round to try to get into his mind, and the next round, all of a sudden, Tyler, with you and having Zaladar, you feel that all of a sudden, as you reached out and grabbed the pendant, and then you just say, you just hear, "Be gone!" And all of a sudden, in the skies above Avalier, there is a massive ruby explosion, as Zaladar, taking whatever entity was also there with it, blasts itself apart, which sets a shockwave out, which, on the bright side, did help a lot of citizens of Avalar be able to escape, including the School of Sorcerer's Children were able to get aboard the ship that's there at the school now that the skies had been clear, and did evacuate. But that was the ending of Zaladar, the defender of Avalon.
Wait. Now
The
I'm,
monster
now I'm
of the
confused.
Mm-hmm.
Did
He's
this
still-
happen before or after Zaldar fucked up that spell when the Septarian were trying to escape?
Oh, you found that this is after. There's technically an explanation for that, but you'll find that out later.
Okay, so this dream skipped ahead then.
Yeah, this is like his last memory.
Ah,
Yes. Those
Yeah.
are two separate things. But ideally, the dream you're thinking about happened before this, timeline wise. Roughly
Okay.
by about a day. I'd say not even a day, about roughly maybe an hour before or so.
wow.
So that happened, but this also happened. So you get to figure out mentally how that all worked out, because I already did. With that being said, though, you see that Talu all of a sudden, as soon you land on top of him, just before you hit him, he stops glowing red, and you, boom, land into him. Let's see, that's 10. Sin, how much do you weigh again?
100 pounds, 115 because of my gear.
You take, let me see, that is 19 more points of damage, Talu, as all of a sudden Sin slams into your gut. And you are bright awake just as that pain hits you, Talu. Of all of a sudden, Sin is slammed into your stomach.
Wait, so did he take that damage or did he
Damn.
not take that damage? Because like,
Now the pin
Oh,
stuck
the
in front of
damage
him.
from you he didn't take because of the ruby
Oh.
shield around him. It incinerated it.
okay,
How much am
well,
I taking from Sin?
From
19.
Sin, you took 19 points of damage as he cannonballed into you from approximately almost 30 feet.
Okay.
You do notice that, I'd say for you, Sin, in your perception, you do notice around Talu's body, on the wall behind him, there is a blackened shadow image of Talu burned into it.
that's like after.
I'm just gonna shout at him, "What's your name?"
Why are you yelling?
I'm gonna shout it louder.
Talu's
I'm
just
gonna
gonna,
tell Hey, what's your name?
Talu's
Say,
gonna
what's
put his hand on Sin's face and push him away, like, stop yelling, please.
That's funny.
I take my sword away from his soul.
I'm gonna pull out the coin and go, "We're safe."
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try and talk to Saryu and tell him that we're safe. You can stop spinning now.
You feel the ship slowly starting to right itself as you just, not through the coin, but from the upper decks, hear a tirade of cursing and colorful insults in many a language, and something about creating a new snakeskin outfit when he's done.
Wait, who? That was
Saryu.
That's Seryu. Apparently, he's planning to skin Talu alive and then wear his skin. Because if he is skinned alive, he's not dead, so he can't explode.
I mean, I could shed for him if he wants.
you know what?
I'm looking Talu dead in the face and going, "You could have blown up the ship. Why?"
What the fuck happened, bro?
If-
Do I know about the
If y'all,
dreams?
if y'all give me a moment to gather my thoughts, please.
Just to put this
You
into perspective, the ship is slightly righting. With Sin, I'd assume you'd step off of Talu's chest at this point.
I mean, it'd take a few seconds, but then yeah, I'd realize, okay, this is probably uncomfortable for him.
Mm-hmm.
Say
With
he's
that,
not ruined.
with Wanda and Luna also standing beside him, and you sitting down, basically with your back up against the far wall, the port side of the ship, kind of in a daze. As you see, you seem to be in a room that has a table that's kind of slid a little bit, a bed that's also knocked down, and from what you can see, a kind of black door that seems to have a golden symbol of a dragon holding crossed swords on it, standing across the other side of the room, which you've all seen that symbol before.
Oh, it's me. Inside the room.
Oh no, not that room. You're in a different room.
Okay, never mind.
Mhm.
Thank God.
Yours has a different symbol as it has Avarice's personal crest on it.
Ah. Sweet.
But this one, if you noticed, is the house crest of House Dow, because it's also on Sprata's armor.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm gonna start ushering people out of the room.
which is cool because as you do that, and dawn is broken over the side of the ship, as you can see through the window. You see the door begin to open as Celine steps out, freshly groomed and ready for the day, and kind of pauses in the doorway, looking at you, ushering them out of the room. And you just hear her say, "Everyone freeze."
Yep. Like a statue.
And you just see her slowly step down, which you realize she's wearing heeled boots as she hits the ground. And the door behind her closes on its own and seemingly disappears. And you see her kind of looking over all of you. Sin, explain.
Giant breath in, and then basically 5 minutes of nonstop explanation of what happened and the precaution we took to try and prevent any damage happening to Whitestone. So currently we've done about 3 circles, and there's a giant burn mark on your wall now. Sorry.
Which she does turn her head to notice. And then looks back at Talu.
It wasn't his fault intentionally.
Talu, are you okay?
Sin landed on my chest. Other than that, I don't feel worse for wear. I don't think.
Not that heavy.
Also, quick question, and I was gonna turn to the group. Was the gauntlet glowing? And I'll point down to the gauntlet on my right arm.
In retrospect, for all of you, the gauntlet was not glowing at any time.
Okay. Also, I have a question. Do I know about the dreams at all?
I think I'm the only person that's been told about the dreams.
The
Yeah.
only one who knows about the dreams per se would be Sin. You all are just aware that Talu can do some weird shit. So it's the first time you've seen anything like that from Talu.
I wasn't sure if I knew of it before or after, like if it started happening before or after I gave Sin the leadership.
No. You were not aware of exactly what this is or have ever seen Talu do this.
Okay.
I will admit, I just saw glowing. I may have overreacted, but I believe it was prudent to take that much caution. In case, worst case scenario.
Okay, so I know what I saw. What did everybody else see?
You were standing there, kind of glowing. You got thrown across. Well, I tried to get you up to the top deck in case something would have gone off. I could have hopefully directed it towards the sky. And from what I could tell, I came back and you were across the hall, and then you were glowing, and then I jumped on your chest.
Smashed through rooms, man. Right? That's what happened? He smashed through
It
rooms?
did.
Yes.
Ideally, what you all saw was that he was up against the door when the ship tilted, and then some type of force slammed into Talu and slammed him through both doors into the far side of the ship.
I would
The
explain
ship
that, and
tilting
then I
wa-
would
yeah.
and then I would I'm sorry. And then I would explain that when I tried to shoot him with some nettles, he had a shield around him that disintegrated them. So like, yeah, that's nice.
You
Thanks.
try to shoot at me? Why not shake me? Why not throw water on me? Why
You
you
were
go straight to
glowing
violence?
You
What?
were glowing red. I'm not trying to get close to that, my dude. I am sorry. I'm sorry. I knew like a burst of nettles wouldn't kill you, but I didn't know if coming up to you would kill me. Okay.
I knew that.
You're not supposed to wake people up when they're sleepwalking, anyways. Like that's super dangerous. Haven't you heard?
Obviously, I wasn't walking. I was flying around everywhere, getting thrown and getting shot at by my allies.
That's
Yeah, but you were
worse.
also sleep magicking, which could be even more dangerous.
Wait,
Exactly.
what
I'm
do you
trying
mean
to-
magicking? Hold on, I'm talking about what magicking?
You were holding, like, a orb of shifting colors.
Fear
Like-
of light or something, and you were glowing red, like I said when I
don't have any of those spells. All I have is dancing lights.
Comrades,
I
you were
mean, it
about
was
to-
happening. It was happening, bro.
I know
were about-
dancing lights. That was not dancing lights.
Tyler's just gonna turn back to Celine like, I don't know what happened. I know what my dream was, and then I wake up to this.
I mean, I got waking up with my face on the floor, so thanks. That was fun.
Sorry, that was my fault.
Oh wow. Thank you, Sin.
I didn't want him to blast into Whitestone, so I tried to direct it upwards. After failing to get him to the top deck, I'm sorry.
Glaring at Sin.
Did anybody try anything else rather than shooting me?
Yes, getting
We
you
tried
to the.
calling your name. Gone.
I tried to cut him arm off.
That's gonna get a look from Sin as well. Just like, you did what?
Well, I mean, I heard about what happened to Laria. I mean, it seemed like getting blown out of the sky or having a comrade lose an arm. I mean, priorities.
Did I see, like, when you're trying to read somebody's mind or get into somebody's mind, do I see the magic, or is it like just a mind thing?
I imagine my eyes glow red or something like that, but
Well,
it's like I don't know.
She tried to get into his mind and most likely failed.
I did multiple times.
We tried calling your name multiple times. I tried calling Zaladar. Nothing worked. And again, trying to go to you when you're glowing red just doesn't seem safe for me, so...
Should probably get checked out by a doctor.
Yes, because suddenly we're worried about safe on this team. I'm gonna look at something like, is there like a drafting season?
A drafting season for like the team?
Because the one who almost kills us all in his sleep. This guy.
Right? Oh my god. Bitch, I almost died because of you. I'm over exaggerating, but I don't care.
Tyler's just gonna like shake his head like, you tried to get into the mind of a mesmerist.
Because our mesmerist was going crazy. Yes. Would you have preferred I went straight to removing Zelda?
I would have preferred you go straight to a member of command, someone with higher magic abilities to wake me up, a bucket of ice water for all I know.
And I prefer a teammate that isn't a literal loose cannon.
Which Celine kind of looks and says, no one thought to come and get me to deal with this issue.
I mean, it all happened very quickly. I just got woken up with my face being slammed on the floor. Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Tyler's just gonna look at something and be like, I apologize for breaking your door.
Well, technically, it's not my door. It technically belongs to my little brother as the ship is his, but I digress.
Yeah.
It's perfectly fine. The ship can heal itself in time.
Wait, the ship heals itself?
The ship is apparently alive somehow.
Yes.
You know what? I don't know. I'm last thing that was I thought was an object that's alive is now all this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm done.
I wasn't telling you that. Yeah, sorry.
I just like how Luna's known that for quite some time. Was just like, yeah, I forgot. Hey, you know what? Yeah, it is.
I healed it and everything. Yeah. Well, not healed it, but I helped make it feel better.
You alleviated its conditions.
Sure. I'm a doctor. I'm gonna open up a clinic for plants and animals for sure.
And living objects.
Yeah, I mean, I guess humanoids are okay, but
all sentient
whatever.
things.
I said living objects. You could be like a ship, be a freaking mimic. Doesn't matter.
With
yeah, but also calling out to Zaldar is not gonna work. He hasn't been talking to me recently either.
Alright, now that we know that fact as well, I apologize for waking you up with this unnecessary distraction and overreaction, Master Celine. We will definitely talk this over as a team to figure out a way to prevent this from happening again.
Yes, I may need to look into this myself if it becomes an issue, because this is a little troublesome. If there seems to be something more going on, Talu.
Yeah, why do I have to? I'm talking to Celine and trying to like hide my face, but knowing that everybody can hear me. Do we have to sleep in the same room as him? Like,
Drake, thanks for the raid, man.
She kind of looks
Hey,
at you.
Dora.
If you need to make other sleeping arrangements, you can see if maybe Team Darkspell has room for you.
Okay, fine. Thank you, though. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Right, we have a lot to do today.
Yes.
Let's go get ready.
I would suggest
To avoid
possibly
getting
preparing
it.
for the day or recovering if need be.
I am going back to bed.
There's just gonna be nervous laughter from me as I leave the room.
I'm going to. Oh, I have it. Where is it?
And you just
Cure
see,
light
you
wounds.
just see Celine start to close the door. Imagine if I had been changing already, and just kind of closes the door.
Oh, number.
Imagine her.
Not,
her
not that type of videos ruin over here. Ruin your stepmom in the future.
I am going to stop Talo and be like, "Are you actually okay? Like, from
Well,
what you've told me, this potentially could have turned out really dangerous."
he's just. I'll just look at Ruin.
Ruin's not there.
I'm sorry, Sin. It's just like, Gauntlet wasn't glowing. Nothing blew up. I'll be fine.
Okay. I'll make sure to look for the gauntlet next time, but kind of just a knee-jerk reaction of glowing things tend to be bad. So, sorry, but
Stars aren't bad, are they?
Yes.
no, but
I
they're
mean,
really far away, and actually they could be. That thing from the other academy, the monster that the guy summoned, that's from a star. That's kind of dangerous.
Wait, what? What academy? What star? What?
Oh yeah, you weren't there. You were out for that one.
Oh, yeah.
Weird.
I'm gonna say, as somebody who was a vampire, it depends on the scenario. Yeah, because Sun was pretty dangerous for me for a little bit, you know what I mean? And I feel like if we were up close to one, we probably wouldn't want to touch it.
I almost killed that monster too.
We're arguing
Also-
semantics, though. But
Also,
Luna does have a valid point.
I do want to reach out and heal Talu because I feel bad for trying to shoot him, but like, whatever.
Okay, you would get the max healing because you're in a non-combat situation. You're not in a time situation or where rounds and things are added. So you can focus and do the full amount of your healing for your cure spell. And just for the record, Talu, you only took the 19 points of damage.
Okay, so I didn't take all that damage from Zaladar.
The 43, no, that wasn't. That went to Zaladar.
I was gonna say because that was 1 point of fucking life left.
But I will say that you know how that felt. It felt very real. Shit hurt. Shit hurt a lot. Like you kind of absentmindedly put a hand in your chest to be like, okay, it's all there. I'm all here. Okay, cool. It didn't. My chest isn't caved in, because that's what it felt like. Your chest being caved in the way you got hit.
Wait, would he know exactly how it felt when you went boom?
That part is a little foggy to you, kind of like just from waking up from a dream, kind of like little details are escaping. You remember leading up to that point, but it's hard for you to even remember what Zaladar said right before that.
Okay.
Especially with the way you were woken up with Sin popping onto your chest, all that became secondary in your mind.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna start going through my head. Okay, we need to watch Zaladar's gauntlet. If it starts to glow, then we can worry and freak out. Otherwise, Talu is still somewhat safe.
Also, I think it's funny that I meant to say this beforehand, but I don't want metagaming, of course. Keep in mind the gauntlet is on his right hand.
Very true.
So
Yeah.
whenever he was in the room lifting his arm, he was lifting his left hand.
Also
Yeah,
very
but
true.
still, we
Would react the way it just regardless.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
I will
We-
say
we
the
were-
one thing for you, I'm not ruined, Tyler, that you would realize. Your body does feel sore. Like your whole body feels like you've been straining it or working out or lifting. Like all of your muscles are sore.
He's gonna look at Sin. Have I worked out with Xavier recently?
probably. I mean, I wasn't there with you the entire time we were
Okay.
during the tournament, so I don't
I
know.
mean, during the tournament, I remember working out with them, but I mean, I recovered from that. I mean, like within the last couple days.
No. The last couple of days we've been on the ship. We spent like 20 hours at school.
Okay, just wondering because shit
Really? We
hurts.
spent 20 hours at school?
About
That was about all we had time for before, we kind of had to leave.
all right. Let's
You
let's
not
get.
feeling?
No, I'm just body's hurting. I'll tell you about it later. Let me write it down before I forget it.
That's if I survive through later.
And it-
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk up. Go on.
Yeah, but I'm gonna whisper that under my breath if I survive till later, and
Very
then just
true.
make my way up to top deck again by walking.
Easy enough. I would
I-
also say for you, Luna, is this would be a fun thing that you realize. You didn't realize it while you were there with Talu and all that, but the sun had crested, and you were standing in the sunlight, and nothing bad happened to you. The sunlight
Literally,
from the cabin window.
that's literally what I was about to ask next. I'm gonna walk up and see if the sun is gonna murder me.
I mean, you do have that moment as you kind of standing there. You see the edge of where the sun is at, because you do very much remember burning and the flame that engulfed your skin a day ago. But as you step out into it, you feel that nice warmth back on your skin as it begins to generate that heat upon the surface of your skin, and you feel that warmness again that you can walk out into the sunlight.
Don't burst into flames.
You do not burst into flames.
Okay, just one tear is gonna shed, and I'm gonna meditate for like a couple of seconds and wipe it away, and then, yeah, go about my day. Very happy. I'm not a fucking bloodsucker anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're racist.
Yeah.
So yeah, Talu's just gonna go back to the room, get dressed, and write the dream down in that book, in that journal he's been working on.
All right. Sounds good. So with that, you guys get yourself together. As you're getting back to up on deck, you can see, Sin, that you're now over Whitestone proper and passing the looks like nearly completed clock tower. You can see there seems to be a bit of construction at the top, but it seems like it's nearly done from what you can tell. And you can see that the ship is beginning to head in, and you see that there are signals being done by Matthias to the front on the fore of the ship towards the docks, showing that they wish to dock at as the skyport is also near the castle grounds. You kind of got to get permission, and most people don't want to just roll into a place that's the home of modern gunfare in the world of Exandria. They kind of got a big guns and big cannons, so you don't just roll up without getting announced first.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, sir, you has a gun. I'm certain somebody.
We have an inclination, but we do not know. He just asked for a distraction.
True enough.
Yeah. We just know that something went missing, right?
You know,
Yeah.
you
No.
did something.
Percy did ask for that. He did ask for that.
What you do know is that you guys were asked to do a distraction, and then after all that distraction was done, Percy mentioned that he was missing a certain item.
Yep, and he described it to a T.
Very much so.
So it was a gun.
Yes. Apparently a customized gun. He didn't go into details of what it does, but the description of it being golden and inlaid with jewels, and apparently seems to be quite special to him.
And a bunch of barrels.
Yes, that it apparently has 6 different barrels.
It was magic.
Oh,
Yes.
yes. Which you can imagine, a magically enhanced gun isn't the easiest thing to come by, as just guns themselves are difficult for anybody to build.
So that's something Ruin's gonna try and take around with.
Can I try and look out over the side of the ship and find the Temple of the Raven Queen that's in Whitestone proper?
Yeah, I would say if you take a moment, not even with a perception check, just knowing where it should be. If you're looking, as you guys are passing where the clock tower is, you can see that a bit of a ways away towards the western side, where opposite way of the sun, you can see what seems to be a darkened temple made of black stone, which stands out kind of a bit with all the stone mountains around you made out of white stone. Kind of starkly stands out against the background of everything.
Okay, that won't be too hard for him to find.
Oh yeah, it stands out literally like a sore thumb, as most of the main colors here tend to be of kind of whites and beiges and brighter colors, and some of the darker ones kind of parked out.
I'm gonna try and find Ruin. I'm gonna send him a message over my card. But Sin doesn't know.
That's
Nope.
true. And as you do so, you realize there is no response, and you can't seem to connect with his card.
Oh, no.
No one knows. Wait,
Yeah,
no one
listen, listen. He's
Yeah.
looking. He can't respond to it. No, he can't. Yeah.
But then again, did anyone even really know where Ruin went? Because he was by himself in the galley, pretty much.
Yeah, Sin was up top, pacing and nervous, and was forced to go to bed by Celine. So no, he
The only
didn't
one
know
that
where you went.
know would be
knows.
Dark
He
spell.
gone. We were-
Yeah, Team Darkspell will be aware of where you went, but nobody else does.
yeah.
We're on a boat. Where could you go? What? A flying boat?
He can fly though. He could go anywhere.
Yeah, pretty much.
Technically, that is
Yeah.
true.
He's got one hand.
Very. Oh, that's right. Okay. No.
Oh well, I'll just start writing what I want to try and say.
Oh wow.
When I find him, I'll talk to him.
Easy enough. And as you can see that on the skyport where you're sitting there, there's a huge, huge crust of whitestone sitting there, which is of this. It's basically 3 colored fields of a blue sky, a white middle, and a purple bottom. And in the middle, in the white part, there's a tree with branches and roots going up and down, and a huge sun that's pointed above it, an 8-pointed sun, that sits above the actual tree, which you realize in the middle of Whitestone, there is a ridiculously massive tree called the Sun Tree. And you're like, okay, I get it. That's, the name of it. And when I say this tree is huge, I mean it's like skyscraper big. Like it's thick of a tree. And it's bigger than it's bigger than all of the buildings around it. Like the clock tower kind of is like there in height with it, but it doesn't match its girth at all.
So,
But yeah, you guys, the ship, you can feel the ship docking now in Whitestone at the skyport. And you can, up on deck, you can see that they're doing some of the preliminary talking like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. You see that Celine is there saying that they are here to meet with the king and queen of Whitestone. And they are expected. Which seems to be a little bit of a missive. She announces herself with her titles and kind of hands over a document stating such. And that seems to be getting taken off towards the castle, which isn't far. Most of the crew seems to be double checking the ship. Seryu, on the bright side, though, is stalking towards you, Sin, now that the ship is docked. And it's that slow stalk, like when you're moving towards prey that you don't want to scamper away past you.
Oh, Sin is just kind of nervously pacing in place. He's kind of, all right, good. That crisis was averted. Now on to the bigger crisis.
And kind of realizing you seem to be a little distracted, you hear come up from behind you. Sin, little buddy. And a arm wraps around your shoulder in a very constricting way. Would you like to explain to me what exactly your teammate was doing in my ship that caused this situation? Because I would like to know very much so about your snaky friend.
classified as a whole answer, bro.
Yeah, but it's also one of those things. Sin is devious in his own nature, and it's kind of one of those. Are you willing to keep a Talarian secret that could cost you your own life from your
So
sister,
it's
from your elder sister and brother?
And you just see him kind of give like the look to you like, do you know who I am?
Okay, good. Talu almost did what happened in Talaria to Whitestone.
And you see him look like, holy. maybe we need to permanently sedate your snake. Or at the very least, neuter it somehow. Is that a thing? And you see him look over at Matthias. Can you guys be neutered?
I'm not brave enough to even try that.
And you just see Matthias kind of look with, like, Matthias and most of the crew just look with this kind of confused look, like they expect Sarah to say some wild out shit, but even this one at dawn is new for him. Like, and
It's
you
just what
see,
sin does to people. It's just people say things they don't expect when sin is around.
and Sarah just kind of waves off like, never mind, we'll talk about it later. So, for all future travels, I just need to find a way to make sure that he's watched, and if he should ever so happen to want to do something like, blow up my ship, then he can be dealt with expeditiously.
Probably putting him to sleep is a bad idea because the sleep is what causes the things to go wrong. But that's also one of the reasons why we're trying to get to Aegis Island sooner rather than later. That way we can actually start practicing and hope it doesn't happen anymore.
So as all of that seems to be a bit good, make a sense motive check, Sin.
The image that comes to mind is
15 plus sense motive of 6, so 21.
Kind of taking a good look at Sarah now, because the first time you've really been close to him in a couple of days. You can see the massive bags under his eyes, and you realize that he's leaning on you as much to stay upright as him trying to keep close to you. You realize that he is borderline extremely exhausted. And you're not sure what it takes to captain the skyship the way he did, but it took a lot out of him.
I'm gonna look at him dead in the face and go, I would offer to cast sleep to help you get a head start on resting up, but I think you're safe. We're probably gonna be here for a couple of days.
And you see him start to look at you to say something, and right then you see Matthias kind of come over and says, Captain, I think that you need to take a break, sir.
I'm just gonna pat Saryu on the head. Even though he's taller than me, it's just kind of one of those, go to sleep.
There's just this pause as you pat him, like of him registering what happened. And in a blink, very odd, as he begins to turn, Matthias, very much like a snake, just kind of full on wraps his arms around him and picks the captain up. As he's struggling against him, as he was about to apparently pounce upon you. And he's like, it's all right, sir. They have to return, and if he's alive, you can kill him another time. As about halfway across the deck, you see that he just kind of gives up struggling and realizes that he's fallen asleep in his arms. As he's being carried into his quarters.
Okay, that's one member of that family tree taken care of.
Jesus, right?
You know what? I got an idea. Send a message to Ruin and be like, hey, whatever you're doing, keep doing it all day long.
I can't even get in touch with him that way. Even if I were to use message, it wouldn't break through the
Totally
extraplanar.
different dimension. With that being said, Avarice you kind of wake up naturally, Ruin, because your body's just attuned to wake up at a certain time, as its habit. As Avarice is completely asleep next to you.
All right. Neat. Well, I'm gonna, I guess, go freshen up real quick and get dressed.
Stop dying.
And I will sit there and wait for her to wake up.
All right, cool. Because you'll be there for a while, because she likes to sleep in. So.
That's fine. That's fine. However, I need to keep her here.
Which is a valid way to look at it. Though, ironically, as you're doing that, you begin to hear, kind of echoing up there, as there's a knocking apparently on the door for the Magnificent Mansion.
Well, I guess I'll go and
Like,
you know what? Hold up. I'm gonna remove, I guess, my top and just answer the door in basically just my pants, and answer the door. Hello.
And you can see that Adam is standing there alongside Get Kith.
How's it going, guys?
And you can just hear Adam like sucking his teeth and starting to grind them. And Kith is just looking at you blank-eyed and says, the team leader hasn't returned. We have the day's affairs to get to, including our training.
Yeah. She's sleeping still.
And you see Kith kind of just look at you blank-eyed like, okay.
Like, what, do you want me to wake her up? Do you want to stir a sleeping bear?
And you hear Adam says she needs to get the fuck up regardless of how we feel about her. With a smile that doesn't meet his eyes at all when he says it.
Yeah, at that point, well, then I'll let her know.
And you see Kith kind of nods and says, very well. We'll wait here until she awakes. I'm sure that she'll want to speak to us immediately for it.
All right. I'll see you guys in a little bit then. Close the door.
Which is ironic because they're still standing there, so you just see the door close in their faces.
It's like, all right.
Cheers.
Stretch. And slowly walk all the way up there.
Sounds good. While you're doing that, Sin, I'm assuming you've gathered most of your team at this point beyond Ruin.
Yeah, kind of telling them in a whispered tone in the sense of, like, I don't really want anyone from Team Darkspell to be there with us. This is going to be hectic enough as is, especially if what Master Celine has said is true, and Sprada has definitely created some friction, especially with Avarice's tendency to
create more friction.
That and just her general aptitude to create friction in the first place.
Talk condescendingly to people.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
At least he is high and above everything and everyone.
All right, Tala, we've made our point. I understand it can continue.
Ironically, Celine is standing there, but she hasn't said anything about it.
You know what? Tyler doesn't care. He's had a hell of a fucking morning.
Agree.
I
It
also-
would be super without them attached to our hip.
I also want you guys, in a worst case scenario, to just run. I have a feeling they won't really care so much about you as me.
I'm not gonna run. I'm just gonna blow him up.
Yeah, let's not cause an international incident, Tala,
Wait,
please.
What do you think is gonna happen, though? Do you think they're gonna try to fight us?
I wouldn't necessarily say fight. Fight implies that we have a chance of victory.
I mean, a tie is still part of a win, right? If we're all dead and they're all dead.
I mean,
That's not what we want, Talu. That is not what we want.
Tyler's gonna just look at Celine and see what her reaction is.
She just seems
Like
to be
this-
watching you all impassively at the moment, like seeing how long this shit's gonna play out.
I didn't think this was what was gonna happen. I thought we came here to train for ourselves. I don't think they ever, unless they said something about us, them attacking us or
we were just
something.
told we're going to Whitestone. That was it.
Okay, so didn't exactly have time to let the team know of this until now because of
I mean, Ruin.
everything that has happened. Yeah, Ruin is the only person that currently knows.
Aside from Celine.
Yeah, aside from Celine, in the sense of we're not here to train. We were supposed to go to Aegis Island to train.
Mm-hmm.
We're here because I need to speak to them about Vaxeldon's remains. When we were in Opara and I went and communed with the Raven Queen and with Nethys, the Raven Queen offered me the mantle of her champion, and that's the reason why we're here. We have to, well, I have to get the Death Walker's ward from the previous champion.
Okay.
The previous champion being the late Queen's twin brother.
Cool. So then she can get it for us. We don't have to do anything. We just ask her politely. She can go get it. That way we're not discrediting too.
I understand.
I hope
I
it's
still
that easy.
I still don't understand why we're running. Why you mentioned running? I just don't get it.
I just don't feel it's going to be as easy as Talu hopes. I have a feeling I'm going to make them very angry. And
to want to look at the corpse or the remains.
Oh, we don't want to look at it.
no, I have to take
Okay.
the piece. It's not
Okay.
just a just a field trip.
That's
I mean,
valid. That's
It
valid.
doesn't have to be you that takes it. We can get the sister to take it, right?
I don't know. This is going to be a trick.
Well, why don't we try that before we ask? Hey, can I touch your brother's dead body?
That's what I plan on doing. Is asking them to collect it for me, or at least take me there, they collect it, and then they hand it off to me.
Okay. I'd like to apologize. I thought we were on Aegis Island. I forgot we were stopping in Whitestone, even though we had mentioned it multiple times. I'm sorry. My bad.
It's alright. Especially with this morning. Sorry again, Talu. It's kind of...
Where are the guards?
Now.
It's definitely not easy to remember everything.
Which seems
Well,
to be understandable.
I feel like if they don't let you take it, there's a way to take it, right? I don't know. Have you talked to Celine about this?
I have. That's how we actually managed to get the Sky Sword to, bring us here.
Which Selena's kind of standing there like, you do realize I am standing right here.
No, I forget people are there. I don't have an image, so it's hard to remember.
Understandable, which she's just saying it out loud. Because you're not the only one that's referred to her, but she's standing right there like, I'm right here. Y'all just going to talk about me while I'm right here? Okay.
Oh man! I mean, I don't know how much longer I can
read that first.
or stall.
I think so, yes.
Hmm?
Say, I think it was Sin that was talking about her without.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. But with that, while you're waiting there, all of a sudden it seems that a runner is arriving with a message for Celine, who takes it from him and unscrolls it and says that it says here that we have an audience at noonday to meet with the king and queen. And apparently the rest of Vox Machina will be assembled also, per the request of Sin. And she kind of looks over at Sin.
I can return the book.
It's all of their friend. I can't just ask one person.
Says you requested for all of Vox Machina to come here to make a request of going in the tomb for this Deathwalker's ward.
They're all friends. I didn't think it was fair to just ask one or two people.
Tyler's gonna go to the edge of the ship and be like, "Oh, look, a bird."
I guess Rowan would have made it to Everest at this point in time.
Yeah,
Also-
I mean, eventually, you kind of you've been taking your good time.
Don't complain. I want to get my guitar signed by all of Vox Machina, so like this is actually kind of perfect.
And I need to return this book.
Apparently,
You
this is
stole a book?
I accidentally forgot to return the book when I was not a vampire anymore.
It is a library, no? It goes out.
I didn't check it out, even if there was
A
something to check it
personal
out.
library.
Like, this looks nice.
Private libraries don't work like that, Wanda.
What do you mean private library? I don't understand this.
They live there. It's not public.
I mean, they
It's
were
not.
giving tours.
Like it's a whole library, right? So you check
It's
out
their library.
Like-
It's their whole library.
like
when
a
you-
single person's library. You can
Yes.
do that?
Yes.
My family has one. Kind of where you found the book that caused a lot of problems.
Exactly. You check out like from library.
I mean, I'm all for it.
Which seems well. Celine says, well, that changes things. It looks like this is going to be quite serious if all of Vox Machina is actually convening from around the world.
We actually managed to make it.
And you just see Celine kind of give a kind of half look to you, said, they're Vox Machina. Are you wondering if Sprada and I can make it around the world instantaneously?
I mean, we've seen you do it.
Right?
Then I would
Come on.
assume the same could be done of them.
Okay, yeah, I guess. She was making a point. You could just say yes.
Plus, I believe that Keyleth, leader of the Arashari and voice of the Tempest, is among their members. She's one of the most powerful magical practitioners on the planet.
Didn't she turn into a fish and die?
What?
And she just kind of turns and looks at you. She's like, not that I'm aware of.
What?
Oh, it must have been a part of a dream I had. I'm sorry.
No, they mentioned it. Grog mentioned it.
He did. But Celine isn't aware of it, which is why it's funny. And says, well, with that, we have apparently about 4 hours until the meeting. I'm loath to let you run rampant in Whitestone early in the morning, but...
Come on now.
Run rapid. Confirmed. All right, jumping off the ship. No, joking.
As Talu flies down.
I mean, if you want to jump 600 feet down to the
Hell
ground,
no.
go for it. It's cool.
That's only 60 d6.
I mean, it would confirm the fact to the others that I can't fly.
I miss it every time. I think.
Or
No,
you
you
choose
gotta
not to fly.
We watched you fly through a wall. Like, you can fly, bro.
Yeah, he flew through a wall and then
you
did fly up on top of the ship.
I saw you fly. Yes,
We've officially all seen it.
it's official. You can
That's
fly.
true.
Ruin says it's true, apparently.
So what I'm getting is, if this were to ever turn into a series like Vox Machina, instead of doors, it'd be Talu flying.
Yep.
That's accurate. Very much so.
He's like, look, there he goes. There's a flying Talu.
And Celine kind of pauses and says, actually, I believe it would be good for us to get away from the ship. And you can come with me as I give you a tour of Whitestone. That should kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Why are we killing birds?
It's just the same.
Like the whole time, like this whole conversation, Talu's been having like this ugly ass smirk. Like he knows he's saying stupid shit.
So with that, Celine goes to walk down the plank and leave the ship, fully expecting the rest of you to follow.
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay.
follow.
Am I dressed even?
I imagine
say
you
we
would
were
have went and
dressed by
got
now.
dressed before you left. You had
Well,
about
no.
30 minutes or
it's-
so to eventually get dressed if you wanted to.
Well, because I didn't know, because I thought we just experienced the trauma, and then I went outside to, feel the sun.
Are you trying to say you went outside in your PJs, for lack of a better word? In
What
your
was-
unmentionables?
No, hold on. I'm thinking it's like a slip, like
Okay, so you decided to wear a slip and walk out in the daylight on top of the ship?
Is that like unusual now? Is it like back in the day, when
I mean, it's as comfortable as you want to be with showing off your body.
I mean, I wouldn't think it was a bad thing. I mean, I'm covered.
How did you think
Let's
Michael-
just say I took the time to go change. Yeah, whatever.
I would
Fine,
say
that's
you
fine.
would have had plenty of time as Celine was waiting for the return missive to know what the next move was.
I mean, it wasn't anything like that dress you wore in O'Hara.
I
Those
mentioned that. I
clothes.
still got it, but anyways.
But yeah, with that, you all travel down as you walk into the skyport. It's actually quite nice, as you also see that the Whitestone royal ship is there. Also, its massive 3-tiered self of a huge hulking beast. And as you hop
Been there
into the
before.
Whitestone ship, you actually hop into this elevated lift, very similar to Hearthstone's, that begins to work gears and pulleys and slowly brings you down into the city proper, which from this angle gives you a nice view of the city, of the bay to the north, the huge Whitestone, the tower. You can see the graveyard looks to be out in the far western side where the Temple of the Raven Queen is. And overall, the gleaming Whitestone Mountains. As you hit the bottom, you can tell that the day has already gotten away as the smell and sounds of a city kind of surround you as you bring yourself down to ground level. And Celine walks out towards the main plaza.
Neat. Average.
I'm gonna keep up with her.
Everest.
So I was gonna catch up to Cinematic. So about the about Celine's daughter.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can have Ruin help me preoccupy her from like noon to like 1:30ish.
I mean, Ruin's got the endurance. I'm sure he could.
Not gonna work out with her.
Is this something?
Like, Everest doesn't seem like she works out.
Wait, what was that part? I missed all of that.
About what?
Just that last part you were saying.
Talu was saying that Ruin has endurance to keep Everest busy.
And Sin said, I don't think Everest would want to go work out with Ruin.
Celine,
So I was just gonna shrug and like, okay, well, I don't know. That was my idea.
And as you're walking around, Celine begins to talk about the history of Whitestone, kind of give an impromptu lesson in history lesson.
Wanda literally taking notes.
As I'm sure that you all are aware, Whitestone was founded in the year 612 post-Dominion, when apparently there was a shipwrecked expedition from Port Damali that is out in Wildmount that was led by the DeRollo family.
He's trying to take notes.
Oh, she was talking. She went to professor mode, basically, and started annotating.
You said it was founded in 612, right?
Yes.
612? What is the year now?
612. Yeah. Then, currently, the year is, let me calculate.
That's a good question. What month is it? Do we have birthdays? What's your birthdays?
Yes.
I mean, you do have a whole calendar. That'd be up to you all when your birthday is. But there's a calendar that I gave you all of all the months.
Yeah, you did. And I have mine, which is winter.
I would say, let me see, that was then. It has been.
Say minus since spring.
Kuto on the 7th.
It is currently 841 PD.
841 PD.
Yes, 841 PD post Dominion.
Okay.
So it's 841. Got it.
Yes.
Ooh, that's almost 200 years ago. A little over 200.
No, 800, 841. Wait.
Yes.
That's 8,000. I'm thinking 8,000.
841, not 8,000.
Well, the way you said it was like 8841. Like the fuck.
Yeah, he had one of those like, oh, hold on, let me go backtrack, right. And this is the actual year. It's
that is correct. I was almost going to say it wrong because I have a tendency of doing that. But yes, it says currently the Whitestone is part of a council of all the city-states here in Iman, where normally there's the Council of Taldore, of which I believe Lady and Lord DeRollo sit upon, along with other members of Vox Machina. I'm sure you're aware of some of them. Keyleth of the Air Shari, along with, I believe, Scanlan Shorthalt and Iman himself, as some of their members, along with the Lore of Isorin, who I haven't seen in many a year, but is an amazing arcanist. She actually beat Jace in a duel once when we were younger. It was quite embarrassing for Jace, actually.
Ooh.
He'll never admit it, so I have to ask her about the details.
Yep.
Now, it's been said that technically in 805, back in the year 805 PD, that the Briarwoods actually took over Whitestone with an occupation. And they brutally murdered the ruling family of the DeRollos at the time, save for Percival and his sister Cassandra, While attempting to escape, Percival was perceived dead into a river, and Cassandra was captured. Mhm. And unfortunately, because Whitestone is so isolated from the rest of the lands, much of this was not known outside of Whitestone itself. And for 6 years, there was suffering here, where the people were forced to mine the Whitestone as it was turned into residuum, which he then kind of pauses for a moment. What exactly is residuum?
I will obviously raise my hand.
All right. And she looks
I
at
will
you.
be distracted by a butterfly.
I'm just gonna pay attention. 'Cause I don't know shit.
I don't know what the fuck residual is.
So I don't know. You know what? I like the fact that you were like, I don't know. But she looks at you and says, Sin, what is residuum?
I know Sin would know, but what would I roll to give a best description
I
of
would
it?
say you can use either history or arcana as a choose for
You know what?
arcane.
I want to roll for it. Just I'm not gonna answer, but I want to know if I
No,
know.
knowledge arcana? Definitely. Oh, yeah. 19 plus 7, so 26.
I got 18. I got a 17 plus 8.
Nice.
Dang.
I'd get You said Arcana.
It is arcana,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
So I mean, freaking Talu beat out Sin.
That's true.
What did you roll?
He
No.
got 25 total. You got 24.
19 plus 7 is 26.
Yeah.
We tied.
Oh,
Oh,
never mind. I
damn.
thought you said 24.
So, yes.
I thought you said it less than that.
So, with that being the case, you
Wow.
immediately know that residuum is refined whitestone ore through a process that's only known here in Whitestone for the most part. That basically the residue of arcane energy that manifests as green dust is obtained from whitestone that's useful in several magical applications, and it can not only retain magical energies, but it can also be used in place of certain items or to enhance. If it's been refined residuum, it can actually enhance a normal spell to a magnitude degree. Talu, you would also know, and Sin, you would have heard of this, that the substance can also be refined into the drug Sude, Suude, which is also used as a kind of instant enhancer, basically like a magical steroid.
Ooh.
And Wanda, because Wanda also got 26.
Oh, Wanda, you would also know about it. That Sude is a drug that can be used to enhance things. You might have actually read about it in Scanlan's book, the one-man army that defeated Vecna, a god.
That's his book title.
Yes. The Scanlan short haul story.
Hmm.
Literary accuracy aside,
He might have taken a few.
it does mention his time when he had a growing addiction to Sude, actually.
Wow.
But yes, it's a process
At
that
least he was willing to
basically
admit that.
creates
him.
Sude into a dark green glass-like substance, which can be enhanced and turned into a refined residuum, which has a darker green than the normal, and has powerful magical properties. From what you
Well, no,
know,
if you take it 'cause it's green.
that ideally creating something like that can basically ideally residuum by itself is already worth thousands of gold, but refined residuum is worth 3 times that.
Dang.
So like a sword made of residuum would be 6 digits. Easy.
Damn.
But it's highly sought after by spellcasters all over the world for their experiments, because it can be used in place of other magical things. You need to have a dragon heart? Cool. Can't get a dragon? I can buy a bunch of residuum to make up for it.
That
That's,
definitely puts thoughts in my head.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna get a
that's
guitar
Luna's
pick
goal
made
now.
of residual.
That's Luna's goal because it's gonna match her pretty.
But it's
Not
also
even
the
be-
process of residual making is a highly protected secret, on par with the actual creation of guns here in Whitestone.
I'm gonna get a guitar pick made out of Whitestone, bro.
Uh, that would actually be fairly simple by compared to getting residual.
Yeah, I figured the residuum thing. That's a little much, even for me. I'm just.
That's like it, no.
But as she's talking about, she's laughed. The Briarwoods were found to be apparently servants of the Archlich Vecna in his attempt to move from being just a mortal being into a full god, which apparently Vox Machina was able to stop him from fully achieving, and was able to defeat him as he was a fledgling god, just freshly reborn and not cemented through some process. The details were kept apparently confidential, I believe, just beyond the members of Vox Machina themselves.
Would Talu know any or recall anything
Ah,
about godhood or things like that?
I was going to say some of it rings a bell of some type of ritual that had to be conducted to do so. It sounds a bit familiar. And it kind of also prickles the back of the hairs on the end of your neck, Sin, as you realize that there's somebody else that did a similar thing. But yes, around 810 post Dominion, Vox Machina encountered the Briarwoods at this banquet that was being held by Sovereign Uriel Taldori II in Iman, in which there was a confrontation. The Briarwoods escaped. It was considered that Vox Machina had attacked guests and royalty. There was a large incident, and Vox Machina then escaped to Whitestone in an attempt to clear their names, and Percival wanted to apparently enact his revenge.
Ooh, that's 31 years.
Apparently there was an ongoing conflict, and it seems that Percival was able to successfully defeat the Briarwoods and restore Whitestone to Derolo rule. And the family has lived here ever since.
Nice.
Derolo, not Derulo. Gotcha.
Yes.
Derolo.
That is very true. But Lavin says, with that, there are a few things such as the undead are very unwelcome in general in Whitestone due to the previous issue of the Briarwoods and their use of undead creatures to control the city.
Point to Wanda.
Wanda is a Dampier, which is actually a living being.
Okay, good.
Now, if your previous state had continued, it might not have been very good for you to be out and about in Whitestone.
I wouldn't have been able to anyways. Wouldn't have been able
There's also the large issue of one of Whitestone's guardians.
Oh yeah, the big dog.
Yes, Galdric is as you hear some people kind of laugh and says, yes. You see him kind of clap as go by. It's like, the protector, yes.
They have a puppy.
You see that she kind of pauses and she kind of looks at it. To call Galdric a puppy.
Hey, no. He's a puppy. Oh, he's a puppy always.
They're always puppies.
Yes. Agreed.
And she kind of gives a pause and says, you see, Galdric, a puppy is to Galdric what a normal tree would be, as she points up towards the sun tree, to the sun tree. And Galdric is a very large, dark gray and black wolf, I believe.
Like, what's his face? Oh,
We
what's
met
his name?
Goldrick on our first go around here.
Yeah, we did. He almost tried to eat me.
You may have seen him as he is quite massive, but he normally guards the perimeter. But he seems to be an undying creature, as he has been the companion of every champion of the Raven Queen since the first, Pravan Soul.
Word.
What? Huh?
Ooh.
Oh, she's going to be best friends with Shoki.
Galdrick
what
has
I'm hearing.
lived, at least according to records that's been kept so far, close to over 2 to 3,000 years.
That's all I'm hearing is he's we have a new puppy.
That's an old puppy.
I'm just gonna try to give that like hand motion of guys like stop.
He does have a tendency to be very, very anti anything undead, even more so than most.
We're not taking the dog, are we?
Honestly, I do not know how we transport such a beast without using magical means. I could possibly teleport him back to Aegis Academy, but he wouldn't fit inside the teacher's tower.
So we're just gonna look at Sin like we're not taking the dog, right?
It wouldn't make any sense.
Can we
to.
get through the day first before making big decisions, please?
That's not a no, Sin. You know what? Look, butterfly. I'm going to follow the butterfly.
Just don't wander too far.
I didn't hear no.
We want new puppy.
Avarice.
And you see her kind of slowly look at you, and kind of slowly curl back into bed.
Round 2.
Your team saying it's time to wake up, and it's also morning.
And you can almost hear like a mental count go off of like 3, 2, 1, and she immediately pops up and is like, "It's morning. What time? Fuck, are we late?"
We just landed, really. So.
And she kind of looks you up and down.
I got dressed already. I went down to answer the door because they were knocking.
They better had been knocking. You see her start to like stand up and start to like magically dress herself. Has your team leader left?
I have no idea because I answered the door and came back to get you.
Hold on, I gotta do something for. Oh, I don't know how this is gonna work. My headphones. I have to put on a cowboy hat.
Cowboy hat.
Hold on, let me go get it.
Little doggy. Whatever. Some of the players that I like with, apparently, since I do voice acting, that they wanted me to do a cowboy voice the other night because I was playing a character that had a cowboy skin, so I had to pull out my best, as they call it in voice acting, my best Texas, and go ahead and give them what they asked for.
Southern drawl.
Made them lose their mind. They were like, it's so cool. I was like, y'all are easily entertained, and I appreciate that.
Right?
Reckon you fellers better watch out.
That's right.
I'm your Huckleberry.
You're in Texas. You'd better have that down pat, damn it.
You don't know how much I've worked on that. I'm telling you, Sam Elliott is my idol. I need a voice just like that.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, that's a Hank Hill right there, sir. Like, God damn it, Bobby.
Dang it, Bobby.
I sell magic items and accessories.
Yep. We got our own version of Hank Hill now.
Damn it, Bobby.
Facts.
I don't know what else we're waiting on. So other than that, I just woke her up. I guess put on my shirt and armor and I'm full gear, ready to go.
And she kind of slowly gets herself up. And then she kind of comes to realize it and says, "Well, thank you for not just leaving."
Oops.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so.
Where do I put the hat over there?
Do you need me to help you?
I am fine.
Nope.
And she kind of gets herself together, gets herself out there.
You got this.
This is not gonna work.
You can do it, Tom. You blew it. There it is.
Yes.
You gotta do it just like good old JR.
Yep. All right, 5 minutes. Give me a timer.
Okay. You're at 55 in your stream, so once it hits 2 hours, you should be good.
Mm-hmm. So as they head out and they get outside, realize that they are looking around. And then she kind of looks at you and says, "Contact your team leader, dear, and let him know that we'll be on the way shortly."
I believe I got a message from him. Like, I guess I'll start fiddling with my card, just attempting to message. I am not the best at this.
You do see that you do have a message, and it's set.
Ah,
And if you would like to, you can make.
I know where I can.
You can check it out, and you'll see that it's saying that basically you guys have a meeting that's taken off and stuff like that. I don't know if you told him when the meeting was, or that you guys.
I
were
did
heading
not.
to the city.
I was just asking Ruin to come to me.
I was like, he just says go to him, and from. I don't have a map, do I? On my little card.
I don't think so. I think I'm the only one that can identify where the team members are.
Yeah, it's only the leader.
Yeah.
Like, if anything, they probably went into the town, because I doubt they went into the castle.
That's true.
I just got a message saying go find Sid. Put my card in my pocket.
Margot came with me, right?
In my pocket.
All right, if you told Margot to come along, yeah.
Yep.
Margot is technically a raven, right?
Yes.
Yes, she is.
Just
She
a
is
big
a
one.
raven.
Very much true.
I'm gonna have to leave Shoki. He's just too much, bro.
Why do you ask? Because you're the champion.
Yeah, now it's kind of one of those things I have to respect Margot a little bit. That'll definitely not go to her head at all.
That's right. And yeah, no, that's bad, but like, you know, it's fine. It's whatever.
Hey, it's big facts.
I
That's
guess
just
head
the
up
way it
deck and
goes.
ask where everyone else went. Like, which way did they go?
You see Matthias kind of look at you and says they are kind of looking as Avarice and the rest of Team Darkspell is there. Well, Professor Celine took them into the city before they go to the castle.
All right, then. There we go. They're
You
in the
see her
city.
look like, where in the city? And it's like, you aren't the boss of me, little person.
It's like, oh.
And just kind of this awkward moment of them staring off with it. Where's my cousin? Where's your captain? He's resting.
Probably asleep.
It says, correct, he's resting. He was captaining the ship all night. Okay, well, I'm going in to speak with him, and you just see Matthias' arm shoot out across the door.
I was about to grab, I'm like, reach toward him. I was like, you might not want to do that.
I suggest you go find your mother, little girl. And there's this awkward moment, because most people don't talk to Avarice this way. And you see her just kind of turn and look and says, then we're going to find my mother in Whitestone then. And you just kind of see this shrug from some of the members of Team Darkspell, like, okay, it's whatever.
Yeah, but say Ruin didn't care. He's like, all right, well, I guess I'll be off ahead of you then. Probably find him a little faster from the air.
Of course, just let me know when you found them.
How would I do that?
The easiest way would probably be to send up some type of signal in the air. We'll look for you.
Okay, good enough. I'll see you down on the bottom. And I go, wait, can I jump from here and not get shot down?
You see Matthias kind of pause for a moment. It's like, that's a good question. I don't really know about that.
You know what? I'm gonna go ask the guards. Have a good one, Matthias. See you later.
That's a good question, though. Yeah.
And
We'll
you see
talk
one of
to
the
you.
guards says, air travel around Whitestone is severely restricted. To only
Gotcha. Good
authorized
thing I didn't
individuals.
Had to double check, because last time I almost got shot down in Hearthstone.
That's true.
That's the whole thing.
I guess I'm going on foot.
And with that, you guys walk down the skyport and take the same elevator down, overlooking the city. Roughly about 30 minutes ish behind the first group. But with
Okay,
that,
as long as we're away from the castle, then I can take off.
I mean, you could see about it. You might be safe in town, but you can always.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Once I get in town, I want to get away from the castle. That way I don't get.
Hey, I mean, you can always try.
Nope. If anything, I'd be like 5 feet off the ground, just flying over people. You know.
That might make sense if you stay below the radar.
Yeah, the timer's off.
But with that, you guys are kind of walking around. You see Celine go up to the sun tree and kind of touch it. And while you're all standing there, you suddenly see this huge glowing portal open in the sun tree. And you see this large hulking figure come walking out, which you kind of recognize as Grog, as he has this kind of bracers strapped across his chest, this huge sword along his back, and these huge gauntlets, and his slacks and some nice, extremely well-made boots. As he kind of comes walking out with his huge goatee and his clean bald head and dark blue skin and tattoos, kind of stretching, looking up at the sun like, that feels good. And
Hello.
Then, from there, you see that there's more figures that are walking behind. As after Grog, you see that Pike and Scanlan seem to walk through. And then you see, lastly, this woman in this beautiful dark green dress with a high collar that seems to have a cape made out of leaves that seems to be changing colors from freshly green at the top to auburn fall leaves at the bottom. That is wearing a small crown of antlers above her bright red hair and her pointy ears, as she's half-elven, as Keela's voice of the Ashari walks out.
This dropped, and then I go up to Celine and ask if I'm allowed to touch the sun tree because I want to touch the sun tree.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And she kind of looks at you and says, yes, I imagine that you can.
Cool beans.
Cool beans.
I'm going to.
All right.
As Ruben continues his flight under the radar.
Very much
I'm just
so.
gonna wave and say hi to everyone again.
And you see her kind of pause for a moment and look to you. Then kind of, with the greeting, kind of laugh and says, you see just Scanlan kind of look at you like, oh, it's you guys.
Yep.
Hey, where's the little one?
You mean the little snitch? And you see Pike kind of turn and look at him. That is the love of my life as my child. Noah is safe at home with his sister. Because Kaylee is as much of a snitch as anybody else.
That you love, right?
Yes, that I love. Yeah, yeah.
Of course. Right.
This is no place for a child, of course. As he kind of tries to laugh it off like, ha, 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 ha. And it's kind of this brief tension, just like, anyway. So, you know, we were told that we need to be here, that, guess that you're the reason why we're here. As Pike kind of looks at you, Sin.
Yeah, we will be seeing you all around noon.
Understandable. Yes, this whole time Keela kind of hasn't been saying anything, kind of just standing there, looking very Avatar: The Last Airbender, with almost like the white covered eyes, the full green covering everything.
Is she okay? Pointing at Keyleth.
Kind of, and you see Pike says, "Oh no, she just does that sometime. It takes a moment." And then you see her eyes kind of like stop being opaque and become clear again, as I put a photo of her in the Discord for you all.
I see it.
Don't
Jump
see
to it.
It's up in
Jump to it.
characters.
Up link.
Oh damn.
Because
That's kind of intimidating.
That is very intimidating,
Oh,
especially because I probably barely come up to her belts.
Yeah, you're about half height of her, as you can see all that up there, standing up there on her.
I feel like Talo would be more shook by the opaque eye color after that dream he just had.
I can imagine that. And her
Oh,
voice
that's-
is,
I want to see her. I would smash. That's why my mouth was wide open, because, like, wow, I want the outfit, man. Well, not all of the outfit, but definitely the staff and the dress and
Bruh,
the
check out
crown.
those tats, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and the tats. That's pretty dope. Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
Hey,
And
Fido.
you also
Wait, does
notice
she have a-
immediately that she does have a large raven on her shoulder.
Okay. That's what I was about to ask. Yes, nice.
Yeah.
And then you see Scanlan as he comes through. You see him kind of whip out this purple beret and slap it onto his head, and says, "All right, Daddy's back in Whitestone." Mm-hmm. And then you see Grog kind of like look over and then kind of like looks down at Sin. Is like, "Wait, you're the reason why we have to be here." And Grog is like damn near 10 feet tall. And a mound of
Craning
muscle.
my neck backwards. Yeah, I'm gonna crane my neck backwards and go, yes.
So am I anywhere close to finding these guys?
I mean, ideally from where you're walking, it's a bit of a walk. But if you're heading towards the city center to start with, you'll see him soon enough.
Oh, okay. Well, because, yeah, I was flying low radar area, just
Watch your teeth, asshole.
5 to 10 feet above everyone. Just...
And yeah, Whitestone is a fairly large city, and unfortunately, the skyport is closer to the castle than the actual city itself. But
Yep,
as
so
far as a
take
trip,
me-
it's not too bad of a trip to make, especially if you're flying. You'll be a bit quicker than most would. And Grog just kind of looks down at you, Sin, and says, "Nice."
I like that. What does he mean by that?
Kind of gives you a grin. Is like, you kind of gives you a light punch on the arm to like wrap you to like as a friend. Like, thanks, you saved me from having the more training with the Earthbreaker. And you see like this dark look come past his face, like he's haunted by something.
You're welcome.
And you just see Scanlan Pyro like, we don't mention that guy. Remember, we don't talk about him. And then you just see Pike say, "It was just one fight. He whooped our asses, baby. You don't understand." You weren't trapped down there with the super crazy monk that was glowing eyes and beating the shit out of all of us, okay? I have been traumatized. I am hurt. I don't know what is going on. And then you see Keela kind of gives a kind of warm, almost motherly smile over everyone and says, "Well, of course, it was a pleasure to meet you." And she gives a nod and sees Celine, who kind of gives the same nod. "And we shall convene with you later."
Yeah.
And she kind of speaks to everyone and says, "Let's get back to the castle, everyone." And begins to walk away, and they tend to follow in tow, with Grog giving kind of like a little kid's like wave behind at everybody.
We're gonna return the wave in the same manner.
Wanda like jumps and waves back.
Easy enough to do. And I would say while you're waving, you would notice that flying from the castle's way, you'd see a very
It's my
familiar
finger, you
winged
asshole.
person flying right back towards you.
Well, there's Ruin.
Wanda jumps up and waves at Ruin.
Hey!
Which
I
really, you would
passed
see
by
them
them?
fairly clearly. I mean, if you paid attention, though, you would probably have spotted, as you weren't looking for them, you would have spotted your team first.
Hey!
All
I waved at
standing
them.
by the massive ash tree.
Yay, big tree, got it.
Which is quite beautiful, as it's kind of the late part of the year. It's all the leaves are in this different colors are a kaleidoscope of different colors, and it basically is like its own paletted autumn rainbow.
Land on the tree.
Nah, I ain't doing it.
Fucking cat, you asshole. I'm trying to feed her snacks and she's fucking biting my finger trying to grab the snack.
Oh,
You know
there you
what?
go.
Should have been paying more attention. God damn it.
Actually, it makes me wonder if she has an eye issue.
Maybe. Like, hey everyone, I'm here. Sorry I'm late.
Hi, Ruin.
And Celine kind of gives a look and said, "It's good to see you again, Ruin."
Fucker.
And she kind of takes a moment. I'm gonna imagine that Team Darkspell isn't far behind you.
About probably 20 minutes at best.
And you see her kind of take out her car and look and says, "Yeah, they're just hitting the city perimeter now."
And they said to make us, or Savra said to make a signal so we know where we are. I can't do that, so yeah.
And you see Celine just kind of send up her hand, and all of a sudden you see what looks to be like a skyrocket almost go up, and a small amount of fireworks start to go off in front of the tree.
So Tyler's gonna look at Celine and look at Sin. I go, so we're taking Avarice with
I was
us?
like, wait, what time are we supposed to do this thing?
Not a chance if my tails have anything to say about it.
Hey, can she teach me how to do that?
Wait, no. What time is this meeting with the family and all that?
Noon.
That's not 100% important.
Okay, well then I guess if they show up, then they show up.
What?
I know you said you didn't want them there, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, and if you don't know, that means you can't tell her.
That's actually a really good idea.
And you see Celine kind of look and says, "It's not a need to worry. I did not invite them. They will not be invited. But they will escort us there. Because it is better to keep them close at hand so they don't get off into any trouble, because the students of Aegis Academy," she begins to look around, "have a tendency to find the most dangerous thing in a 100-mile radius and run to it."
Yeah, that's what we do. I mean,
technically I swam to mine.
He kind of did blindly. It was fun to see him swim. Like a
I can't swim.
He's just flailing about.
If I may request that we stop, obviously, by the Temple of the Raven Queen, I do have a letter to deliver.
Oh, by the way, Sin, here's your bracelet, and I'm almost done with the little effigy thing that you wanted.
Awesome.
Then we can go by there next as soon as Avarice and the rest of Team Darkspell appear.
We'll take a break. We're gonna sit down and start carving away again.
Easy enough. And as you can see, as the people around Whitestone are moving about, you see that people seem to be moving in carts. There's small vendors and stuff that are set up around the plaza, as it's the largest open place here around. And you can also see a couple of other people that look like from different foreign lands, as most people here are normally bundled up in darker clothes. You see a couple of people that seem to be in what could only be is considered clothing you would normally see in the Middle West, with kind of garbs and scarves and things of that nature. Some that seem to be in more sheer clothing.
You know what?
I don't know how well I'm doing on this thing. All I know is I rolled 18.
You're doing well.
I will tell Ruin that Grog was apparently training with Earthbreaker, and it did not look fun.
Oh, that sounds so awesome. Ruin's already happy about it. He's excited. He's like, "That's so cool."
Oh, when we get to the temple, just don't say anything, okay?
Say what?
Nothing. Say nothing.
All right, enough for me. Besides, I'm busy with this thing.
Yes, thank you. I think Ruin was the only person there that witnessed it, right?
Yeah.
Not the first time, but the second time.
That witnessed what? You going to the...
Yeah, actually becoming the champion. I think Ruin was the only person present as that happened.
Yeah.
I was present after.
Was...
I was the first one you met directly after you became champion.
Yeah.
Oh, well, me and Tolly were. Sorry.
Nope, Tolly wasn't there.
We ran into Sin on the way back. And then I took Sin back to the... wherever it was.
Yeah, I had Ruin take me back. But that still means you were the only person there to actually witness Galia treat
Basically,
me with such reverence.
Yes.
Yeah, so kind of...
I was say, because y'all went right before we left, so you could accept the offer. Tolly was left on the ship trying to explain to Celine that y'all left.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I will tell everybody to just not say anything in front of Team Darkspell for right now.
Yeah. I was like, all right, good enough for me.
They don't talk to me anyways.
So, I think Adam's still mad at me. Well, I mean, other than other reasons why he's angry at me.
Well, I mean, you beat his ass. I'd be bad with you too.
It wasn't about beating his ass. There's a more in-depth reason of that.
You beat him worse than I saw. I mean, I watched it on TV.
I mean, all I did was hit him a few times. I mean, he stabbed the shit out of me.
I mean, you knocked the shit out of him.
I hit him with the blunt side of my blade. He stabbed me.
Had you hit him with the sharp side of the blade, we wouldn't be talking about this because there wouldn't be no Adam to be talking about.
Yeah, but still, either way, I was holding back and trying not to kill him.
If that's what you call holding back, I don't ever want to fight you.
You should have seen what I did to get Kid. One shot of that man straight into that wall.
I mean, I watched all of it.
Well, then there you go. You know what I can do.
Can we not relive traumatic events?
Yeah, please, right? I had to come back on this note.
That Ruin's just talking about his fights. He ain't talking about the one where he murdered anybody or he's talking about the fights he had full control over and not trying to kill anybody.
Okay. Alright. Okay.
I'm not mentioning anything like that either. Ruin's completely keeping away from that.
Good to know. It's very good to know.
I mean, Salu's not bringing it up either.
Ruin's still kind of messed up with it. He still has that piece of cloth tied to his wrist. He hasn't removed it since.
Mm-hmm.
Does he wash it?
No, he doesn't. He does not wash it. He'll remove it from his person whenever he goes and bathes and everything, but he'll tie it back on.
With that
As a
being
constant
said,
reminder.
Team Darkspell does him showing up roughly about 10 minutes later, a bit quicker as they hurried up. And you see that Celine has taken a kind of colder air while she's been sitting here waiting. And once Avarice arrives, she kind of looks down at her and says, if you're going to be accompanying us, then you need to be prompt and you need to be aware of your surroundings. Let's make sure not to fail again unless you wish to be sent home yet again. And Avarice looks like she wants to say something, but there's just this awkwardness of quiet where she just nods her head yes. And then you see Celine turn off and walk towards the temple of the Raven Queen out to the west.
And we start walking, Ruin will still be covered. Alright, halfway there. Almost done.
Yep, I'm just gonna shout, keep up, everybody.
Oh, look, a bird.
And Celine walks fairly quickly, but calmly. And it's one of those odd things where people seem to kind of part her way as she's walking.
All right, make way, peasants.
For lack of a better word. I mean, it's not like they haven't seen uppity half-elves before.
Nah.
But as her gold and blue and black robes kind of trail out behind her, she kind of carves her way through the crowds through the morning. And roughly about 15-20 minutes later, you find yourselves entering the far western part of Whitestone where the graveyard is. And passing through the open gates of the graveyard, you can see sitting atop a hill in the center is a fairly large cathedral, what you'd assume is the temple of the Raven Queen here. One of two. And as you walk through the doors, you notice there are guards that are wearing kind of black leather outfits that are kind of standing to the side. They kind of give a nod as you walk by. And as you walk inside, you can see that there's a huge altar. There are multiple pews for people to sit at, benches all around. There seems to be stained glass windows to the Raven Queen. And from what you can see, there's a statue of who you can assume is probably Vaxodon from the photos you've seen before, or the paintings, of him standing what looks to be some type of furred cloak around his shoulders. And from what you can see, he's holding a dagger in each hand and his arms are crossed. But it's about a 20-foot statue. It looks to be made out of Whitestone. And kind of highly shined and refined in some places, and looks like it has refined residuum added to it. So it gives it a kind of almost iridescent sparkle.
Nice.
I'm definitely gonna whisper underneath my breath, that's a scary visage to live up to.
Run off and like do a little small prayer, and then he'll go right back to his carving.
Last retreat. No more.
Yep. And you can see that there seems to be a large pool of what seems to be some red liquid. This one easily seems to be somewhere close to about 70, 80, maybe 100 feet across. That's sitting there right before the statue, but behind the altar.
I am going to go find someone more akin to a priest or a cleric rather than one of the like leather-clad guard-looking types.
Easy enough for you to find, kind of walking around. You can find one of the people that seems to be in a robe that others are speaking to. And he kind of stops for a moment when you kind of stop and says, "Yes, welcome to the Temple of the Raven Queen. How might we be of assistance to you?"
I have a correspondence from the temple in Teleria that is to be sent here to the head priest.
And you see that the person kind of takes their kind of robe back for a moment and kind of looks at you and says, "Just a moment and I will see if she is available." And you see him walk back and head out towards the back down this other hallway. And roughly about 5 hours or so pass before they return.
I would have already done then just
How close to noon are we at this point?
I'd say you're somewhere close to about 10 o'clock or so.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Ruin would have handed Sin the little effigy or anything like. He goes, "All right, here you go. This is what you wanted. Turned into a necklace for you."
$5.
Thank you.
And it's fairly well done. And all of a sudden you see what you don't seem to be shocked by the size of people, but kind of smaller, looks to be an elven girl, maybe about 5'1" or 5'2" or so, wearing the darkest black robes, as you now realize that the different robes here seem to signify their level, and the highest person here has the darkest robes. But as she walks up, she kind of pulls back her hood, and you can see that she seems to have this dark blackened hair that seems to be in kind of almost Shirley Temple curls. And she kind of smiles at you and says, "I am Elder Tifrina. How might I help you?"
I am going to pull out the letter and hand it to her and go, "This is a correspondence from Teleria. Great news is inside of it. And if need be, if you could read it here and then potentially hold your reaction."
And she kind of takes the letter from you, and she kind of gives you a pause and says, "I assure you, my lord, that I do not need a letter to understand who you are."
Ruin's just like,
Are you clapping at me?
no, Ruin's just like, "Oh, but he's a lord again." He's gonna rub his head.
You're gonna rub his head in a place where he's being damn near worshipped.
This is the second time he's done it. He don't care. Ruin don't.
I will definitely swat at Ruin for that. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's all right, little buddy.
Which
You're a lord.
Celine kind of turns towards Team Darkspell and says, "Avarice, you and your team are to secure the perimeter while we're here. Don't engage, but make sure to be highly observant." And you see, like, there's this moment of her wanting to argue but choosing not to. She just kind of nods and steps back and kind of looks at her team, and without a word, they kind of just spread out and head outside the door to watch the perimeter.
I'll wait till they're gone.
Oh yeah, they moved the fuck out. I mean, they moved really quick.
All right.
All right.
I'll turn back to. I just forgot her name. I was trying to put it in my notes.
Tefrina, Tefrina.
Tefrina.
Yep, Tefrina.
Yeah, did I hear correctly? There was a large ass pool of blood, like right there.
Yes,
though.
that's what it is.
Oh yeah, it's like 100 feet across. Like, it's a huge dark red pool of blood. Well, at least a blood red substance. You don't know because you haven't touched it, but Looks like blood.
Alright.
It looks like that.
Looks very bloodish.
That's nice.
That's gross. First of all, that's gross.
Nice.
That's
Wait till you see what they do with the blood.
Where'd they get it? I don't want to know.
Thank you, Tefrino. Still, due diligence required it to at least be delivered.
She kind of smiles and says, "You are quite different than the previous champion."
I hear that a lot.
Yet you do seem to be the same in very similar ways.
That too.
Quick, tell him he's tall. I like it.
Sorry, what did I miss? No.
I brought that in hopes of not necessarily dissuading or trying to underhandedly convince the members of Vox Machina that we are going to meet later today, but have someone that they would know and could consider trustworthy, that I am not just pulling a ploy.
If you would like for me to be there for that difficult conversation, it is already done, and it shall be so.
Thank you. That would be reassuring at the very least.
When shall I arrive, my lord?
We are meeting with them at noon today.
Then I shall leave immediately and prepare.
Thank you.
Of course. May the blessing of the Raven Queen go with you, my lord.
I will bow slightly and turn to walk away.
She bows deeply towards you.
I have gone to church. Stay also with you.
I don't think Sin's at that stage yet where he feels comfortable enough to say it.
It's nice. You notice that a couple of other people a lot of the guards kind of see you and kind of make eye contact and give you a head nod when you pass, like, "We see you, sir." Like, whoever the fuck you are, if she bows to you, then you know what, you're good.
All right, the head priest is bowing to this little guy. Definitely at least need to acknowledge him. I'm going to walk over to Celine. It's like, does this ever get easier? People recognizing you?
I don't think that it gets easier, Sin, but you become more accustomed to it and what to expect. But no, I can never say that it gets easier.
Okay.
And with that, as she kind of comes outside, Avarice is standing there near the door. And as you walk out, you hear a whistle, 2 shrill whistles. You see the rest of her team seemingly emerge from around the sides of the building and reconvene. With that, how about a bit of breakfast before the meeting?
Awesome. Starving.
Very well. We'll go to a local eatery. I know there are many here in Whitestone. And seeing as that we may not ever get to come here again, I might as well enjoy it while I can.
Right?
Definitely nervous laughter coming from me.
So I was like, wait, is it because of the one thing or this thing?
That's both.
Yes, Ruin. Or Talu, yes.
Ruin's just laughing. He's not saying nothing. He's just laughing.
With that, as you head back towards the square, you see that one of the places that seems to be open is a place called the Golden Medallion.
Ooh. Fucking golden bitches.
Another of those fancy restaurants that is going to mess up my order of tea. Yippee.
No, Salo has a completely different vendetta against people that call themselves golden at this point. anything that refers to himself as a golden anything, Talu's like, fucking pussies.
For the golden ring.
Yeah,
got it.
exactly.
Got it.
And with that, as you go inside, as you are heading your way inside, easy enough, and as you kind of come to the front, you see a person kind of stops and says, yes, it seems to be, and you see them kind of look and says, oh my, ma'am, it's you. It is an honor and a privilege, and you see him do a huge bow at the waist, almost down to the floor, extending his leg all the way out, graciously.
Oh, I didn't know bows could be done like that.
Please, be our guest, ma'am. And you see her nod in and says, thank you. And then you see him kind of pause for a moment and says, all of them are with you? And Jocelyn says, yes, they are. And then you see him kind of turn back, and apparently he recognizes Avarice. It's like, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Crown Princess. And he kind of like does the bow again. And you see you hear Adam kind of snidely remark, why would you be shocked to see the daughter of the person you just recognized?
Right? Like, come on, catch up, people.
Fucking
Be
peasants.
used to that, Ruin.
Rowan's just like,
I'm more laughing at the idea that, like, inside Tyler's head is like, they're bowing to a princess that's basically our bodyguard at this point.
Right?
Rowan's not laughing out loud. He's just,
Oh, I'm not saying it out loud. Tyler's thinking
Okay.
it, but he's smirking.
With
Wanda
that,
laughs out loud.
damn.
You beat me, but you're still guarding me. Ah.
Bogus. But with that, seats are set out for everybody.
I'll be a gentleman. I'll pull out Avarice's seat.
Which is odd. You go to do that, and Get Kith is already doing it.
You're like,
I will remind everybody. Oh, I'll tell everybody, act like we did at the dinner in Whitestone's airship.
Oh, gotta be that kind of. All right, got it.
Wait, we were on another ship.
Yeah, we went to a dinner on the Whitestone airship during the tournament before the final.
Yeah,
Oh, I wasn't there for that.
No, everyone was there for it.
yeah.
No,
everyone
like
was
I'm saying I personally wasn't there for
Oh.
that.
there. Yeah, you
in
weren't
the-
there, but you were there.
Right.
Talu was there.
Tyler was there.
Yeah.
And Cog was not there.
So yeah, with that being the case, you guys were all aboard and on. As you're sitting down, there are menus that are set before you all.
I was like, look at
All
me,
of the
see.
menus are in Sylvan.
It's like, I can't read this.
Can I order the best thing that I could presume Ruin would like?
I would say that you could. I would probably say if you were thinking about something, you would probably go with the pressure fried pepper and garlic boar.
Yeah.
How many items are on this menu?
From looking at about roughly, let me see.
Does anybody else here not speak Sylvan in our group?
I'll have what Celine has.
Hold on.
I'm still learning Thessalonian.
I was gonna say there looks to be about 20 items that are listed.
Okay, I'm rolling a d20.
I'm gonna have whatever Celine has.
Fourth
Or
number.
the Archmage has.
All right, so you're going with the fourth one, Talu?
Yep.
That's this. Did you just say the fourth one?
He said
No,
number 4.
I'm actually just gonna hold up the menu and point to the fourth one like, I want this.
And you see the gentleman says, you would like the simmered honey and thyme shrimps. That's an excellent choice, good sir.
Oh, that does sound good.
I was like, I got lucky on that one.
Give me one moment.
Mm-hmm.
You said you put it in Discord or something?
I did not.
Oh, is this just random? Okay, well, I want something vegan.
I was gonna say, do you actually speak Sylvan?
Yes.
Okay. Then I would say out of the vegan things that you would notice that there are sauteed soy kebabs, which are all vegetables that are sauteed. There's a lime and walnut Genoese.
What the fuck is that?
Genoese.
Yeah, what is that?
And it's a type of cake, for lack of a better word.
Ooh. I'm gonna get the first and the second. Boom.
All right.
kebabs with a cake.
I'll
Yep.
I'll order the boar for both myself and Ruin.
Not a problem. Celine orders what an item, which is the shallow fried garlic and tomato quail, which is what you get also, Wanda.
Oh,
And
how
some
much
wine.
is
And some wine.
Ruin's just gonna look at it and say, "You need to
What's
teach
that?
me how to read
What's
this."
Red.
Yeah,
Red
Yeah.
wine.
I have a feeling I'm
give
gonna
him-
need.
red wine. Yeah.
I'll teach you what I can, Ruin.
I like that. It's like
Um,
I'm gonna need to know how to do all of this at some point.
Yep.
Like I've done my best to help
Ruin had
Ruin
nice
learn high
qualities,
society,
yeah.
but it's not always, you know.
I mean, Ruin's
offense.
doing his best. He's
Yeah.
doing his best.
No offense, this is quite literally the epitome of pearls before swine. Because Ruin's a country bumpkin. He's my best friend, but he's a country bumpkin.
Oh yeah.
I got a quick question. How
Yeah.
much is one of those? How much is a glass of one of those? That fancy ass wine that we had that last time.
The
Prozac?
Prozac?
Yeah.
No,
Prozac by the glass is about roughly, give or take, about 20 gold a glass.
Oh,
20
we
gold?
drinking
20 gold per glass.
Okay, I'm gonna tell them I want 3 of those glasses, please.
You see him look
If
at
they
you
have it.
of Prozac, sir.
Yes.
This early?
In fact, send the whole bottle out.
A bottle of Prozac, yes.
My
Understand.
head is definitely in my hands at this moment in time.
I think
What
so.
is that?
I'm
What?
just,
Right?
gonna,
Red wine, right?
I'm just gonna tap Stan on the shoulder. Like, don't worry, it's gonna be fine.
I don't think he's drinking it.
Which seems to be the case.
I mean,
I know you've got something up your sleeves besides Zalatar, but
I'm sorry. Besides who?
no, I'm definitely not saying this.
No.
I'm saying this in Tegu. Sin is talking to himself at the moment, trying to calm down. So you're just listening to Tegu.
no,
Okay.
Avarice will probably understand that.
She does.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta remember her favorite, well, her only uncle, but her favorite uncle is a linguist, so she's been learning the languages since she was little also.
Forgetting to breathe.
Yeah, so if I hear you muttering something, Ruin's literally gonna kind of like bumps in. It's like, hey. I don't know what you're saying, but don't do it. There's other people that know your languages.
I'll help you learn Sylvan later. Talu, I'm trusting you.
I'm still learning Thessalonian
What?
from him.
I don't know.
I know what this word means, but I'm not gonna say it because it's probably bad.
That makes me laugh.
No, because Talu's, by this time at least, Talu's at least taught them how to, where's the bathroom, where's the restaurant, where's the bar.
Yeah, you
All right,
learn
broken,
basics.
broken Thessalonian. Got it.
Yeah.
At that
Yeah.
point.
But I know you're devious in some ways. That's why we're friends. So it's one of those things I have to trust my teammates so they'll trust me when I ask them to do something weird.
Mm-hmm. That is true. Alright. With most of that being put out, Avarice actually orders for her team shallow fried olives and mustard lamb. And then she also orders a based fennel and lemon cod for herself. And stuffed beets and lemon risotto. And the Prozac is brought out with a bottle, along with 3 glasses.
Ruin's playing with the silverware again because he wants to make sure it's all lined up the way he knows. He said, "Tom."
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime Ruin turns around to talk to Aver or something, Talu's gonna move a fork.
Oh no, Ruin's paying attention to where the utensils are. He doesn't. He's not going to engage a conversation anytime until it's time to actually start eating.
Right. It's
That
like, hold
point,
on. It's like, wait, I gotta make sure this is in the right way. I gotta line that up. Okay, that's there. Okay, that has to be there. It's like, I got this. I can do this.
Ah, my brain.
I think if that's the case, Tyler's gonna be like, wait, is that the salad or the meat fork? What spoon is that one?
You're just trying to overload Ruin's brain.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Okay, well that's an 18 with intelligence to figure that shit out. Like,
Are you sure that's not the salad fork?
You are
Kind
that's
of.
a salad fork.
you feel confident about it because you remember outside, inside. And you're like, no. Salad is first, and that's the one that's here. Which all of you are brought kind of base starter salads to be able to cleanse the palate.
It's like, got it. Ruin will literally be verbal in his excitement that he got the fork right.
All right, and with that, you see there's 3 glasses of Krozak that are before Talu.
Before Talu.
And Sin, when you finally look back up, kind of like stressing out, you see that 2 of the glasses are empty already.
I'm gonna immediately snap to Talu like, what?
Talu's gonna look at him like, what?
Ruin's
There's just like a defeated sigh from me.
And with that, seems like warmed bread is brought out for everyone along with butter pats, and the meals are prepared roughly. Takes no more than about roughly 15-20 minutes tops from when you guys ordered, as they come bringing all the plates out for everyone.
I'm definitely pulling out one of those sweetbreads from my bag of holding.
Ruin's like, okay, salad's done. Placement for empty dishes. Gotta rotate, grab this, do this.
Nice. Easy enough for you to be able to do.
I'd probably offer my salad to Luna because, snakes, veggies don't really mix.
How am I feeling on food? Because I got 2 things, and I don't know.
I mean,
I
that's
feel
up
like-
to you how you feel, but the food does smell and look delicious.
No, I know, but like,
She's saying, well, Talu offering her more food.
I mean, how do you
More
feel?
vegetables.
offering me more food. It's just a salad. I'll eat it. I don't want to waste food or anything.
So yeah, it's just salad.
It's
Seems
just
to be
water.
all right. The mood is very silent and dour as everyone's sitting there in front of Master Celine, who finishes her food fairly quickly, and then she passes something and says, all right, so who will be paying for the meal? And everybody at the table kind of freezes for a moment,
I'll raise my hand.
as Avarice also raises her hand, and then kind of narrows her eyes at you when you raise your hand.
Ruin's like,
I can pay for my team, you can pay for your team, we can boulder parchment shears for, then I'll point to Celine.
I feel like Celine's feeling like a real third wheel at this point.
And then you see Avarice kind of like lean over the table and says, deal.
Okay.
And when I win, you tell me exactly what's going on here.
Nope.
what?
What? Win what?
I was like, wait, what?
I'm sorry,
I was
what?
like,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no hesitation in the nope.
And you just see her kind of grit her teeth and kind of slowly lean back into the seat. And with that, when they say how the bill will be split, you see Celine says, these members will be paid by him and these members will be paid by her. And we'll see who'll be paying for my meal. As it kind of nods and says, well, of course, ma'am, the Archmage of Teleria does not have to pay at our establishment. He kind of gives a bow to her. Says, oh, well, thank you very much. That is much gracious of you.
we go, well, I guess that problem solved.
And
Thank
with
you,
that,
sir.
they come bringing out the bill for each of your sides. Sin, do you look at your bill?
Well, I need to know how much to take out of the frickin' bag of holding, so yeah.
That is true. Altogether, there is, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you that ate, including the Krozak and the glasses. Your bill comes out to,
The glasses? They're charging me for a glass too?
I mean,
I
you
thought the
bought,
glasses
you
were
bought
20.
3 glasses of the wine.
I thought it was
Yeah,
like 20.
they get their glasses back.
Yeah, I mean, just the wine itself was 20 gold apiece.
Oh, okay.
So you don't keep the glasses, but each glass you bought individually is
Got you,
charged.
got you.
I was going to say, he ain't buying a whole damn bottle of that shit.
No,
So I
no,
would
fuck that
say
noise.
all together your meal comes out to roughly about 5, 10, about 15,000 gold total.
15. Okay,
Yes.
that drops me to
15,000 gold.
655.
15,000. Yes.
I
will-
just took that out of what was remaining from our attempted payment for, Civil War.
Ah, yes, for the war. Our war effort.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say, Tyler would probably tell Sin like, I will pay for my drinks myself.
Don't worry
How
about
much
it.
was my meal?
I mean, how much was it again?
Ideally, your total came out to 15,000 gold with gratuity included, of
Holy
course.
shit! Oh, it's sick.
I'll just wave everybody off and send a message over the card. I'm just using what we earned in Opara. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, your meals were about 2,500 gold apiece, and then a 500 gratuity was added in for the rest. All the rest of it was added in as gratuity for the meals, and that technically this is a special day. Yes, indeed, because you guys are here on a special day. As this is a work day, but this is Moon Day.
So that's what'll happen.
Which is quite good, and you guys are all done. It took you about an hour or so to eat. Then it's about time to head up to the castle.
I think before we get off from the table, Tyler will probably offer that last glass of wine to Celine.
Which he kind of looks at and says, "Well, I thank you, but I don't drink Prozac."
All right. Well, anybody want it?
Everyone will grab it.
I was gonna say make a reflex save because Adam's also gonna grab for it.
Oh, can we all make a reflex save? I want to make a reflex.
You can. Adam also got a nat 20. What is his? Actually,
that's
his,
mine's a 27.
I was gonna say his reflex will beat yours definitely with that then.
Yeah, because mine's a 27, even with a nat 20.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I gotta know.
Hold on. What is his reflex? I'm sure it's like really high, but I want to know what it is anyways.
I was gonna say for me to, I gotta go pull back up his thing. Where is it?
I think this is like a 9 or a 10.
Oh yeah, it's definitely higher. I just can't remember exactly what it is.
Yeah, so he's anywhere from 2 to 3 points higher than me.
Oh yeah, he definitely has it. He's got it. He's cool. He's
oh
he's
yeah,
got
Adam's speed is his best attribute
sure.
actually.
For sure.
Yep.
He doesn't hit as hard as he would like, but he's fast as shit. Yeah, I think it comes out to a 29, 30. Hold on, that's not it. No, those are the other people. I already know what they're doing. They're in the after credit scene. There's Adam. I forgot he moved. Yeah, he got a 30 total.
Yep, so his is 3 points higher.
So yeah, even though
because I'm not raging.
His hand gets there just before yours and clips the glass and slaps it away.
I was like, all right, those are the fastest. I'm done. I still got a bottle of and a half in my pouch, so I'm good.
You're going now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we can go.
And yes, indeed. So with that, he's able to grab it and has a drink of it. Even though he looks at us a little bit better, he's like, And then Average just kind of looks at him and says, "I don't remember saying that any of you were allowed to drink when we're on a mission." And then you see Adam, and probably the most defiant you've ever seen, look at her dead in the eye and tilt his head back and drink the last of the glass and like lick the rim.
Huh.
Bad.
And it's not really a word to put into words to look this on Avarice's face, but if you've ever been in the grocery store and you broke something when your mom told you not to touch that thing a second ago, or that moment that you've done the very thing that you were told not to do, and the look of promised retribution and punishment coming to you in not even if it's a fully formed thought yet, but in somehow, some way, you're going to regret this. And I'm going to make sure that you regret this.
Oh, it's one of those. Ugh.
It's probably the moment for you, Ruin, that she has looked the most like Celine that you can ever imagine.
It's like Ruin's gonna like literally double take. He's gonna look at Celine, look back at Avarice, look back at Celine, look back at Avarice. He's gonna go. He's gonna like nudge Sandy. Goes, they look the same right now.
And
I'm gonna send a message to you over the card saying I kind of feel for Adam right now, though.
I grab a hold of Sin. I'm like, I'll message him back over the card. I'm like, yeah, I gotta tell you about what's going on with him. And later, and then Ruin will pocket his card.
And while you guys are doing that, all of a sudden you just hear Avarice kind of turn towards Talu slightly with just one eye and say, "Are you attempting to give my teammates some food and break their diet?" As Talu is trying to hand a piece of sweet bread to Kat.
Talu's gonna be looking at her. Well, I mean, she was the closest one. If I had been able to get to everybody, I would have. But it's not necessarily because I'm trying to break their diet. More so the idea that I feel they've gone through a lot, been doing a good job. I felt like, just sharing the wealth. If you want some, I got some for you too.
Oh, the sweet bread.
I can assure you that we are quite fine on eating your bread. Isn't that right, Kat? And you see Kat kind of slowly put her hand down and says, "Yes, ma'am."
Oh, Ruin's heart, it's hurting.
Right then. Miss Celine, would you like one? I'm sorry for being so rude as to not offer you. But I figured I'd try to take the moment of everybody fighting for wine to make a generous offer.
That's quite kind of you, Talu, and while it is thankful, I am quite sated and full. But thank you very much nonetheless.
Okay. I have extras in it. It was really good bread from Apara, so.
Ooh, breads.
Oparan sweet bread can be quite nice, and then you see Avarice kind of close her eyes like, "You have Oparan sweet bread?"
Yeah, it's awesome.
So you and Opara.
Talu's just gonna smirk and just like not say a word, not even answer her.
Yeah, she's just looking across the rest of your team, trying to like see that, looking for that one person where it's gonna betray on their face.
I could have sworn that Ruin had already told her that we went to Opara to save.
True.
Yeah, I'm not.
But it's the kind of thing where you're confirming the information with other people and seeing if more can be given.
There's just a smug smile from still telling her nope.
And with that, Celine says it's time for us to make our meeting. Let us begin. And everyone stands up. He says, once we arrive, Avarice, Team Darkspell is to guard the hallway and the perimeter and to stand guard. You are not invited into the meeting. Is that correct, Sin?
That's correct.
And you see Avarice says, we did not travel all the way from... And she says, you are a guest here and you will remember your place.
Ruin's literally just like looking down like... Sin like, I got nothing.
And then she slowly begins to walk around the right side of the table towards Avarice. Or you and your entire, every time she like takes a step, she's like stepping and making a word, team can stay and rot here in Whitestone and hope that the Whitestone Academy will take the Aegis Academy throwaways.
Ooh.
It is just dead staring.
And then she kind of stops right in front of Avarice, which she's taller than her daughter, and says, unless you have something else to say that is other than yes, ma'am, this conversation is over. And accomplish your mission. And you can audibly hear the grinding of Avarice's teeth as she grits out, yes, ma'am. And then just for a moment, Celine's face kind of relaxes into a calm smile and says, all right, Team Moonshadow, Team Darkspell, let us begin. And she just calmly begins to walk out the door.
I'm gonna follow.
I want to be such a fucking dick right now. Hey, I'm not gonna say this, but like
Roll
in my
for
head,
it.
I'm thinking, nope,
Mhm.
because it's beyond what even Talu's personality would allow him to do. Because I was
Oh,
gonna be
okay,
like,
then never mind.
I was gonna be like, hey, if you want, I can take something in there to get it signed for you.
Yeah, even that's out of Talu's wheelhouse.
Now, if Shigeru was here,
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that
definitely.
the problem is if Shigeru was here and he said that, he would be like just wholeheartedly like being genuine about
Deadass.
it.
It's like, yeah, I'm gonna help you out, sis. It's all good. But when I say the look of coldness that's in Avarice's eyes right now, like you thought that she looked mad about Adam, she looks murderous at the moment. Like,
Ruin's literally putting himself in between her and Sin and like push Sin forward. Like,
Oh, Sin's already pretty much on Celine's heels.
oh yeah.
yeah, so
I was gonna
Ruin's
say
gonna
most of Team Moonshadow would have moved out, and Team Darkspell is just kind of standing there waiting for Avarice to take the lead. And she seems to physically kind of calm and restrain herself back in. And then, kind of in the same way where it seems like Celine just kind of switched and put a mask on, her face kind of goes emotionless, and she turns and begins to walk out and follow the rest of you.
I think as we leave, I'll just do like a small little apologetic, like sorry to Kat, like I tried.
She just kind of gives you a head nod, like, I understand.
Ruin's gonna ask for one of the little sweet rolls from Talu.
Yeah, definitely just hand it to him. Like,
Thank
I'd probably
you.
do it away from the vision of the other team, just so like not to rub it in their face, like we're eating what we want type thing.
No, Ruin will like flutter, like he'll open his wings and stuff, like to flex them when he grabs it, completely blocking any view of what's going on there.
Easy enough to do. And as you walk up the winding path towards Whitestone Castle, which is gleaming now in the midday sun, made from the actual white stone surrounding the mountains, where it seems to almost reflect the light back and seem to glow. You can see the battlements that seem to have kept an age. You can see that the path to Whitestone is patrolled by what you would only imagine as some type of special guard, as they are the first guards you've seen that are carrying what seems to be rifles.
Those hurt. Ruin speaking from the experience of being shot.
Facts, it makes a difference.
Yeah, sorry about that.
And as you're walking towards the castle, from what you can see, there's just more and more, easily somewhere over 200 guards that are just on duty that have guns. And as you kind of come up towards the gate, you can see that there are other people that were apparently waiting for an audience, but it seems that they've all been dismissed, as it seems that the king and queen have decided they have something else on the agenda for today.
Oh, we're special.
Sure, we can call it that.
I mean, for now, till they figure out what the fuck we want.
Oh yeah.
With that, there's one of the people there that seems to be a commander who's kind of giving orders to the guards that are putting them through their paces, having them kind of basically like a military drill commander, having them rotate their guns, use them, aim, spin, fire, and just basically training to a military level of precision of them following orders with their weapons. And while he's there, there's another guy that's off the side in kind of this kind of sandy brown armor that seems to have a braid of hair that's wrapped around his forehead and the rest of it kind of tied back, who's kind of sitting off to the side with the spear kind of lazily looking at everything in the shadows and the shade. But his eyes immediately lock onto you all and kind of looks at you like, this is interesting. But you notice he is the only one that is lounging about. Everybody else is like bees in a beehive, doing something somewhere and getting to it expeditiously.
Means he's
Wait,
got
is this the general
status
that we-
somehow.
Is this the general guy that we met the first time?
Which one?
The one that put us in a room.
Yes.
This one is General Kashaw.
Yeah, that is the guy.
Yeah, it is.
Yep, that's him.
Kind of gives you guys the look and kind of like,
Tyler's gonna wave at him.
Yeah, and with that, you see him kind of like slowly stand up with his spear and kind of like casually, but with only casual that somebody who is a spear master can do, kind of flip it around to where it's in the carrying spot behind his back. And
It's the general.
and begins to walk towards you all.
Ronan will wave. Hello again.
Tyler, stay man, ruin.
Hello, General.
Like, hello, General Krishna.
Kind of gives you all a look and says, "You can just call me Cash."
This time we came as guests.
Yeah, I heard there was somebody important that I was supposed to escort, and it looks like you're the ones, huh?
Oh, we're
Yes.
important.
Yeah. We moved up from little piss ants to guests. I think that's pretty good.
I think we're still pissants.
Nah.
Kind of stretches for a moment and gives a deep breath and says, "Well, with that being the case, let's go." And he kind of gives you like the head nods, like, "You know the way." And Celine kind of looks at him and is like, "Well, I'm Celine and blah, 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 blah. Through the hallway, through the big doors, you know the way."
Damn.
So, like,
Tyler's gonna look at him like, if we open the door, the giant death-eating thing's not gonna come at us, right?
oh yeah, that's
And you just see Kashaw smile and not answer.
I'm gonna take that as a maybe. Just don't put anything in the doorway again.
I mean, I didn't put anything in the door to begin with.
I'm looking directly at Wanda at this point.
Hey, come on now. We're here for a reason.
I have no idea what you were talking about.
And you see Kashaw kind of yell over to the young guy that seems to be running all the soldiers through their paces, like, "Kaiden, they're here, I'm out." And you just see him kind of give a half-hearted wave, like, "Huh?" And you see the other soldiers, like, stop to salute Kashaw as he walks by. And you just see him give this, like,
I guess it must be nice being at the top of the totem pole, huh?
"I tell them not to salute me, but yet they salute me every goddamn place I go here."
Tyler salutes him.
You see him take this odd moment where he kind of like stops for a moment, and you see the end of his spear kind of like quiver behind his back, like he's debating on attacking you or not,
Hello.
and whether or not
Nice.
he can technically get away with that before you meet Vex and the rest of them. And it seems like he comes to some type of agreement in his head, like, "I can wait."
I wonder, like, has the kid been born yet?
His kid?
Yeah, I would say because last time his wife was pregnant.
Oh no, it's not born yet.
Oh, okay.
Zara is still quite pregnant.
Okay.
And the baby.
I'm legitimately gonna say, Talu, play nice. Stop it.
Well, I saw them do the respect thing, and I wanted to do the same thing. I'm sorry.
Thank you. He does not like it.
And you see him kind of look at you, sitting there, like, see, you get it. You're a good one. This guy, though, and as you're walking down the hallway, you can see there's one of apparently different family portraits of the Derolos, and you see one that seems to have Vox Machina up there with Percy and Vex in the middle as kind of their family of the Derolos. And as you kind of stop at the door, all of a sudden, Kashaw kind of stands there for a moment, is like, "So?" Looking at the door, guys, like, "So you're going to open the door, or do I need to throw you through the door, or how does this want to work today?" And you see the guy at the door kind of give like this uppity, and slowly push the door open. It's like,
Rowan was like, "Are we throwing people through doors?" He was getting excited there.
he's like, "I throw people through doors. You do not throw people through doors."
"Oh, well, can I assist you?"
I'll think about it.
Yes.
Don't throw me through doors. I've been through 2 of them today.
Yeah. What? You went through a door today?
Oh yeah, long
Yeah.
story. I'll tell you later.
Definitely a long story.
And with that, as you begin to enter, all of a sudden the herald kind of says, "We have guests from Aegis Academy, your lords and ladyships." And coming into the room, you can see sitting in thrones at the far end of this long red carpet in the throne room is Percival DeRollo and his wife Vexalia Vexar DeRollo. And off to her side, you can see that there is Keyleth and Pike on one side next to Vex. And on the other side, you can see that there is Scanlan and Grog standing there, or Grog and Scanlan.
I guess we walk in and line up.
And it says, Lord and Lady DeRollo, King and Queen of Whitestone, accompanied by the members of Vox Machina, Pike, the champion of Serenray, Keyleth, voice of the Tempest and leader of the Arashari, Grog Strongjaw, Grand Poobah the Doink of this and that, and Scanlan Shorthalt, member of the Council of Tal'Dorei. And you hear Grog says, he got my name right.
Everyone's like, yeah.
Are the doors closed and Avarice and Darkspell outside at this point?
Ideally, the doors are closing, which you can, if you look back, you'll see the last thing is Avarice just staring.
I'm gonna wait till they're fully closed and then just kind of think, all right, it's do or die, and I am going to shift into my Kitsune form.
To which you hear Grog say, "Oh, look, he's a fox, Scanlan." And you hear Percy kind of lean forward and says, "Good evening, well, good day to you, I guess I should say, Lady Celine Sindal, Archmage of Teleria." And you hear Vex says, yes. So what do we have this honor of this request, I believe, by this young man here?
You got this, little buddy.
I'm gonna look to Celine and be like, "May I?"
It's do or die.
And you see Celine.
Clearly.
You see Celine give a nod and says, "Of course, we'll follow your lead."
Thank you. I am going to step forward and kind of bow at the waist and be like, can I look around real quick and see if the head priest of the temple is here as well?
You can take a quick perception check if you like. Ideally, looking at the members in Vox Machina, they seem to be in all of their finery. Pike is wearing this golden and silver armor that you saw before with the huge gauntlets and the ruby diamond in the chest. Keyleth is in all her glory as you've seen her. Vex is wearing this all-white outfit that seems to be made of dragon skin.
There's someone there waiting for food.
The
There's
other
nobody
one,
at the front. So I feel like asking for this order would just be a lot of them.
I'm sorry, what?
They were talking about food and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I didn't realize I was not muted. I am so I apologize. I'm just trying to be considerate to this guy who's like super overpacked with his orders. Sorry.
All good.
Okay.
With that, Queen Vex is wearing all white with seems to be dragon skin, seems to be made on the boots and all of that, along with the crown that's on her head that's made of gold and silver. Percy is in a blue and gold long cloak that seems to also have his family crest there on the lapel, along with black boots to match. Grog, of course, is wearing what seems to be some type of battle harness. It has a huge, some type of sword or axe strapped to the back, along with his huge gauntlets that he has on and boots. And Scanlan is in the all purple and gold outfit with his purple beret on.
Okay. 15 plus 12 for a 27. Do I see her?
You do see her standing off to this left side of the door where you walked in, waiting silently.
Okay. Then yes, I will step forward, bow at the waist, and approach them and say, my name is Metaleus Sin Melnox. I come here today to ask for your help as the newly ordained champion of the Raven Queen. I have been sent here to collect humbly
Here,
the
Vex says, "You're not taking my brother's armor." And then you see Percy kind of put a hand on it and says, "Dear, let us hear him out." And then you see Vex kind of cross her legs and slowly sit back. and cross her arms in a very much closed in, like, you could say what the fuck you said, but I said what I said pose. As you imagine that the high priest came here first and received her warm welcome, and is why she's standing back by the door. But everybody's kind of quieted, so you can continue.
I have been sent here to collect the Deathwalker's ward as an edict from my goddess, and I would like to do so peacefully and not cause any harm or disrespect.
You do see her eyes raise when you say peacefully.
I understand that it is requesting to, as beautifully as I could put it, take something that is a fond memory of your late brother, but it is required. I'm not asking to do this lightly. I understand that it is trying and difficult, for it is very important, but it is something that I have to do. To continue, I need the ward, and I don't want to fail, and I don't want to be put in a situation where we could be at odds. So I'm asking, as politely as I can, that you, as not only the Queen of Whitestone, but the members of Vox Machina, to help me.
Make a diplomacy check at disadvantage.
Yeah, I figured that was coming.
I mean, you made it better than triple disadvantage, which was what was coming originally.
Yep, diplomacy. Okay, 12 plus 5, 17.
And you see kind of like this look kind of between all the members as they kind of look at each other. And then you just see Grog say, "Oh shit," as Vex stands up. "So you're the champion of the Raven Queen? She thinks that you can replace my brother?"
Don't think she's intending to replace him. I'm his successor.
So, do you know that after we defeated Vecna and she begins walking down the steps towards you, as you hear kind of Scanlan say, Vex? Vex?
Oh, my tails are definitely twitching out of nervousness, but I'm holding my ground.
As she's slowly stepping towards you, which is still like 60 feet, but stalkingly towards you, with her cloak falling behind her, then we defeated Vecna and nearly gave our lives defending and saving Vasselheim from extinction. My brother was taken from me by your goddess. She came and took him. And as she kind of stands before you, you then kind of notice on your left side that Celine steps up next to you and kind of slightly ahead of you to make sure that she can be in between you and Vex. And then this moment where she kind of like realizes what Celine has done and stops and stares at her. And the two of them just kind of hold this stare for a quiet, long time.
Hold on a sec.
All right.
Yeah. Sin is going to try and be brave and I guess try and whisper something to Celine like, "Thank you, Master, but this is currently between me and her. It's okay for now."
You see Celine kind of slowly step back and you see Vex nod and says, "You can wait your turn. I'm sure we have plenty to say." And Celine just says, "Indeed." What makes you think you're worthy to wear the Deathwalker's ward?
I've only lived for 19 years, but I've done my best to live it as well as I can. I've been with my own friends, survived a trip. What was that plane again?
The Shadowfell.
Shadowfell.
Yeah, survived a trip to the Shadowfell.
An encounter with Void.
Met an encounter with Void.
We went into a planar dimensional tomb.
Oh, Bahamut's. Was it Bahamut?
No, it was Minotaurs, not dragons.
Yeah, and then we went into another tomb where we met one of those little changeling or skinwalker kind of things.
Wendigo?
No. This was when you were unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is when we had a quest for an Absalom where we had to go into a tomb.
Hey,
and
you,
we had to seal something.
you survived a blast from a god killer.
Yeah. I've survived an onslaught from a god killer weapon and crossed the bridge to the Starstone Cathedral. I don't claim to be the best, but I at least am confident in my own abilities.
And with that, she kind of looks down at you. And then you hear Percival's voice kind of come out. Vexalia. And you see her just snap around. Don't you Vexalia me. You know what that cost us. I am painfully aware every day that I look at you, dear, that yes, it cost your life to receive it. And your brother bartered his own life in return to have you saved from the Raven Queen. I understand. But if what the boy says is true, and he kind of nods towards the high priest back in the back, if Tefrina is correct, she says that he is the champion of the Raven Queen. While I am not a champion, 4 of you up here are champions of a god. When they ask you to do something, you do it. More often than not. Your Grog says, well, Cord doesn't really ask for anything. It's just more like, fight, get stronger, be better, blah, 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 blah. And you see Scanlan says, Grog, not helping at all.
Ruin's just like...
And then Percy kind of stands up and kind of comes over to her and says, dear, you yourself are the champion of Pelor, founder of this great city. If Pelor came to you and said that he needed for your gifts to be given to someone else, would you stop? Would you say no? And then you hear Scanlan says, and Pike kind of goes like, and then you see Percy kind of close his eyes for a second. It's like, okay, Vex, you may or may not be willing to give anything up because you are a very greedy woman, my dear, but that comes from a place of love and caring. You want things so you can protect and help others. And this boy seems like he's only going to be attempting to do the same. So would you really deny him something that may help other people? As much as Vax probably never wanted to wear that stupid armor to begin with. He was going to give it to you, but you told him to wear it. And you see her kind of like, even though you can't see her, you can see her shoulders begin to kind of like bounce up and down. She begins to cry. It's just stupid. And you just see Percy kind of give her a hug. And then you hear another voice ring out and says, she is not the only one that you should probably be asking permission from. As Keela speaks up and looks towards you, Sin.
It is one of the reasons I asked all of Vox Machina to be here. I understand that you all were close, and I didn't want the decision to lie on one person. I wanted all of Vox Machina to approve. If there's a way I can convince you, I would do my best to prove it.
And she kind of looks up and says, Vax was more than my friend. He was my partner. And he is the only man that I ever have and ever will love. I will live to be well over 1,000 in my years, and I never intend to take another. But for you, as she kind of steps forward and begins to step down the steps, and her eyes go opaque, to have the sheer audacity to mention that blasterous bitch in my presence. And you now notice that there seems to be a wind picking up in the room, whipping some of the tapestries around and blowing her hair back. And you hear Grog say, Percy? The Keyleth?
At this point, Ruin's gonna step up behind Set.
Mm-hmm.
I am just gonna like hold out my hand, like hold on.
Mm-hmm. To think that she has any right to lay claim to anything that was his after all of this time. And you notice that the raven that was sitting on her shoulder kind of calls and begins to fly off into the room to get away from her. And after circling once and everybody's eyes kind of on it, come and lands on your shoulder. And this raven is fucking heavy as shit. Like, this raven feels like it weighs like 70, 80 pounds. Like,
oh god, it weighs almost as much as that.
Right, you're like, holy fuck, this is heavy. And once it does, you see all of them kind of pause in the moments they're in. And Keyleth, like, immediately, like, loses all of her bluster. And you just see tears begin to run down her eyes. And she just kind of, like, falls to her knees and begins to cry. And, of course, Pike rushes up to help her, and Grog and Scanlan come over. And after a few minutes of them kind of composing themselves, you see her kind of stand back up, makeup streaked with tears from a mascara. That raven came to me once I returned home in the days after fighting Vecna and after Vax had been taken from us. And he stayed by my side ever since, for years now. This is the first time that he's ever left my perch and landed on anyone else. So it seems clear that what is said is true, and you are the new champion of the Raven Queen. But I will warn you now, never mention her name again in my presence, champion or not.
Yes, ma'am.
It's only thanks to Vax's memory that I don't destroy that stupid, ugly blight from the graveyard as it stands now.
I'm gonna take a look at the raven real quick. Just kind of one of those.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. As you turn to look at it, its eyes kind of like looking at you and kind of blinks. So then it kind of turns into your face as you look at it and just right in your face, loud as hell.
That will probably get me to jump.
Which it does. And then you see the feathers kind of like fluff themselves up as it kind of fluffs. And then it starts to fly and poops right on your shoulder and then flies back off.
I will immediately use prestidigitation. Like, oh.
You hear Vex kind of giggle and laugh as they all begin to.
Toller's laughing at your ass.
Ruin's just like,
Mm-hmm.
it's okay, buddy. Be alright. It washes out.
And you hear Scanlan says, and if we needed any indication that Vax is okay with this, that's probably as good as it's gonna get. And your Grog says, like, yeah, he was good at those.
Out of character. Wasn't it Scanlan that would shit everywhere?
Scanlan shit he can magically enhance, and he would shit everywhere. And he can magically enhance his shit to be able to scry on people. Though Vax and Grog were known for playing practical jokes on each other.
I'm gonna say in Tegu just under my breath, I'm half tempted to throw it at the big guy.
In which the raven flies back around and lands on Keela's shoulder again as she stands back up. Which, you knowing how fucking heavy the raven is, even though he doesn't look that heavy, you're like, the fuck
He is
strong is
wrong.
she to just walk around with this big ass raven on her shoulder? Like, it's big for a raven, but you mean like, damn, he looks like he's about 10 pounds, not fucking 70. Fucking made of heavy metal and iron? The fuck is wrong with her?
I didn't know if a raven could be made out of obsidian.
Basically.
Yep.
Which Vex says, you know what? It's fine. She wants the fucking armor. She can fucking have the armor. Doesn't mean that I don't care about my brother. And then she kind of turns back to you. You there. Mel Knox. That's your name?
Metalaeus, ma'am, but yes.
Metalaeus. You wish to take the armor of the Deathwalker's ward from my brother?
I wish to receive it, yes.
Then you will have to come take it off of his cold, dead bones yourself. Come with me. And she turns and begins to walk out of the side chamber.
I will start to follow her.
Tyler's gonna have
Just
fun.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of wave everybody to stay here.
Ruin's literally gonna be reaching out to you.
Nope. Tyler had no intention of following you. Once she said you're gonna have to come get it, I was like, okay, cool. He's gonna go get it.
With that being said, as you walk through one of the side passages and hallways, takes you down kind of to a back way towards the backgrounds of the castle, to where you can then see there seems to be a small graveyard, of what you assume is probably for the royal family, other dignitaries here. And there you can see what looks to be almost like a single roomed house. There seems to be a small little temple that's built there. Then from what you can see on the inside, there are torches that are lit. It's all made of all black. And sitting on top a tomb of Whitestone seems to be a cask. It seems to be made out of gold and silver. As you see, there are multiple guards that are posted there. And as they begin to walk that way, you see that they immediately stop and salute Vexalia as she walks past. And as you step towards the threshold, it's very odd, even though it's a normally fairly warm late summer day, almost like it is now in real life. Once you step over the threshold, there is a chillness in the air that is just unremarkable to place. It's about 40 degrees cooler in here than it is outside.
Damn.
Even though this thing is apparently open with the door wide open, it seems like the heat just doesn't enter. And she kind of looks at you and says, well, there you are. Open it. Take it from his body yourself.
I would guess I will start to approach the
casket
sarcophagus.
The sarcophagus is about 4 feet off of the ground on the white stone pillar that it's sitting on.
Okay. Is it like an actual sarcophagus where I have to try to push the lid off, or is it like a casket that I can open it like a hinge?
It seems more like a casket that you could open with a hinge. And you see Vexalia kind of walk up and take out a key that seems to be from around her neck and unlock what looks to be this. You didn't kind of notice it before, but it seems like it's a lock that's locked into the actual cask, that you can hear what sounds to be multiple mechanical locks unlocking. And even for a moment, you can feel like there's some type of magical energy that dispersed. That this thing apparently was like a Bugatti sitting in the hood. It was dangerously trapped.
Damn.
Okay. I
But
will.
She just stands there and, with her arms folded, waiting.
I will stop and not necessarily say a prayer to the Raven Queen, but to my predecessor. Probably in Tegu, just saying, your friends and family love you very much. I hope that I can show them, as your successor, I'm actually worthy of this. And I will open the casket.
And as you can do so, the oddest part is you notice there isn't any physical body inside of the casket. From what you can do see is you do see that the Deathwalker's ward is there. It's this beautiful black leather armor that seems immaculate, with a neck what seems to be made of raven's feathers, along with a cloak on it. And from what you can see, there seems to be a dagger that is also laying on top of the armor.
I will reach down and pick up the dagger first.
Which you just hear Vex kind of give a deep intake of breath, just like a
I'm going to hold it kind of just flat on my hand. I was never told anything about a dagger, just the ward itself.
She kind of just looks at you and says, "That's whisper." That it's a vestige of divergence. It's a highly powerful dagger.
That's the freaking in the book.
It is in the book, but again, I was never told anything about a dagger, just the Deathwalker's ward.
I would leave it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to read the Queen in the sense of, I understand it is a vestige of divergence. I can't say for sure whether I would be commanded to come back and collect it as well. But I don't want to make this any more painful than it is.
Just kind of looks at you and says, Kainen already decided he was not going to ever touch the dagger again. And Vax was the last one with it, so if you're taking over for my brother, take the damn dagger already, Menelaus.
I will pocket the dagger and then reach in and kind of... Is it folded or is it laid out as if it's on someone?
It's laid out as if it was on someone.
I will neatly fold it up and then lift it from the casket.
And even as you do so, it is cool to the touch, even with it being a warm day. It doesn't seem to be bothered by the heat or anything at all.
I will then kind of put it in my bag of holding and look to her and say, thank you. I don't want to be presumptuous or overstep drastically, but I don't want to disgrace my predecessor. If you can find it once you've come to hate me a little less, to guide me on what it can do, I would humbly accept any assistance you could offer.
Make a diplomacy check.
19. Okay, plus diplomacy 5. 24.
Seer kind of take a moment.
I will have my head bowed.
And kind of take a deep breath. And says, what do you know about the vestiges of divergence?
Not too terribly much. We were visiting Scanlan and Lady Pike at Grayskull Keep?
Castle? Yeah. Grayskull Keep. Castle.
That's
there.
Grayskull Keep.
And read one of Lord Percival's old journals that had them listed in it, but we didn't get to fully peruse the journal before we were departing.
All right. Well, a vestige of divergence is some type of item that has been imbued with the power of the gods themselves. We collected many of these when we were planning to fight Vecna. And against the Chroma Conclave. You are familiar with the Chroma Conclave, correct?
Would I be able to roll a history to tell that?
Yes.
Okay. What's that? Okay, that's... Okay, 17 plus knowledge, history, 4, 21.
You would know that the Chroma Conclave is when there was 4 massive chromatic dragons, red, white, green, and black, that attacked Iman in the land of Taldore, intending to take it over. They spread across the globe, planning to return the world to the age when dragonkind and dragons ruled. The unique thing about that is the very, very sad fact is that chromatic dragons generally are extremely territorial and generally so egotistical that they hate each other. So the fact that they combined and they were all such ancient, powerful dragons made them something to be contended with. And they actually, in the siege of Iman, they actually murdered the then sovereign King Uriel, or Sovereign Uriel Taldore II.
Dang.
Among other many nations that fell under the onslaught, as each dragon was able to fall an entire nation and take over. And Vox Machina, one by one, went through fighting and killing the dragons, before then having to contend with Vecna himself, who had at that point almost re-risen as an ascended godling.
So, for my own knowledge, who is more powerful, Vecna or Asmodeus?
Between the two of them, Asmodeus. Vecna is a god-ish, but he wasn't a god in the mortal plane. So he was kind of be on the material plane as a god, because all the gods are locked outside the divine gate, which, if you imagine being the only god left on this plane of existence with no other gods to contend with you, it's basically a kid in a sandbox in a candy store with all the right to do whatever you wanted.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
get you.
Which was the plan.
Sorry.
Mhm.
Yeah. I will go ahead and give a brief summary of what I know of it then to her.
She says, okay, well, as far as for Whisper, I guess the easiest way to show it would be for you to use it. And to take out the dagger.
I will draw the dagger.
And then you see her kind of look. And then she kind of points out towards the graveyard where there's a kind of another stone tomb. Yeah, come with me. It kind of steps outside back into the heat and the warmth, which you didn't realize was missing till you walked back out there like, holy shit. Man, it's chilly in there. And she's going to tell you, throw the dagger at that tomb over there. Just hit it.
I'll throw it, trying to hit it.
Roll a ranged attack.
Let's see. That is 3 plus 4 for 7 plus 12 for 19.
All right. As you do so, and the dagger hits, you feel this moment when the dagger hits that if you want, you just feel this urge, this kind of energy. Do you give into it?
Yes, Sin has been told that he'd be taught what it is. I'll give into it.
Just as the dagger is beginning to hit, you actually end up transplanting and transporting with it, and you are holding the dagger as it slams into the wall, and it's in your hand.
Oh, that's so.
Ah,
But you travel the equivalent of about 20 feet instantly.
I will kind of toddle back over to her, put the dagger away. Okay.
It also has the ability to frighten someone when they get hit with a critical attack. If you hit them very, very well, they will be frightened for you for, I believe, at least a minute.
We'll definitely have to practice that.
I just thought of something. What does he have to throw it? What if it gets thrown?
Ideally, normally it's the user that does it that's attuned to it, and Sin is the one that's going to be attuned to it until it gives it to someone else, but it can work that way for anyone.
Well, I'm thinking if I use my whip and fucking hit somebody with the whip, with the dagger attached to the end of it, he can teleport to it and then slice somebody with it.
You could. With that, she kind of looks at you, kind of up and down, and comes over and grabs the ward and says, "Here, I'll help you put it on."
I've never worn armor before.
And it's painfully reminiscent of your sister Tara helping you when you were getting dressed for something important. Like the level of care and detail, even though she seems still upset and not fully accepting of it, she seems to be taking care and gentle with you in a loving way that you can only imagine is the way that she was with her own brother.
Oh.
And after about roughly 5 minutes or so, you have the new armor adjusted to you and set, which it was a bit bigger when she was putting it on you, but now that it's kind of set, it's kind of shrunk to fit your frame. And now the cloak kind of sits and falls at about your ankles. But you realize now that you can kind of shrug your shoulders and have the cloak draw all the way over your front, where it looks like you're just covered in black feathers.
Neat.
And then she kind of looks at you and says, "Okay, with me." And she begins to walk towards the far end of the graveyard.
I'm going to follow.
And then she points out towards the bay. Here's the northern bay. Do you know how to use the ward? Are you aware of what it does?
I'm just going to shake my head no.
Nah.
You see it take a deep breath. Well, apparently my brother before he passed away, had awakened and put this ward in its exalted state. Vestiges are weapons that can grow with you and become more powerful. So, with this, he apparently gained an advantage over death. So, when you're wearing the armor, you have advantage on death saving throws. Once it's fully aware to you, you can choose what type of actual elemental resistance you wish for the armor to have. You can choose between fire, cold, acid, lightning, or necrotic and poison damage. And you can change that after you take every 8 hours, or after you take a rest for 8 hours, you can change it. Or I should say a short rest. So after you rest for an hour, you can have it reattuned to a different energy type to give you half damage on automatically. So you tune it to fire. All fireballs are automatically half damage.
But does that mean if I also succeed the save, it becomes quarter?
Yep.
Wow.
Well, you got a ring of evasion, so you'd avoided all that. But if it was something like fire that you had to run through, you'd still have half damage on it.
Yeah.
And she kind of smiles and says, my favorite part, actually, is the last one. And she's going to lightning quickly reach over and shove you forward over the cliff towards the lake below.
Oh, God.
Roll a d20 for me.
Okay. Okay, an 8.
With that, as you're panicking, trying to figure out, like, oh no, what on? All of a sudden, the cape that's on you goes out into these huge black wings that spread out almost like ruins, and you give a whoosh, and all of a sudden, you almost like Falcon from the Marvel movies fly back up over the cliff, and the wings are holding you aloft effortlessly.
My little buddy's got wings.
And she kind of looks at you and says, I always wanted to fly as a child, and now my brother was the one who got wings. It's one of life's ironies.
Breathing heavily.
I'm not sure if it has to work the same way, but that's the way that my brother had his activated by our friend Gilmore. So it seems like that might be the way to always do it. If not, it made me feel a little better.
I'm glad.
Should be able to, I believe that they work for about an hour a day.
I'm going to land and step a little bit farther away from her.
As you land, the wings easily flow back into the cape like they were always there.
I'm glad that helped. If not shaved a few years off my own life.
You now have a fly speed of 60 feet that you can use for an hour per day.
You can keep up with me now.
Only for an hour.
Yeah, once you fall, I'll catch you.
Awesome.
And with that, she just kind of gives a deep breath and says, kind of walks over towards you and says, I'm choosing to believe in you.
I will try to, like, puff out my chest and stand as tall as I can and be like, I don't plan on disgracing my predecessor or his friends that graciously helped me.
And you see her smile for a moment as a single tear kind of rolls down her cheek. God, you almost sound like him. Well, enough of that. Back inside before who knows all hell happens if we leave them alone.
Oh no, we left Avarice there.
Back to what happened on the inside. After about that first minute of them walking away, it's kind of an awkward silence. This person kind of looks at you all and says, well, good to see you all again. Celine, Percival. If you guys, if you don't know me, I'm Percival DeRollo.
Oh, yes, we know who you are.
I think we met like 3 times already.
We have, and Scaredland just kind of pipes in. Percy was gonna say his long ass name, but then decided it was too pompous, and you see Percy turn a little red.
What's his full name?
Oh, that's right. He doesn't remember.
Percival von Friedrichstein, Kowalski Dorolo III, right?
Close.
Close.
Very close.
Wanda would know. I forget, but Wanda would know.
Oh, yeah. You would know that his full name is Percival Friedrichstein von Musu Kowalski Dorolo III.
Fred.
Which Scanlan then says, and this is why we call him Percy, because fuck that.
Talo's gonna offer one piece of bread to all of the members of Fox Machina.
You and that damn bread.
Can I have your autographs?
Look, I'm trying to get rid of it before it goes bad, and it's not worth wasting. It's good bread.
We can get an infinite supply from Opara, bro. We're good.
Keela chooses not to partake. Grog is eagerly and excited to do it. Scalen goes and gets one after Pike kind of just nods and says, yeah, it's fine, and she takes one also.
Oh, that's right. He's on diet.
On a diet.
Totally over here fucking up all kinds of diets.
I was going to say, Grog will take as many from you as you humanly wants to pass out to him.
I mean, I'm not trying to give them all away. I'm just giving them one apiece.
He greedily devours his and then kind of looks over at Scanlon, who just breaks his in half and then hands him half of it.
Like a puppy.
Ruin's curious. He wants to talk to Grog about Grun.
And then Percy kind of stops and looks at Celine like, so, about the elephant that is in the room, so to speak. Says, yes, I'm aware of my brother's discretions with your wife. Yeah, about that. Whew. And you hear Scanlon go like, wait, that was a thing? For real? He's like, holy shit.
Hold on. Did I asked for their autographs before this conversation, right?
You did.
Can that...
So can I get that before this shit goes south?
I mean, they just kind of naturally are just used to people asking for it, so they didn't think about it. They just kind of nodded.
Just be like, dope.
Except for Keyless. She doesn't seem to be really jovial in the mood. She seems to be very standoffish still.
Oh, yeah, bad timing. Sort of. For her, at least.
Well, for her, I mean, for me, I might not live to get this opportunity again.
I mean, right. It is true. It's rare for all of them to be together in one place. To which all of a sudden you hear that there's some type of scuffle outside of boom, boom, boom. Get the hell out of my way. Dodie the door. And all of a sudden you hear a large boom as the door kicks in. And you see a large, massive metallic man standing there that's about 12 feet tall. And then beside him, you see an all bright golden armor with a helmet full of all types of rich, expensive gems, of rubies and diamonds and emeralds and sapphires. A man who takes it off with his golden, flowing, curly hair. Kind of looks like, ha-ha, I am here. Sorry I'm late, everybody. It took a little bit of time. It's, the brigade gets a little wild and crazy without me. What? To which you see Avarice kind of stalking behind him. I told him to wait, and then you suddenly see that one of the gems winks on his helmet, and Avarice is talking, but you hear no sound. As I was saying before I was interrupted, and the look on Avarice's face has gone back to that murder now, as she's looking at his back as he's turned and walked away from her.
Valid. Very valid.
Everyone's gonna be quiet. They're like there. He's like,
There's my science, bro. And he kind of walks over towards Percy, and Terry kind of gives him a look and says, "Terry, did you have to make such an entrance?" "Well, it's not my fault the little loud elf girl was in the way. You know how those elf girls can be. You married one." And he's like, "You realize that little elf girl was going to kill you before last time you called her that, right?" I vaguely remember her being a little upset, just by chance. Kind of, a little bit. And Grog was like, "Oh yeah, I remember she was going to murder Terry when we met him. It's going to just murder. It's like, I don't think she was going to just murder me." And then you just hear Vex's voice kind of ring out, "Yes, I was going to completely murder you when we met Terry. But I love you now." It's like, I did, maybe. To which you see that Avarice seemingly can't speak. And Celine just kind of waves a hand and apparently dispels it as her voice comes back. "The fuck you think you are to..."
That was like smooth, dear, smooth.
Could I have told Vexalia to not let the Princess of Zanzos know about any of this
Yeah,
on our way back?
of course.
Awesome. I will do exactly that on our way back.
And then you see Vexalia says, so we have the princess of a visiting land cursing in our throne room. That's very unbecoming, dear. And you see Avarice turn red.
Damn, just can't stop embarrassing yourself today.
Hurtful.
But you seem like you really wanted to be involved and be here in the room where things were going on. So what do you have to say? What do you wish to be a part of?
You mean in the room where it happened?
I mean, I wasn't going to say that key line, but yes.
Key line.
It's from Hamilton. It's one of the main songs.
I'm also going to look human again.
Mm-hmm. So, what is it that you wish, Crown Princess of Zanzos, correct? And you see Avarice, to her credit, kind of compose herself. I came to introduce myself for our future agreements and hopefully opening up trade between our nations. And to the mutual benefit of both of our lands. And maybe one day the students of my country can come to Whitestone Academy. As you seemingly have no problem coming at Aegis Academy.
Ooh, I get that reference.
Oh, Aegis ain't the little bitches, but whatever.
And it's like, and it's kind of that moment where everybody kind of realizes what was said.
Not sin.
And the smirk on her face of her knowing that she said it the way she said it. And you just hear Vex say, "You little bitch." And you hear Celine then step up and says, "That's my daughter you're speaking to." "You're a bitch too. Who are you?" And immediately voices get raised and shit begins to get real here in the middle of everything.
Salu is gonna find a wall to get up against.
Ruin has rolled to try and step between the two ladies.
Yeah, Sin is like, "Master, please. No, we're here for a reason."
Which, on the other side, Percy and Scanlan and them are trying to do the same with, like, that as Grog is still kind of finishing up the sweet bread that the others have dropped, like, so good.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go back next to Grog and get him another piece of bread.
You see him just,
keeps me out of the shit.
Hey, you just see him sit there cross-legged, like, "Thanks, yeah, oh, little buddy." And he pats you on the head.
Shit, if it keeps me alive, I'm all right with it.
And as the argument begins to commence more,
I was like, Professor Celine.
You see Avarice. You notice that Avarice's arm all of a sudden becomes engulfed in electricity.
Avarice, no, not again.
And you see that Vex opens her hands and a ridiculously magnificent looking bow appears out of thin air. And she pulls it back. Arrows of seemingly light and energy appear on it.
Yo, who are we backing in this fight? I just need to know.
I am trying to stop this fight.
Alright, Ruin's gonna literally go up, grab Avarice. Again, he's probably gonna get blowed up and usher her out the door or fly with her, whether she wants to go or not.
Make a CMB check at advantage because she's distracted spellcasting.
Alright, good, because I needed that.
Wait.
That is a 29, no, 39.
I'm going to try and do something. It might not work.
Salu is already bribing Grog.
You easily are able to pick up Avarice and kind of take her out of the room. As Celine kind of steps in front of Vexalia's bow and says, "I dare you to pull that bow and it'll be the last thing that Joe's fingers will ever do."
I can't cast the spell, damn it. Not a high enough level.
First of all, I'm not even trying, bruh. This is not
Trust
my
me,
fight.
none of us are high enough level for this. Just sit back, enjoy your sweet roll, bro.
No one to mind your own fucking business.
Once I got Avarice out, I'm gonna I guess, try to calm her down out there before headed back in to go try and separate the whole issue with Celine fixed.
Ever's coming in to start some shit. Get out of here. We're beating her ass. We're jumping her for this, bro. This is
Oh my
not
God.
how this was supposed to go.
Oh my God.
Messing up our mission.
I'm pretty sure she's gonna get some kind of earful.
Right? Like I said, after I get her out, talk her down or something, and then try to get back in and close the door.
You said talk her down like that's gonna work.
Nope. I
Yeah.
get blown up. As long as I get blowed up, I get blowed up.
That's true. You can make a diplomacy check, and with that, you see that Celine.
That is net 20.
Nice. So with that, you're at the very least stopping her from rushing back inside, but she's arguing with you now.
That's fine. It's like, okay, yes, I understand you. I gotta settle this first, please.
And you see that her team is kind of standing there, though. You notice that Adam is leaned up against the wall with his arms crossed and with a smirk on his face.
Can I try and like shout / like say, Master, a bit of decorum, please. We've done what we needed. We can talk about this later.
Go ahead and make a diplomacy check at disadvantage, because
Yep,
she's
I know.
in the moment. Though with that, Keyleth is also sitting up and apparently has decided she is going to get involved. Because
All right.
half elves.
14 plus 5 for a 19.
It kind of gives a quick laugh as she kind of looks at you and says, I think that I know what I'm doing and I can handle myself. And as she turns back up, you see Keyleth stand up. It's like, who the fuck do you think you are? As she transforms into this huge red dragon in this throne room. And you see Percy says, oh, for fuck's sake.
Can I have closed the doors and headed back in?
If you want to try to get past him, you can, but as soon as you move, Avarice is going to go for back in the room.
Oh, God.
I wish I could cast a 6th level spell at this moment.
I mean, Talu feels pretty safe right now.
Which Grog is looking like, oh, Kiki's mad, man.
I can't believe it. Wanda's just like, I can't believe I survived almost crashing in the skyship. Just die here at the dinner table.
To which, all of a sudden, you see that a couple of things happen almost instantly.
Oh, no.
Pike activates her champion ability, where she begins to glow in iridescent angelic wings glow from out behind her armor. She takes off from the ground to get in between Keyleth and the rest of you. Scanlan, you see him standing there, and a third eye opens above his head as you see what almost seems to be a kind of larger purple version of himself around himself begin to murmur some type of spell.
Can
Yo, I'm beating
I
Avis's
turn
ass
into
for
an
this,
elephant and just like get on the table or something? Like get in the middle of everybody?
Do you want to try it? I mean, it's the throne room. There's no table here. There's just empty, open, big space.
Yeah, I just want to get in the middle of the two people, like blocking their whole view. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You wanna meet with all this?
You can go for that if you want to be an elephant and go to walk your way in between.
I'm just gonna walk my way in between and then turn into an elephant.
Okay, so you go to do that in that space, which means, as you're aware, when people are within range of you, you just crush them.
Like, yeah, why?
Oh, how close is everybody?
They're like right in front of each other's face. Like literally there's Vex and then Percy and then Celine.
Yeah, I want to try to.
Okay. I'm gonna turn into an elephant and then push my way through, like not stepping on anybody, like being very careful as to like just be like, get out the way, just
You like push
slowly.
people out the way with your trunk.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm gonna try and pull Celine away as well. Still pleading. I don't have much strength, but I can try.
Sorry, I'm preoccupied, guys.
An elephant, bro.
I mean, like I said,
I will say this: you are an elephant. Oh, actually, because I forgot about this fact, everybody that's in the room, you need to roll a will save Forgot.
Well, I'm technically outside the room, so I don't have to worry.
Exactly. You
Okay.
again ruin her safe.
Mind altering or no?
Oh
mind
yes.
affecting?
Oh definitely.
All right. 29. That 20 plus 9.
Okay, Sin, you're good. Celine is
19
okay.
plus 19 plus 7 plus 2.
I got a nat 20 for 30.
Okay, you're good.
I got
19 plus 9, that's 28 for Talu.
He's also good.
You said Will?
It's Will.
Yeah.
I got a 19 plus 6,
25.
25.
25 total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Said it was mind affecting,
It's
right?
mind affecting.
And it is mind affecting. So
It is.
27.
What I will ask for you is, are you wearing your necklace or not?
27.
that's actually 27.
Are you wearing your necklace?
I am.
27.
But it's actually 27 if
All
that
right.
helps.
Okay, well, never mind then. In that case, the fear effect doesn't seem to affect all of you. It does affect the priest that was in the room, and she turns and quickly steps out and runs away from the huge adult red dragon that Keyleth has turned into, which you're huge as a dragon. This dragon is colossal. Like, this dragon could pick you up in his claw and fling you across the room.
Elephant? I'm an elephant.
Oh, yeah, you're elephant form.
I want to be a dragon. If you can say I
Correction. I was going to say, Keyleth
Thank
turned
you.
into a dragon. You turned into an elephant.
She could have just stacked you up like a little sheep
Yes.
and just flung you into the wind.
She could literally scoop you up and toss you like a snowball across the room.
That's hot.
Bro,
Anyways.
I'm beating Avarice's ass for this. I'm sorry, Ruin. It's happening. Like,
Ruin's somewhere else. He doesn't know what the hell's going on.
To which things eventually begin to calm down as everybody in the room seems to become a little bit confused and relaxed and kind of shake their head off. Which, for you, Wanda, all of a sudden your necklace glows, if you have it on, right?
yeah.
It glows and kind of breaks you from the effect. As you realize that everybody's kind of slowed down lethargically and kind of calmed down from what they were. And you don't know why it seemed to happen, but everybody's emotion seems to have been calmed.
Hey, what's up?
I mean, Talu was already calm.
Who was it?
Everybody else's emotion seems to be calm.
Yeah.
As
So
Pike
I'm just more chilled out then?
Oh, very much so. As Pike is kind of sitting up there flying in front of Keyleth, kind of like, almost like a big warning sign, like, no, no. And you see her kind of like, "Argh," and see her like mouth growing with fire, like, no, no, no.
Are we safe?
I'm safe. I don't know about y'all.
And you hear Percival kind of says, like, yeah, it's fine. She just might be a little emotionally upset. And my wife might be a tad bit upset also, but she'll be fine. Oh, I'm fine. And suddenly she turns into a blaze of bright light and she's glowing white. Because she's also a champion of Pelor, who's the god of the sun.
Damn it.
I'm gonna try to distract them with my elephantness and blow my horn.
As Percival is kind of flung backwards.
Poor Percy.
As he kind of scoots on his buttons like, that's gonna hurt.
I didn't do that. Did I do that?
No.
You did.
No.
That was his own wife.
Okay, cool beans. Good.
And then you just hear Scanlan yell, all right, that's enough. We're done. To which then Keyleth kind of like turns towards him in his dragon form. Is like, I'm not scared of you as a dragon. You're not going to hurt me. And then you see her begin to like glow her mouth breath, which, Talu, you realize that you're standing next to Grog, who's standing next to Scanlan, and this is going to hit you also.
I'm hiding behind Grog at this point now.
I mean, that'll give you a partial cover. Cool, that's where you choose to stay? Ask.
No, I mean, if I got time to move, I'm moving.
I mean, you can risk it if you want to.
Nah, I ain't trying to risk shit.
Cool.
We are not about to have barbecue snake on the menu.
As Keyleth opens her mouth and lets loose a torrent of fire towards the throne. Because, you know, she's not really in the mood to negotiate at the moment.
I don't know. I feel like she kind of just.
I mean, she got a lot of fuck that in her system right now. She had to listen She had to listen to some little guy come in here and basically go into the throne of the only person that she's loved and take his stuff, which to her feels like it's taking him away from her. Which he was already gone, but who said she processed that grief?
That sounds like a her problem.
All right, so Talu, about that reflex save. You get advantage because you got.
Oh, I get advantage.
You got cover. That's nice.
Sweet.
How old is she now? How old are they right now?
That's gonna be a total of a 27.
Mm-hmm. Keyleth, from where she is now, she's about her mid-20s.
Oh.
She's not that old at all. She's just powerful as shit.
A lot of them live for a long essay.
It's just in her photo. She looks a little bit older.
Oh, I mean, she matures. Well, that's a campaign one thing, but she matures quickly over the course of the campaign in just a few years.
I mean, I would mature too if I died as a goldfish.
Word.
Facts.
Word.
That was more of a Marisha thing than a Keyleth thing.
That was the funniest shit. I go fuck.
I'm gonna turn into goldfish. Dead.
Big facts. So what's that roll come out to?
That was a 27.
Good. Now on the bright side, you do have Grog's large body glancing over you, so that's a little bit better. On the downside, as an adult red dragon, she basically just dropped a fireball on you.
Ah.
On the
I
bright
want my bread back, Grog.
On the other bright side, though, the fire never touches you as it seems to hit an invisible wall of force that was in the air between you.
Oh, sweet.
Which apparently is what Scanlan was muttering some type of spell to do. And then you just see him says, you sit over there and you think about that until you calm down. As the fire kind of reverberated all around Keyleth, but she's a fucking red dragon. Doesn't really bother her. Now, a lot of the shit in that part of the room has been burnt the fuck up, but that's a Whitestone problem. But as things have kind of calmed down for a moment, and you see Keyleth is also kind of looked a little annoyed. And she kind of reaches her claw out and hits the wall, and you can see it kind of appear into force as she presses against it. She seems to say something in a language, because she can talk just normally. And all of a sudden, the wall of force kind of just seemingly evaporates and disappears. And you hear Scanlan say, oh shit.
I want to get the fuck out of Dodge at this point.
I forgot that she could do that. But it seems to have calmed enough down where she turns back into her normal self, standing there in her green robes with her cape and everything, and crown. And she seems to like kind of dust herself off and says, I should apologize. I seem to have lost my temper a moment.
Oh shit.
Sorry about that, everyone, as tapestries and shit are burning behind her.
Has Ruin calmed down Avarice enough?
Oh, she's still very much in the mind that she's going in there, but her team, she's not ordering to go in there because she's arguing with you. But you can always run away from her and see what she chooses to do afterwards.
Nope, stand my ground.
I'll put it this way. You have effectively removed Avarice from entering the room because she's focused on you and your argument because you're out arguing her, which she can't take that L. So... with that, Celine kind of turns and says, I almost expected better, but then again... And she just kind of lets everything sit there and says, good day to you, Percival, King of Whitestone. We'll be taking our leave. And then her and Vex kind of just silently stare at each other with Vex glowing. Which is a little difficult to look directly at Vex for too long. It's like staring at the sun. Oh yeah, Vex is glowing because Vex is also the champion of Pelor, the sun god. She literally can glow like the sun and gets basically a lot of bonuses and advantages. What she can do when she wants to whoop all ass.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. She can't do it often, but when she does it, it means shit's about to get real.
Yep.
But with that, Celine turns to go and walk out, looking at the rest of you and says, it's time for us to leave. Everyone back to the sky.
It was time for us to leave a whole 10 minutes ago.
To which he then turns and looks over towards you, Talu. And seems
Who's
to be,
looking at me?
Celine seems to be looking at you, waiting for you to come
Oh.
with them.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going. I'm gonna give Grog and Scallon both 3 more pieces.
Mm-hmm. All right. I was gonna say Scanlon will put it down like that's fine. Grog can have him. Grog is like, ooh, kind of just puts him in his. You realize that even with it being 6 pieces, the 3 pieces in each hand, his fucking hands are huge. He can palm all 3 pieces at once in each hand easily.
Which is why I got next to the big guy that likes food and like, hey, protect me.
I will make sure I'm the last person out of the room and bow deeply again and say thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for your help and your understanding.
Mm-hmm. And you see Vexalia just says, like, just kind of just shakes her head.
Hold on a sec, does he do it? Yeah, Sin's gonna be his helpful self and say, if you need my help, I will be more than happy to return it.
Which is
Not sure they really need help from little adventurers, but Sin is still grateful.
I mean, they can't go everywhere and do everything. Actually, if anything, it's a little harder for them to go places because they're fairly famous.
Yeah. Sin will say if they need help, he's more than willing to help out. And then quickly make sure to leave and close the door.
Wait, hold on. Is Scanlan and Pike inside?
Yes.
Yeah.
Before...
We are now out.
Well, I guess, is it too late to return this book?
I mean, you can if you want to.
Yeah, but so you could give it to a guard that's out here and be like, you need to return this to Scale and Shore Holt and Pike.
Yeah, that makes sense. Tell them I accidentally forgot to give it back when I was surprised. Oops. Here you go.
Oops.
Bye.
Make sure you add the oops.
Yep. Exactly.
Which, when Celine walks out of the side, which Celine walks out of the door and is walking over towards Avarice, who is arguing, and she looks at him and is like, Mom, you're okay. He grabbed me and took me out of the room, and mid-conversation, she just gets the shit smacked out of her.
Ooh.
Oh my God. No, you
with like this massive left backhand from Celine that rings out, and like everything goes quiet.
I'm gonna like grab Ruin and pull him away a little bit.
Ruin's gonna kind of glance back like, why?
Just like shush you a couple of times and then just pull you away slightly.
And for those of you looking, the hit was so hard you can already see tears in Avarice's eyes as there's a huge red welt on the left side of her face. And you see
oh, look, a butterfly.
And you see Get Kith and the other dark elves kind of step forward as she looks towards them. And you can see growing around her, there seems to be electricity coming off of her body. And she kind of stares down Get Kith and says, unless you wish to join your dead teammates, go to the Sky Sword. Immediately. They immediately bow and turn and walk off towards the Sky Sword without another word. Everyone else, go back to the Sky Sword and leave us. Now.
Gone. Talu's out. Nope.
Yep.
Like all of us? Okay. That makes sense. I'm gonna turn into a bird and fly there.
Not you shapeshifting the shapeshift. I like it.
Why not? Well, why not? I ain't got no plans, right? Wait, what time is it? What time of day is it? Oh, it's pretty early.
Still about noon.
Oh well.
At this point, it would be about 12:30.
Yeah, Ruin doesn't know what to say at this point. He's just like,
I say your girlfriend's an embarrassment.
Ooh.
Loud enough for her to hear before we leave.
You say it out loud?
Y'all.
You hear Celine say, keep your mouth shut, Wanda, about shit you don't understand.
I was say, Ruin was about to interject, but he was like,
True,
Any-
bro.
any-
The same shit I did. She's embarrassing too. Get the fuck out of here.
That's just a lot. That's a lot.
Keep my mouth shut now. She walk away.
Mhm.
I'll be talking to you.
I saw that shit coming too.
Yep, I saw that coming. I was just like, Ruin's gonna put his head down and just kind of like rub the temple.
Y'all sitting there doing actions. Tyler's already fucking gone.
I like the way Tyler was like, "Fuck this shit, I'm out."
Right?
And you don't get to almost get me killed by my heroes and then tell me to shut the fuck up. Nah, fuck you too, bro.
I take it you all make it back to the Sky Sword, which isn't hard to make from here. It's right out from the front gates.
I guess when we're walking, Ruin's gonna walk up to Kat and be like, "There you go," then hand her the little sweet bread.
Yeah.
And she just kind of looks at it and says, "Avarice said that I can't."
She said you can't eat it now. She didn't say when. Put it in your pocket later.
Make a diplomacy check. Because you're asking her to go against what she thinks is her team leader's orders.
That's a 16.
She kind of looks at it and debates it. And then kind of looks over at Zayak, who just kind of nods his head like, "It's okay." And she takes it and puts it in her bag.
Everyone's gonna pat her on the head. It's like,
Ow.
Hey, Ruin,
yeah, what's going on, little buddy?
I'm gonna need some help.
All right, well, what did you need help with?
I need to learn how to put on and take off leather armor and how to fly, apparently.
Awesome. This is gonna be so fun.
I just hope we don't have to push me off a cliff.
No, we won't start off at cliffs. That's for you need to learn on the fly kind of moments.
Yeah, that's already happened.
Okay, then since you got that part down, we'll start off with something smaller like the building. That's what my dad taught me.
You can fly off the temple.
Gotta get used to wearing armor in the first place.
You'll be all right. Just take it off when you go to sleep, or be crazy and just don't take it off.
I don't really know how it was put on.
You got all the little buckles and straps. So Ruin's pointing them out.
Yeah, I had help putting it on. I don't know.
It's just like putting. I'll show you later.
Okay.
You all make it back to the Sky Sword.
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of sitting there expecting to see. I don't know if anybody's keeping an eye out for Celine and Avarice.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't even give a shit.
The
Oh, yeah.
team is the team
That's a 25.
with her team back on the ship though.
Yeah, the only two people we're missing are Celine and Avarice.
Her team
Yeah.
beat you guys back there.
Yeah, we kind of just treaded our way over there.
Yeah,
They scurried the fuck out.
What?
18 plus 12 for a 30 to keep a visual out for Avarice and Celine.
Yeah, see, I had
Can meditate until then.
At
Yeah.
that point, I would have had a mug full, or I would be drinking out of my my little bottle of Prozac.
I'm gonna take a natural one on that search.
As you guys are looking, 10 minutes go by. 20 minutes go by. 30 minutes go by.
Oh man, I'm about halfway done with this bottle.
Oh,
Set
yeah.
up.
40 minutes go by. As the members of Team Darkspell are also sitting there staring at the castle, waiting to see. Because from there, you'd be able to see somebody walking towards the skyport. Hour goes by.
Dang, at this point, I'm like, anyone else want a drink?
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
Like a drink.
Ruin will go down to the galley, grab a mug for you. I don't know, one of the random colors out of this damn rainbow smooch thing.
I'm gonna attempt to spend a good chunk of the hour trying to get out of this armor.
I was gonna say, after she helped you put it on, it's not too difficult. You can understand how to put it on and off fairly easily now. It's just something you never did before with the straps and stuff, but you realize that a lot of it is adjustable, and you don't need to adjust it because it magically adjusts to yourself.
Awesome. Now I just need to actually learn how to wear it effectively.
He's like, yeah, just tighten it here, and tighten it there. If it's there, you're set. Pretty much
Cool.
good. If you get hit, hopefully you get hit in the armor.
I've never worn armor before, so I gotta practice with it.
Hey, he's like, I didn't wear armor for a long time. I go, look at these scars.
Gross.
It happens. Grow up in
Very
the wild.
true. Also, as far as the color that you poured out, it was red.
Oh, look, you get red.
Cherry flavor.
Nope. Nope. None of that stuff.
Luna gets red.
Yes.
I got 10 gallons of this shit.
What?
Yeah.
And that's,
Working on it slowly but surely.
that's what he brought, and that's what he drinks it all in. So about just over 2.5 hours, you finally see Celine, and you finally see that Avarice is walking back by herself. And then about 30 minutes later, you see Celine is walking back. Once Avarice gets to the ship, she doesn't say anything to anybody and just goes immediately to her room with her team. And when Celine gets back, she then looks up at Angelus, who's at the helm of the ship, and says, "We're heading back to Aegis Academy immediately."
Damn.
To
No
which,
sleep. Right?
to which actually she kind of pauses and looks and says, "Actually, we're heading to Aegis Academy Island."
Well, it's a good thing I got everything I needed. Listen, what else did you get while you were there?
Training is fun.
Yeah, and with that, the ship starts to pull out and head out towards the sea, or back across the land, actually, to the west.
I got a new dagger.
What do you think? Got it.
It lets me teleport.
Oh, kind of like Adam's.
Kinda, yeah. Can I do like a sense motive on Celine?
Of course.
Just to kind of get a little bit of a read of what the aftermath is like?
Go for it. She's standing up by Angelus and telling him, and looking out as he's captaining the ship, or helming the ship.
12 plus sense motive of 6 for 18.
You can't get much, but from what you can tell, she seems to be far more in control than she was before. Almost coldly so. As if she swung the pendulum back so far from being out of control and emotional that she's now gone back to being much more in control.
Better. Kind of standing there, muttering out loud, what's the better option? To thank her for her assistance, or just to let it sit?
And at that point, Ruin's like, don't bring it up.
Offer some alcohol.
I think not. I'm just gonna go stand there and kind of stay quiet.
Oh, that reminds me. That's what I was going to tell you before I forget. The whole, like, yeah, Adam is, like, upset because apparently his freedom was on the line of that for the tournament.
How so?
Like, if he won the tournament with no help whatsoever, it would set his family and him free. Or at least the queen agreed to it.
Ruin, that's a sour deal. The minute he recruited us, he lost. Whether it be through subversion or whatnot, do you think the Queen of Xanthos would just willingly let an entire family of service go?
I don't know. I've never been in service to anything. I don't know about this royalty stuff. Remember, I'm still learning it from you.
Royalty is sticky.
Or nobility stuff. There you go.
Mobility, more like, yeah.
I don't think Adam.
Yeah.
I don't think Adam and the Queen were playing the same game.
Either way, all I know is that he blames me for that fight.
Feel a little sorry for him now.
Yeah. Been trying to figure out ways how to at least help him gain his freedom.
There's probably something that will take years, comrade.
If he's lucky, all he has to do is save somebody or save Avarice from dying, and he can gain his freedom. As long as he lives.
That's his duty. He's expected to do that.
Yeah, it's his
No,
duty,
that's
but
not
it's
the
also
deal,
his
then.
chance. Like, it's just not Avarice alone. Avarice or somebody that she cares about. So there's that off chance that if he does that, he can gain his freedom.
All
Let's.
we can do is make sure that we are ready to help him when the opportunity arises.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves at this moment. We've still got to survive ourselves first.
Yeah, I know.
But at least we know now.
Yeah, that or do something very remarkable, which I don't know what that would be. Or at least something that the Queen would find remarkable.
I am going to go stand next to Celine, not really say anything or whatnot, just kind of stand there. Just to, I guess, be by her side.
Makes perfect sense.
We're going to get in some late night training. Pull out his blades.
Easily enough for you to do. Wanda and Luna, what are you doing for the evening? Well, for the rest of the day, actually, because it's only roughly about it's about 4 in the afternoon.
You still mad at me for the whole vampire thing?
No, I guess it wasn't your fault. But I think I'm just gonna work out maybe, and then meditate, and then read this book. Did I finish the book? I don't think I finished it.
You didn't finish the book at all.
I'm gonna finish it. Oh no, I left it with the person. Never
I said you
mind.
left it with the guard, didn't you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
You did leave the book with the guard, thief.
I did do that.
Thief?
I forgot. I forgot.
Cool.
Oops.
That's what I'm gonna say when I understood. No, I just forgot to not take this. That's all. I just had it, and I walked out with it.
Yeah, anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, meditate, and then, yeah, that's it. I have no plans.
I need to clean this up.
You have plans?
Nah, not now. I guess I just look at the signatures on my guitar with a totally different memory than I was expecting to have. Now.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a terrible one.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
So this is why they say never meet your heroes.
Mm-hmm.
They might kill you.
You
Mm-hmm.
with you
Yeah.
with y'all.
He didn't do anything. What are you talking about? We didn't do anything.
No,
Yeah.
no, just
Innocent.
For
We were
once, we didn't hit the red button.
Yeah,
Right?
we were just kind of stuck in the middle of the red button.
We were just bystanders. That was traumatic a little bit, honestly.
I mean, Tyler was pretty chilled out.
Also true.
I had a pretty big bodyguard.
I never got to talk to Grog and ask him about Grove.
Also true. You did not get to ask him about Groom,
Damn it.
Oh.
the Earthbreaker.
Yep. It's gonna sit on top of my notes. I gotta find out more about this guy.
yeah. Was there like a small animal on this boat I could eat and no one will miss?
Not at all.
Damn.
Not a nice way to talk about me.
You got your roll.
He's not small.
No, actually, before I forget, Wanda, make a will save for me because I did forget about that. You were in a room full of blood.
I was in a room full of blood, and I was.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I'm not a vampire anymore.
Wanda hasn't fed in weeks, bro. Like I'm like,
So nice. Sucks
What?
for you.
what am I adding to this?
Hey,
That's
you know you're in the same vicinity as him, right?
Just a
I was
will
saying you're
save.
in a room with them, with Wanda.
oh, okay. I'm what?
Just a will save.
Wait, what's it for?
The blood.
Urge.
About your thirst.
That's That's a 13. That's a 13.
It's a 13.
Swear to God, I get bit again.
Well,
Fuck somebody up.
you're upstairs training. I'm leaning over a rail looking at butterflies.
Very much
Sin
so.
is next to
Celine.
Celine. So
It's
right now,
just Luna and Wanda alone in the room.
Okay.
And Wanda, while Luna's sitting there talking about the book and like not being a vampire, like that was wild and crazy, you can
What?
almost begin to hear a pounding in your ear of a boom boom, boom boom,
You do it, bro.
boom boom. And just for a moment, you realize that you are so attuned now. You are hearing her heartbeat and her rhythm of her blood as she's sitting there just talking, not looking at you, and just so easily not paying enough attention where you can see her exposed neck, and she's just has her defenses down.
Don't
Wanda just smiles and watches her.
it's
Mhm.
fucking creepy and awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
get away from me, bro. I don't like you.
I just sit back and I enjoy.
Very much so. Like your senses are kind of on fire, and you're kind of near the edge of like okay, I can maintain. I can maintain, right? I'm good. I'm good, right? Kind of talking more to yourself than anything else.
It's actually kind of nice, really.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then kind of before you realize that just all of a sudden, Luna, you feel Wanda sitting right next to you, like leg to leg.
Bitch. I'm gonna pause. I'm a little confused, and I'm gonna look at them.
Hey, little mama, let me whisper in your
No.
Actually, what I'm
No.
gonna say for you, Luna, is make a will save if you will. But I'll give you advantage on this because actually,
No.
actually,
You know she's
correction.
No.
Let me double check. Actually, not because of that.
Come on now.
Actually, unfortunately, no, it is going to be a disadvantage because
No.
it's been less than 24 hours since your vampirism.
Damn.
It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright.
And you thought I was the danger.
me for that thing. You can be mad at me for this other thing that's another.
I got a 23.
You got a 23 total.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you
Got
sure?
Yes, I am
Okay.
positive. Don't mess with me. Come on now.
All right, Wanda. The oddest thing happens while you're sitting there staring at Luna. Her eyes kind of dilate for a moment, her pupils, and then she just kind of is just sitting there, kind of just staring at you, kind of absent-mindedly.
Ties me, didn't she?
Can I do that?
Arm.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
What?
Do it.
I mean, it sucks to suck, right? Now you get to feel it.
No, it was an accident.
You might be fucked, bro.
It was my
Sorry.
first time.
Yeah, it was mine too.
Actually, this will be Wanda's first time too.
And as you're kind of sitting there, you realize that Luna's kind of sitting there absent-mindedly, and you say, "Turn your head," and you just see Luna just kind of slowly turn her head the opposite way and expose her neck. And
Yo.
now with your enhanced senses, you feel your canines growing as your vision kind of blurs red. Roll a D100 for me.
Ah.
Man, I don't
I'm
think the
gonna have
D100
to
is
create a new character. You're gonna eat me alive. I'm
really
gonna
don't
die.
think it's been worked out well for me a single time since I've had the role.
Well, on the
You-
bright side, a Dhampir can't create a vampire, so that's a positive.
Actually, I
were-
got a 90, so I'm good.
You were fine because you were able to drop me and punch me in the face. I'm fucking hypnotized, and I'm just letting this bitch suck on my neck.
I got
Oh
a
well, sucks to suck, right? Now you get to know
Fuck
what it
you!
feels like.
No, I don't like that.
bro. I got a
Hey, I
90.
was
Okay.
carrying you because I thought something
With
was
that,
wrong.
you start to feel your teeth go in, and you kind of reach over and begin to, you place your teeth onto Luna's neck, and just as you begin to bite down, you kind of, it's the oddest thing. It's almost like yourself was kind of in a daze, and you kind of snap out of it, and you can perfectly regain control where you have your teeth on her neck. You realize that you're alone, and with your senses, you can hear that there's nobody around or approaching. And her neck is exposed under you with her warm blood pulsing to the point you can feel the vibration through your canines. What do you choose to do?
I'm gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave.
All right. With that, Wanda just kind of snaps out of it and pulls back, kind of in revulsion of herself, like how. Kind of stands up and then walks out. And Luna, you kind of snap out of it as you see Wanda kind of looking at like, the fuck? I was in the middle of talking, bitch. What do you mean? You just see Wanda. Last thing you remember, you were talking. You just see Wanda walking out of the room like, the fuck?
You're welcome. Don't look
Thank
at
you,
me.
bitch. Thank you.
I would roll for it.
Sorry,
I
man.
would roll for
Oh,
it.
don't worry. The D100 was the roll for it. If it was lower, yeah, he's finna munch you the fuck up. He's finna slurp you. Gonna slurp you like a goddamn Capri Sun.
Stop. You better stop it. No.
Was gonna dine and dash on your ass. But with that, as Wanda walks out to get some fresh air and try to clear her head, that is where we'll bring this week's episode to a close. With the members of Team Moonshadow and Team Darkspell headed to Aegis Academy Island to train, while trying to resolve all of the complex emotions that many of the people are feeling in the moment. But with that, though, we gotta get to the after credits.
No,
I mean, we don't got to.
yes, we do.
Yeah, oh yeah. We left a few things out there that have been resolved, so we need to know what's going on.
Where's Tempest?
Oh, well, that's a whole nother story.
We know where he is. He's somewhere still recovering deep in the ninth circle of hell.
I wouldn't call it recovering.
And his body's coming back together little bit by bit.
That's a word. As far as what's going on for them, as we come back into searching around the world, we kind of speed ahead to past the destination of where everyone came from in Teleria, down by the docks. And where we last left off with Xavier being cornered by his old friend and this new ally that seems to be with Xavier. This seems to be flanking Xavier in this alleyway. And as Raphael asked him, "Hello, Xavier. How are you doing? It is good to see you again. Yes. And as Xavier kind of tenses up, and you see that he seems to be sizing up his options of whether or not to rush this new woman whose heels are clicking against this cobblestone as she's walking slowly down the alley with a saunter, seeming to be very relaxed and not on guard at all, versus Raphael, who is stalking slowly towards Xavier. He just kind of gives a shrug and says, "You know how it goes. Hanging out and about, killing some time, killing some people. You know how I am." "Ah, yes, I know how you were. Once upon a time, my friend. I'm here to ask you about a certain... what is the word? Student, yes. What is the name of this snake boy? What does they call him? They call him Talu, yes. Where is Talu? And as Raphael stops about 20 feet away, the other woman just continues to walk towards him.
So did they catch him up on the rooftops?
Oh yeah, they did. He tried to jump down to an alleyway to get away, but unfortunately the alleyway was kind of caught.
Here's the ruiner.
I don't know. It's heels clicking, robes. Could be Naomi.
No, Naomi was in corsets and
Parody.
piratey gear.
Very much so.
Yeah, that's true.
But as the shadows kind of coalesce around this extremely tall woman, who kind of stands there with the hand on her hip and kind of looks over and says, "Let's get this over with, Raphael. I have better things to do." And you see Xavier kind of crack his knuckles and say, "Well, we can either do this the easy way or the hard way." And kind of looks up and down. Though I will say you're a bit bigger than I expected. And she just kind of gives a smile and raises a hand. Make sure that I see this correctly.
That's what she said.
Got you, Bow
Bum chicka bum bum.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
As down the alleyway, Xavier runs towards Raphael. As the woman raises her hand and bolts of electricity fly out from her hands and scatter down the alleyway, bouncing back and forth as they look to seek into their target. Unfortunately, Raphael and Xavier are fairly close, and the Ruiner does not care about either very much in that way, as he's just getting the job done. So, needless to say, the electrical storm that follows fucks both of them up fairly well, but it does as much damage to Raphael as it does to Xavier, which was his goal to begin with. They take 93 points of damage.
Jesus.
How the hell am I supposed to fight that?
Actually, correction.
How the hell am I supposed to survive that?
Correction, not 93. It's 80. It's 80 points of damage apiece.
Yeah, peace.
Yes.
Look, maybe we could reconsider the running thing as an option.
Xavier luckily only takes half damage, but is still scorched and hurt from it. Unfortunately, Raphael takes the full damage and roars out in pain and agony. As the Ruiner just simply laughs and says, "You might want to hurry up and catch him before he gets away." And kind of just looks over at her, and she just kind of shrugs her shoulders like, "What?"
Oh no.
I simultaneously love this character and am terrified of it at the same time.
Somewhere in the world, Ruin's feathers are twitching. He feels a chill down his spine.
And then she kind of looks at it and says, "Fine, I'll give you 2 more spells." And she raises her hand, and down at the far end of the alleyway, all of a sudden, the alleyway begins to coalesce as ice shards slam into the ground as the ice storm is created, which Xavier kind of pulls up short and just hears him say, "Fuck," and kind of turns around. She says, "That's 2, Raphael. You get 1 more." And you hear him say, "Well, make it count." "Oh, make it count." And then she kind of pauses for a moment. He kind of looks and says, "Please make it count." She kind of takes a moment and says, "Well, okay." And then she slowly begins to walk down the way with her 7'2" tall frame, as Xavier is kind of cornered back against the wall of ice, and Raphael and the Ruiner walking down on him. And then you just see him kind of smile and says, "You realize that I wasn't going to go down without a fight, right, Raphael?" And he says, "I am counting on it." And as Raphael and Xavier collide, Raphael gets a lot of damage put into him, but Raphael is able to grab a hold of Xavier and hold him as the Ruiner then looks at him. Within range. Ah, yeah. As she's going to cast Vision on him, which gives her a series of multiple visions of a bunch of different things that she's wanting to know and find out, information that he has. Which it takes a bit of time, but with him being restrained, because Raphael is stronger than Xavier, they're able to cast a spell. And learn as much as she actually can. And with that, she gets a clear picture of the Sky Sword and a Talu who is looking over a rail.
Did she scry me?
It's not scrying.
Ooh.
It's a very indirect way. Scry as if she was looking directly at you or an item on you. She is not doing
She
so.
was looking at the Sky Sword.
She was looking for information about where you were, which is how she was able to find you. And ironically, as Xavier and Raphael are struggling, the Ruiner then looks at him and just says, "The Snake Boy is above the Sky Sword somewhere." In which Raphael just kind of looks panicked and says, that wasn't the deal. You're supposed to tell me everything. You're supposed to tell me where the boy is. To which all of a sudden, the Ruiner's eyes kind of all of a sudden go opaque black. Are you telling me what I have to do? And suddenly there's another spilling of electricity that begins to gather around her as she casts another casting of storm bolts at point blank range on both of them.
Oh god, poor Xavier.
And here we thought Shigeru was gonna run into him somehow.
That's another 79 points of damage. As they roll onto the ground, and that is going to knock Raphael out. And Xavier, unfortunately, fortunately, Xavier is not dead. Monks, bruh. Evasion is some shit.
Oh wow, so that means Xavier can kill freaking Raphael if he has the chance.
Could, but as he's standing there and Xavier kind of slowly stands up, as the Ruiner is standing there across and Xavier is and Raphael is laid out on the ground in front of him. The Ruiner just kind of like cocks an eyebrow looking at him as seeing what he's about to do, and Xavier reaches down around his neck and takes out this necklace that he normally wears that seems to have some type of silver tooth on it and just lays it on Raphael's body and just kind of spits down on him and says, "I don't owe you anything anymore. We're done." And turns to walk away. And Rona kind of like takes a moment and looks at it, looks down at Raphael, shrugs and turns and starts whistling as she walks back down the alleyway that she came, sauntering her way and going to mind her business.
So she's basically a gun for hire.
I was gonna say it was more that she just had a deal with Raphael that's one of those things like, all right, well, you called in your favor, so I'm gonna do the thing. But Raphael also forgot who he was fucking with and who he was talking to, so it became one of those things where clearly he must have not remembered who the fuck she was talking to, so he needed to learn about that. And she didn't have anything personal against Xavier, and she agreed to use a spell to help subdue him and find Talu, which she did. He should have asked for what he wanted a little bit clearer.
I mean, he got his answer. He knows Talu's on the Sky Sword and some flying above somewhere.
Up above on the Sky Sword.
Well, I love the genie-esque nature.
Oh yeah. So very much you got what exactly the fuck you asked for. You should have asked better. And if you complain about it, like, oh, now we talking shit after I did the favor you asked. As for
Sounds
the
like
second after credit scene, Sprada stands outside of this building out in the warehouse district.
Yes, I'm
I-
eyeballing you right now.
Ironically, not far down the docks from where Xavier and them ended up from, but where they ran from. What seems to be an abandoned looking ish warehouse. But looking down at the card that he's holding, you can see that it seems to have Talu's actual location as somewhere inside.
Shigs.
Oh, no, Shigs, not Talu, Shigeru's. Got y'all confused. It's all your damn characters. With that, he kind of takes a walk and then kind of looking around for a moment. He sees that kind of etched into one of the signs, which just says abandoned. It shows here that the D seems to have a little crookedness to it, which somebody seemed to have carved into what looks to be a marked black dagger into it. Taking a deep breath, he slowly goes to walk inside. And as he's walking inside with most of his haste used up, he goes and pulls out a bottle that turns him kind of ethereal for a moment and allows him to kind of slowly walk through walls and things like that at his normal speed. And walking around inside, you can see there's a lot of people that have been dropped, people that have been knocked out, blood splattered all over the place. And following the sounds and listening, he goes up 4 stories to the top floor, where you can see that Shigeru is kind of backed off into this corner, and he has some little girl behind him, as there seems to be 3 people that are standing across from him. Look a little tired, look a little bruised, but look like they finally have cornered him away to a way where they can kind of get towards him and finally kind of lock him down. And while they're doing that, which takes a second for the potion, slowly as he's starting to rematerialize, Shigeru realizes that Sprada's there and turning back into himself. And he begins to talk loudly to distract the guys. And after 60 seconds have passed and Sprada's fully materialized into his actual self, the only sound is him pulling out his blades, and it makes a ringing sound, and the 3 guys turn around and kind of look back and forth like, fuck. Because they clearly know who he is, but they also understand that there's a reason why they can't leave things where they are. And so that way they go into battle. And to make a long story short about the battle, there's a reason why Sprada is who he is. And one of the things he excels at is close quarters combat. And when I say that the first person that ran at him, there was, what's the good way to, how many of you have seen Full Metal Alchemist?
Oh, I have.
Yep.
You remember that first episode where King Bradley met Icer in the alleyway and he just did that one step past him and he just cut him open?
Oh, yeah.
That happens. The first guy kind of runs at him kind of recklessly with a sword, thinking that it's 3 of them, they can handle it. And there's just a sidestep and a blur of movement. And you just see an arm, an elbow, a leg fall off, and then his head just slide from his shoulders. And then you just hear Shigeru kind of laughs like, I told you that you were in trouble. And you didn't listen. Now you're all going to die. And needless to say, the next 2 do a similar idea of rushing him. But Sprada, when he's even not at his best, can still attack 6 times in a row. So when motivated to really go ham, he can do like 8 attacks at a time. So needless to say that the 2 of them were dispatched fairly quickly. And while they're down, Shigeru kind of has a smile. He's like, just kind of nods his head at him and kind of looks back at the little girls like, I told you we'd be okay. Then you see that Shigeru is, from the number of cuts that are over his body and the amount of blood that's around, he just kind of nods and says, I told you I wouldn't kill anybody. And I didn't kill any of them. But it hurts. And you see him just kind of drop to one knee and kind of pass out. As Sprada has the realization that all the blood that he saw from the fights through here wasn't from anybody else, because Shigeru decided he wasn't going to kill anyone. It was Shigeru's blood from being cut so much. Because to knock people out, generally you got to risk yourself getting hit. And Shigeru was willing to do that while trying to also save apparently this little girl, who kind of like looks up at Sprada kind of wide-eyed. And he just kind of nods to her and says, "You're safe now. Come with me." Then he picks up Shigeru and they begin to walk out. And that's where we're in that part of the story. Shigeru doesn't know how to not be a hero sometimes.
Very valid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shigeru heard of a little girl that was in trouble and was kidnapped and being held for ransom, and went in to try to save her.
So wait, what was the gauntlet for?
The Gauntlet of Regeneration is because Shigeru knew that he couldn't fight those people and not kill them to get to the girl. So the only way he could not kill them was having the gauntlet that would help heal him so he could fight them and just knock them out. So Shigeru didn't murder any of those people on the way there. He just knocked them all out. But they were fighting him to kill, so all the blood over the hallways and stuff was his.
Makes sense.
Ideally, if I put a count to the number of Shigeru lost a total of like 300 hit points or something like that.
Oof.
Oh yeah, he got basically Wolverined up. He got fucked up. But he did not kill a single person out of the 27 people that he fought.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, some he snuck up on and knocked out. Others he had to just duel it out with. But in general, he was able to take down most of the people he could. Just not those last three who were a little bit tougher than what he was prepared for. But they weren't Sprata level tough. Certain things you don't do. You don't try to cast spells at Selene. You don't try to fight Sprata hand to hand. It just doesn't work out well. And last but not least, our final story. Oh no, we're not done. No.
But wait, there's more.
Oh yes. Mm-hmm.
All right, Billy Mays, let's go.
Rest in peace.
All of a sudden you hear, Tyler, you just hear a voice in your head says, "I can almost hear you." And then it's gone.
The fuck? Does it sound familiar?
Sounded almost like Zaladar. But it was very far off and weak, almost like an echo.
Oh no. It's like cut off from you or something.
Oh, he's cut off from you too.
Yeah. It's not like he's ignoring you. He just can't get in touch with you for some reason.
I think at that point, Talu would be very concerned, and then he's like, he probably has that moment of, wait, don't go type of like, wait, try one more time. Let's go. Let's try it one more time.
Yeah, nothing but silence as you're sitting there.
And I mean, I'm still on the rail, so I just Talu just breathed a real deep, heavy, saddening sigh and looked down over the rail.
Sounds about right. But while you're sitting there, even though you have it covered up because you can't really see it, the gem on Zaladar glows just briefly, kind of with a pulse, and then winks back out.
Actually, I feel like since I would say just about everybody knows, they know Talu has something.
I mean, many people know that Talu has something powerful, they just don't know what.
Right.
Which in this world, having something powerful can be anything.
So I think since we're, he feels like he's on the safety of the Sky Sword.
Mm-hmm.
And not too many people here will probably even ask questions. And I'll probably look around, make sure there's not too many people out on the deck with me. Mm-hmm. I would actually unwrap and uncover the gauntlet.
All right. In that case, you would basically, if you watched it long enough, you would faintly see it glow for a moment, and then the light dim again. It's a little hard to see in the sunlight, but you kind of cover it up and kind of wait for it. And it does it about once every 10 minutes or so.
Like a pulse.
Does it feel like it's weakening? Do I get a sense of like a disconnect? Like it might, would Talu get the idea that he's losing Zaladar?
No, I wouldn't say you wouldn't get the idea that you're losing Zaladar. You don't get, ironically, you don't. It still feels like it's there, but you just don't get anything negative from it. It doesn't feel like it's leaving or anything like that. It's just the first time you've seen the gym active since your last dream walk when it seemed to activate on its own.
I think Tyler would just, give a small whisper of, perhaps we will meet again in my dreams.
And you say that there's another small little pulse as it goes back out. And that's where that will end.
Yay.
Yes, indeedy.
What a night. Holy, like,
Oh goddamn.
There was dungeons, there was dragons.
the emotion.
Yeah, a bunch of shit going on. Dear God.
Said it was the emotions. I feel emotional. I think it was perfectly fine.
It was a good session. I liked it.
Something that could have been just, okay, we're here, we got what we need. All right, thank you, bye. It turned into that.
Oh, it was never going to be that.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
you
we
didn't
were,
say it was gonna be like that.
like, we were getting out of that unscathed at all.
I mean, it was quite possible. It's just Avarice is not the type to let too many insults slide. So when Vex being Vex threw shade, she threw shade back. And Vex is like,
Yeah,
the fuck you think you are? It's like, I'm a queen, like I'm a princess. Well, I'm a queen, bitch, the fuck?
Yeah. Funny thing is, princesses can throw shade all they want. Queens can throw shade with a dagger hidden in it as well.
Especially in their house, bro.
Seriously.
Like, I don't know what the hell you were thinking. Aren't you a whole diplomat? Don't you do this?
I mean,
Bro.
see, Celine is, but Avarice, on the other hand, was very much of the idea of, like, nobody gets to talk to me that way, which is how she was raised. Like, don't give a fuck who she is. You're a future queen. You don't take shit from nobody. Don't give a fuck where they're at or what they say. You always are ready for the smoke.
Yeah. I
Ruin
definitely
got a
blame
W.
you.
Ruin got a W. That's all that mattered to him.
You shitting me? I'll admit straight up, Ruin. Avarice comes talking to me in the next, 3 weeks or so. I'm just walking the fuck away. I'm walking the fuck away.
Oh, don't worry about that. That won't be a problem.
Good.
Yeah.
She won't want to talk to me.
I imagine she got told something.
I don't think she's
She got told a lot of something.
That was a long 2-hour talk that they had.
I
Yeah.
don't think she's a student here anymore, bro.
I think she is. Why wouldn't she be? Right?
She deliberately disobeyed a superior.
She's
you there?
she's done that before though. Like, it's
She
not the
almost
first time.
got us eaten by a dragon that was a member of Vox Machina?
Well, I mean, we weren't gonna get eaten. Everyone was gonna get burned extra crispies. At least whoever was in the room. I wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, technically,
I probably was.
It has
Celine
a 60,
probably was.
Oh, no, that's a good. I'm thinking of the wrong dragon. That one is more of a blast. So you'd have been safe from the blast. Wrong dragon.
See?
A different dragon has the line of fire. That would have hit you.
Oh yeah, see, I didn't have to worry about that.
Yeah, Keyleth may be still a little bit emotionally unstable still at times when it comes to Vax.
Oh,
I completely understand. If I had rolled better and Sin was a little bit more composed about it, I would have done better. But yeah, I was only so composed.
I was gonna say it was good, and technically, I'll be honest, the only two people you had to convince were Vex and Keyleth for different reasons. Vex was more of an idea that you'd have Percy on your side about having a valid reason to need to do it. Then Percy would easily be able to help eventually overtalk the emotion with logic and reasoning, because the same way they came about the vestiges is because they needed them for a reason. They didn't just go to find them to find them. Keyleth, while being understanding, also has that whole idea that she's not just a leader, but she's a leader. She's like head of the UN style leader. And so that's a lot of pressure and weight to always carry, and she's never unpacked her shit about Vax and the way it happened, and she holds a personal grudge against the Raven Queen, which I guess if you're an arch druid who lived over 1,000 years and can pierce the veil and actually cross the damn veil between the gods and all that, picking a fight with the goddess of death is probably the one you could pick a fight with. You gotta punch up. But yeah, she feels some type of way about them all the time. Even more so because one of her bodyguards, not her bodyguards, one of the people she ends up having to go with on one of the missions is one of the upper ranked fighters for the Raven Queen, one of her Raven guards. And she talks shit to him the entire time, from the moment they meet through the battles till they're done, of like, fuck you, fuck the bitch you came with, fuck her twice. And ironically, that fighter got played by Liam O'Brien, who was Vax in the campaign. It was hilarious.
Honestly, I've got that energy towards Avarice. That was just not cool, man.
Oh yeah.
So what ended up convincing her? Sorry to interrupt.
What ended up convincing Keyleth?
Yeah.
It was the Raven was a big part of it. Like, she understood the logic behind all of it, and Percy being logical about it helped. Pike being understanding, but it was more her seeing Vex give in was more her being mad because she expected to Vex to be the unreasonable one, because she gets to be. She's the queen of Whitestone. It's her brother. It's her twin brother who she's putting to bed. She literally died getting that armor originally. The armor was, the whole champion thing was a trade of her life for her brother's. Basically, Keyleth thought that Vex had all the reasons why she could say no, and when she was agreeing to it, she felt rage and betrayal because she expected her to be the asshole for her that she didn't have to be. I don't have to be mean and say no, this can't happen, because you're going to be mean and say no, it can't happen. So I can just maintain my composure. And seeing Vex give in and break pissed her off and set her over the edge.
That's not a very healthy relationship.
It was not, but that's why you go through therapy when you have trauma. But you know, most adventuring parties, as you guys can attest, tend to have a shitload of trauma.
Yeah.
And ain't none of y'all went to go see the therapist?
Nope. Ruin's therapist is at the bottom of a bottle.
Of course
Do
there's a
therapists
therapist.
exist? Really?
Y'all live with a fucking therapist.
Therapist.
Oh wait, y'all don't know that.
I mean,
Yeah.
Aegis Academy has its own therapist also.
Yeah.
Huh.
We don't really know that Talu is a therapist, and yeah, I don't think any of us have ever talked to the school's therapist. I don't think any of us really registered that they existed.
Yeah.
That was a mesmerizing.
I mean, most first-year students don't need to go to therapy for wholly traumatic-ass shit happening, but y'all just have a tendency to break the mold. Normally, second and third years are with the therapist because they're going out on missions. They're seeing the world and learning to deal with the things they've encountered and how they're handling the world as adventurers. But you all, on the other hand, have already been through shit that most adventurers haven't never gone through in their entire careers.
Damn. No wonder why freaking Sarah, you so mad at us.
Oh yeah.
It's record shame.
Adventuring.
That's why we got the initiative for Pathfinder Society.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I feel like you're actually Brada's campaign in reverse. You know?
Look, we are Sprada's raison d'etre. We're the reason he is like, I can't run this fucking school no more.
Yeah.
I mean, that'll eventually come up, but yeah, there's a reason why in the future he's no longer the headmaster.
We're the start. We are the foundation of that.
The foundation. Damn.
But yes, it is canon that part of his backstory is Talu was a therapist.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool.
Huh. And Talu hasn't shared that with any of us.
Nope.
Look, y'all,
Right?
I mean, technically, in Talu's defense, y'all haven't really talked to get to know Talu's history yet.
That's true. I mean, Ruin's just been sitting there talking with him every now and then and share a drink with him, but that's about it.
Very true.
Besides the fact of going to my village, people didn't really know what was about me, and besides going to Opara, our backstories are kind of just, left as is. We have this kind of mutual understanding of we know we don't have a good place we came from. But if we have to go back, we'll help one another.
Oh, trust me, Talu has no intention of going back willingly.
I think I'm pretty open, and I just expect everybody else to share what they want to share. You know what I mean?
I mean, how many people have you told your history to and how you grew up and all that good stuff?
I think
whenever I've like openly stated that I grew up talking to animals.
You did.
And that my narcissist.
You have.
True, but did you talk about any childhood friends, the actual village where you grew up, what you went through?
I had no childhood friends.
You know what? You're right.
I talked to animals. That's it.
That's all there you go. I was like, there's pretty much Ruins thing too, for a while. His only friend was the damn squirrels.
I was Doolittle, bro. I don't know what else to say.
And we just need time to have personal time with each other, bro. And like,
Sin and Naomi were the only ones that really know anything about Ruin's backstory aside from Avers.
Also true, but that's because they had those conversations asking about it and learning about it.
Yep.
And now Naomi's out here in these streets with that knowledge.
Well, I mean, she doesn't really know it anymore because the Naomi I told's gone.
That's also true.
Oh shit.
I was gonna say, oh shit, what was I gonna say? Oh, it's gone.
We're going to Aegis Island. Odds are, to distract him at the end of the day, Sin is probably going to be trying to learn more about everybody.
I'll push you off a cliff.
Yeah, please don't. I don't want to have that happen twice.
Let's see, Ruin would just throw you out of a tree. Tall one.
Yes, indeed.
What? We will hire the Lich Dragon to carry you up in the air and drop you.
No!
That guy, you fucking, I ain't gonna blow his ass up.
Like I
don't want to learn to fly that way.
Rule 1, learning to fly the hard way. Wait, what? What?
No, with the easy beginner course.
Go in there.
This reminds me of, what is it, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse? Alright, now swing, just like I taught you.
Like, but you never taught me. Yeah, exactly. Wait, no, wait. It'll be fine. What's the worst that can happen?
That fly, little guy, fly as he runs the freaking pit, the mountain.
Like, oh, fly. Oh, no, you didn't fly. Nope, flap your wings the right. Nope. Well, that's a negative. Never mind.
Can I get an updated character sheet, Ace?
Of course, I'm planning to add all of that stuff so you have it. Of your new items, so you're aware of those. And all
the Ion Stone as well, if that's been forgotten. Because I picked up, I picked the Ion Stone and a level 2 and a level 3 Pearl of Power. I don't know what I don't have anything in them yet.
Oh, actually, no, I don't think that I actually added. Did I add them? Let me double check. If I added them, I'm pretty sure. I'm positive I didn't update them, but I might have added them. Pretty sure I added them.
What is it? You also got like the little necklace from Delia, and then you have the little wooden one I carved out for you now too.
Yeah, I'm just borrowing the one from Galia though. I plan on returning that once we get back.
Oh yeah, that one I'm not writing down. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I just didn't update it. I see, because I have that in here. That Ion Stone. I just didn't update it. I do have to add Whisper in here though. As you have that now. I didn't update it because I added the Deathwalker's Warden now already because I was being thoughtful.
Yeah, I'm gonna
being proactive.
I hope you have a good night.
Have a good one.
Have yourself a good one.
I just thought of something that might become very emotional depending on how it works.
Oh God.
What?
When they finally fully meld.
Yeah, Zaladar is technically not gonna be there anymore.
Exactly. So it's gonna be one of those moments of, because no matter how powerful he gets, he knows Zaladar is wise. He's a sage master. So it's gonna be one of those situations of, you can't leave me. I'm not ready yet.
All that knowledge is going to potentially be lost.
Well, I don't think it'll be lost. I think Talu will be absorbing it, but he won't know that he has it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll just be a part of Talu. At least that's how I think.
Subconsciously, you'll have it, but to access it in your conscious mind is what will be.
Damn, that's gonna be rough.
Yeah, Ruin's still got to unpack the whole thing about the attack with Naomi and everything.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I got honor level 3.
Look, we all gotta unpack a lot of shit. I mean,
Ruin hasn't told anyone except for Talu about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talu has to, if he chooses to, tell everybody about his dreams and his potentially fading connection with Zaladar.
I think right now Tala's more worried about the idea that something's getting in the way, because with what the last words he heard from him were, "I can almost hear you," which means, in Tala's mind, Zaladar is reaching out for him just as much as he's reaching out for Zaladar.
And something could be blocking.
Yep. So it's not like Zaladar's willingly not talking to him.
Also, as a very fun fact, while you were sitting over the rail, I almost forgot to tell you this fact. When the Ruiner saw you, you saw the Ruiner.
Oh shit! So, that's right, because scrying's a two-way street.
Well, that's if it was scrying,
Or
but it wasn't.
almost like a scry.
This wasn't scrying, but it was enough where it basically opened up a vision of her looking at you. So you saw what looked to be a tall woman staring at you terrifyingly.
That doesn't help things. I'm gonna play a game of League and calm myself down.
It'll be fine. Well, let me
update my game.
Deathwalker's Ward.
Why are you glaring at me?
Because you're the Ruiner.
About to say, because you're probably gonna try and kill us soon.
I mean, she could probably fuck y'all up if y'all got close to her.
Yeah.
Talu will offer her bread.
I can't hear you because
Yeah.
ad just came.
I mean, technically, the Ruiner doesn't have a reason to kill you at this point, but
At least yet.
When she finally learns of our crew, there's gotta be someone, if not multiple people, that pique her interest in the sense of, I'm going to collect you, just so no one else can have you.
I mean, she
To
might
get that vibe.
She may have some interest in you, but it can be more like the type of thing where she just wants to meet you and know what you're about versus actually trying to kill you. Unless you give her a
seems
reason.
very neutral at this moment. Is what I'm getting.
At the moment, yes. But as you can tell, saying the wrong shit can get you fucked up.
Get you just like everybody else. Done.
I was gonna say too, I think it'd be fun and kind of a twist on things if at least one session at some point in time I get to play Shigeru with this group.
Look here, sir. While that is something that can happen, it's something that may happen if I think that the storylines ever cross.
Oh yeah, of course.
Shig's storyline just hasn't really crossed directly with y'all yet, because y'all are already dangerous enough as is, and he also gets into enough trouble as is.
No, not him.
Such as what he did
put all of us together,
was highly admirable, but it's still the same way, like, there was a better way to handle this. This is why you've still been here at Aegis Academy for 6 fucking years.
Oh, man. You'd have 2 freaking degrees if you actually knew what to do.
There's a reason why he bragged about not killing people.
Hey, it's...
He's like, I did it! Yay!
Actually, who was it that was on that mission that he went on that mission with? It was Wanda and Luna.
Yeah.
They would know why.
Yeah, I was gonna say Wanda and Luna have met Shigeru.
So they would know. They would kind of understand why he's like, "Hey, I didn't kill nobody this time."
With Professor Codex's being a part of Professor Codex's experiment.
Yeah, that was some shit.
Oh yeah, that's that one that I said out on.
Yeah, it's like, so we're not killing people, cool. And then people start dying, like, okay, so we're taking bodies then, fuck it.
All right, well, I mean, if y'all say we killing people now, that's, hey, say less. And some people kill people very well. Some people fuck people up extremely well. It just depends on what they want to do. It's actually nice to see the Ruiner in action. She only got to pull out a couple of spells. And Xavier tried to run.
It was just... I feel like Shig's almost like a juggernaut in the mindset of as long as he's running and moving, he's good to go. But once he gets cornered, he's kind of fucked.
Yeah, I mean, I'll put it this way: that last fight at the end there, he didn't actually really get to harm any of them because they were fighting him together, and they were working as a team to try to stop him and corner him because they realized that they finally, after fucking 10 minutes of fighting, realized that they didn't need to try to chase his ass around the room. They needed to attack the girl, and he would protect the girl and take the hits.
Took him that long to figure it out.
Well, yeah, because they expected to be able to do a lot more damage themselves because they're also rogues. So they're like, fuck, you ain't doing nothing we haven't seen. Shig just was really good at not getting hit. And they're like, motherfucker, stay still. And so then they realized, like, okay, we don't need to chase you. We just need to get the girl, which is why at the end he had the girl in the corner behind him because they'd been throwing daggers at her that he would step in front of and take the hit for.
Oof.
They're bad guys.
Of course.
What'd you expect?
It's more than the idea like a dagger won't kill the girl as long as we don't like hit her in a vital spot. So some damage is all right. We'll get him and it'll be fine. And he, of course, wasn't going to let the little girl take any hurt. So he was like, hey, I'm going to take these shots and it's going to be fine. We got help coming. And then at the end, that spell is great for getting and traversing through a place, but the downside of etherealness is that it normally takes a minute back to transform. So he just had to stall out 60 seconds, and Shigeru can bullshit for 60 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, I believe that your character sheet is updated now, Sin, with your new stuff, though I didn't add it to something you're carrying, but yeah, Whisper's on here. And the Deathwalker's Ward, and I added that stuff to the, should be in the journal entry part. That's the rest of the ring, language is known. Yeah, it's down in your background parts. Oh, it didn't add it. What the fuck? Ah, I see. It didn't add all of it. That's fine. I will just send it to you here so that way you have it. Nope, that's the wrong one. I didn't realize that it didn't actually take your full backstory and have it in here. Alright. So this, which I'll send to you in Discord, is all of the stuff that I had marked down in your thing that you should know about. Voila. Oh wait, it's too long of a message. Well, a lot of this you don't need. You know this part. You know your history. Delete that. Message text. Nope. Take care of that. You know about that.
Alright, now you can play center.
You know about that. Delete that.
I'm still mad I fucking disenchanted that skin, man.
That's what your ass get for touching stuff. There you go. Now you have the info on Whisper and the Deathwalker's wards that are both exalted. But yeah, the whole throne thing you can do whenever. So whenever you throw it, you can automatically say I'm going with it when you throw it, and you just travel with the dagger.
So, does it have a range?
How far can you throw it?
I mean, ideally, it's the throwing range.
Because I got a question. Because at next level, I get a 5th level spell, and I was thinking of taking telekinesis. Does that still count then?
Yeah, you could just travel to the dagger.
Hot damn!
That's why I asked about the whip thing.
Ideally, if you had Naomi with her extended range ability, she can throw it 480 feet.
I think it starts at 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. That's 800 feet.
Oh yeah, you could throw the shit out of it and get a lot of travel out of it if you use it correctly. It's a reason it's an exalted vestige. That type of shit is powerful. And imagine a rogue with that around a battlefield where you can just go instantly into flanking position to assassinate somebody and then move to the next person. If you have multiple attacks, somebody like Sprada could jump to 5 or 6 people in one battle.
Yeah.
And it counts as flanking when you take the hit if you do it in the right spot, because you pop into a spot that's adjacent to them, and if they're already engaged in combat with somebody, that can count as flanking, which gives you an instant sneak attack. In Pathfinder, every attack that qualifies for sneak attack is a sneak attack. Rogues can stack up some stupid numbers of sneak attack dice.
And this is why Ruin is immune to anyone so many levels above him sneak attack.
Oh yeah, it's got to be somebody who's 4 levels above you, or has, I forgot what some other thing. There's something else they can do for it, but it's a rare thing to have. It's good when you know you're gonna deal with rogues, because that sucks to be like, cool, 1d4 plus 10d6. Oh, my second attack hits, which is another 10d6. Fuck.
Ruin's like, nah, get that fucking shit out of here.
Yeah, that's the shit that Shig does.
I mean, that's why Adam was such a bad matchup for you, because without that advantage, he can't come close to matching you in damage at all.
Wait, what is my armor? Holy crap!
Now try to put them against a fucking zombie. I learned that one the hard way.
God damn, I didn't think it went up that high.
Ah, yeah.
Yes, your AC is like 22 now.
23. That's before haste, with an additional +2.
The Deathwalker's Ward has a +7 to Dex. You do have a 5% arcane failure chance, though.
Yeah, that's one thing I needed to start doing. Is like I need to. I was going to practice running in armor and practice casting magic in armor and things like that.
Oh yeah, getting used to it be well.
Yeah, I'm just most likely going to spend a little bit of downtime before we get to Aegis Island and be like, yeah, I'm filling up my pearls of power.
Oh yeah, I would say for the most part it'll take you at least a day to get there, because Sarah, you can't run the ship because he needs to rest. But by the time he gets up, he can do it again and get you guys there, because it won't be an extended trip. And especially since technically you're closer to it than you are to Aegis Academy, it's not that bad.
God.
You'll spend most of the day traveling across the continent of Taldore, and by the time he wakes up, when you guys hit Iman, he'll be able to take over and get you in a few hours to where you need to be.
Yep, Ruin will still be out there training. 2 blades. I ain't got a forge over there, so I can't start forging shit.
Also true. I mean, Aegis has some of the basic necessities. They do got a barracks on the north side of the island that's kind of one of the cushiest jobs around. But yeah, now Raphael has to go back and inform Sparta's father that he failed. He found out the information after all that and paying for the services of the ruiner and calling it a favor and doing all that.
And got some of the most Vegas fucking details.
A whole 125,000 gold down the drain to find out that Talu is on the Sky Sword, which is some shit he would have figured out anyway. So it's like, all right, that's where my money went. That's what you got. And that's where Sparta's daddy takes off his glasses. Is like, all right, clearly I need to teach you a lesson.
Raphael gets fucked up again.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Sparta's father is very much of that vein of punishment for failure. Any failure must be met with a physical punishment to ingrain that failure of never happening again, that fear to never fail.
Ruin's still gotta find Zero and give out his penance.
Ooh. But yeah, overall, y'all did really good that time. And y'all avoided getting into the bullshit.
See?
I mean, I paid Grog to keep me protected.
Yeah, Grog wouldn't do shit. Grog literally was gonna sit there and keep eating even if they came after him.
Well, I mean, that was the point. It was just the idea of.
It was a good idea though. But yeah, Grog definitely wasn't finna move at all. He had food. He knew his people were fine. He wasn't worried about it. He also knew his people wasn't finna kill a bunch of kids, so it was just a lot of posturing and loudness. For Grog's lack of actual intelligence, his combat senses and wisdom is quite well.
See, he's like Goku. When it comes to regular society, he ain't no shit. When it comes to fighting, he's a goddamn genius.
Oh yeah, very much. He understood that was just a lot of posturing and blustering, which is why he didn't get up or get involved. Even, especially Keela turned into a dragon inside the castle. And the one time she did attack somebody, she was going to attack Scanlan and Grog. So it looked like a lot more than it really was.
And Talu's sitting there like, could you please stop pissing off the dragon?
Like, can we please not make the dragon want to kill us? I feel like should need to say this, but I feel like if I don't say it, it doesn't happen. Oh,
yeah, Ruin's just on the other side of the fucking room getting his W in.
That's all right. And next one, I'll give y'all an update about. Next week, we'll have an update about Naomi and Artemis.
Ooh.
Naomi died in a terrible fire. Oh well.
Naomi created a terrible fire, but she didn't die. Plus, y'all might hear about the little girl that was saved by Sparta. By the time y'all get back.
By Sparta? Come on now.
Said that way for a reason, because Shigeru wouldn't want to put his name out there like that.
True enough.
Even if he wanted to, then it asks questions about the fuck was Shigeru doing there. One of your students went on this mission to fight all these bad guys, and you let the students out there like that, and there's already enough questions about the bullshit about the school. Because of another team of students who seemingly do wild shit. Like, you realize when the counselor actually looks at your goddamn records, I'm like, the fuck happened with these kids? She'll probably push to have y'all decommissioned automatically. Like, no. We need to take them out.
End it until she gets an actual full review of the team.
We need to set them down till we get a full psych review. We can't have these people out here representing us.
Could you imagine having Talu to talk to the psych?
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Hey, bro, come on! I did what you're doing now.
Like,
that'd be the funny part.
It needs to be done.
Luna and Wanda easily complain about all the things that happen. A normal psychologist speaking to their patient. Ruin, like, trying to get a clam to open with a fucking crowbar. Then, you just ask questions and give him sweets. He'll tell you damn near anything you want to know. And then Talu, an actual game of fucking mental chess that you have to, that they have to actually work at.
And figure out what he's telling you is bullshit, what is not bullshit, what is half bullshit, kind of bullshit.
And then understand that a large part of his file is redacted to begin with, but like, the fuck am I supposed to do to work with this if I don't have any information?
Especially now that, yeah, we can't let information about him just leave freely. Like, why not? Well, he's kind of not necessarily a national treasure, but definitely a WMD.
Let's just say he is a high-profile target of a lot of people. Because Sparata's daddy still wants to get a hold of you, and Suzaku just doesn't know how to do so effectively. Especially since he can't come onto the school grounds, so you being at the school keeps you protected. Which also goes for the school property. Which maybe eventually y'all get that conversation of why Suzaku can't come onto the school grounds. You would think as the former headmaster, it'd be fairly simple for him to find a way to sneak in.
I feel like there's all kinds of magic words and this, that, and the other.
Oh, it is. But I mean, there's also a lot of secret passages, a la any magical school. Fake walls and shit. Y'all just haven't explored the school, really.
They ain't been there long enough to explore it.
I was like, we ain't been there very long.
I mean, let's just say that some of your classmates have learned some of the secrets of the school, because that's where they put their focus.
And the closest thing Ruin knows is the headmaster's office, secret doors and stuff, and the walls, and where Sprata's room is.
Yep, imagine that throughout the entire school.
I feel like it's Hogwarts. It comes to you when you need it.
I mean, they can have those doors also, but it's more than most of the doors. I mean, you've seen the basement, which is literally just one long infinite room from what you've seen that goes off into the darkness with an infinite fucking counter that just has a wall behind it and a small Fey-like guy who stands atop it and taps dance on it to get shit to come out of it.
Yep.
Like, if that doesn't speak to what the fuck, then everybody's just like, nah, it's Quartermain, bro. What's the big deal? Like, what you mean? Yeah, my great-grandfather said Quartermain was here when he was in his day still. And he's just always been down there. He's there day and night, 24/7, 365.
And Shigeru managed to fucking steal a gauntlet.
Exactly.
Shig stole the gauntlet. Ruin's seeing Sprata dead.
Also true. More trauma.
It was like, oh, somebody killed Sprata. Wait. Say, don't tell nobody about it.
Of course not. Do you imagine what will happen when Celine finds out that Zero actually killed Sprata and took that sword? It's not going to end well. Especially that sword.
Oh, wait, that he took the sword? I didn't think he took it. I thought he left it.
The bastard sword?
Yeah, that one that Sprata had when they went and fought.
Oh, no, he took that one. Even though Zero doesn't use it, he took it, gave it to his father.
Well, we don't get dragon.
It's a dangerous sword. It's a sentient sword that is a lot of bullshit. That was once owned by one Silas Briarwood.